Hello, everyone. Today we have the pleasure to introduce the day number one related with sustainability and smart cities. And is here with me Roberto Martinez, one expert in this field. Welcome, Roberto.
Thank you, Guillermo. Always delighted to share with our audience on key pressing issues of high impact.
Yeah, and this matter of smart city sustainability is something that the several government they do efforts in several years. In your experience, Robert, what do you think about the nowadays we saw a lot of application, a lot of smart city sustainability solutions. But in your experience, how is the process to doing that, because you have a long story in international organisms in private sector as well, so share a little bit about your thoughts related to this.
So, simply, Guillermo, according to data and evidence, most of the world's population have um, migrated from rural to urban areas over the past 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
So the majority of the world's population is now living in cities and macro cities or megalopolis, as we call them, and this is something that has caused enormous pressure on natural resources, and so
Mm-hmm.
the depletion of resources due to the urban lifestyle is huge. And without effective use of technology, we cannot expect cities to be planned and managed intelligently.
Yeah.
And that entails risk of catastrophic um, magnitude. So we better use technology effectively now,
Yeah.
so that we can prevent effectively our worst nightmares to become reality.
Yeah, totally. I remember, Robert, the book, The Limits of Growth. Do you remember that book that explore what is the limit in our society? Super interesting, that book. So we have several experts of different fields, Roberto. Something that is interesting is how some manufactured companies or automotive companies like a Toyota, Tesla, or Samsung, Microsoft, they are creating a lot of solutions related with smart cities.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Guillermo. Although there's, as we speak, a big debate happening, because on the one hand, we see people who are developing amazing technology solutions, but based on the paradigm of people driving cars.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I'm not saying that's the you know that this that's a bad scenario. I'm not judging, but that's one view of things as to what comes to what can be done to alleviate the pressure on cities. And there's another paradigm that sustains that the solution to cluttering and to the pollution and to the pressure on resources due to the urban lifestyle lies in the effective use of public transportation.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, there's not a winning team, but there's a very, I would say, a very fertile ground to put to the test new technology solutions on both sides, so as to see what makes sense and what brings the best results in the least amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. And there are several technologies that are related with this new developing in the smart cities, like Internet of the Things that are really close to us, like Alexa, okay, Google, Siri, and as well there are the several solutions with this new technology. So here we have several experts of different fields. Google, the with cybersecurity, with Volvo as well, with several application of Internet of the Things. So it's a day full of experts, Roberto. And thank you very much for being part of this Global Digital Week. And let's share some knowledge with the people.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think there's a very interesting window of opportunity when we talk and discuss the potential of the Internet of Things wave, because the Internet of Things is all about sensors.
Mhm.
It's all about more efficient use of broadband. It's about making things more intelligent. So
Mhm.
it's that one of the pillars of smart cities is the Internet of Things, and so I think that whatever pushes for more accelerated evolution of the of IoT is on the right track to seizing the opportunity of smarter cities for a higher quality of life of the majority of the world's population.
Yeah, we have a lot of experts that they talking about that. So thank you very much, Roberto, and enjoy the content.
Okay, thank you.
¿Cómo están todos? Me da muchísimo gusto estar aquí en esta sesión de Global Digital Week del 2023. Estoy súper emocionado y agradezco mucho por la invitación que tenemos el día de hoy. Soy David Ruiz. Yo soy el líder de la práctica de datos, analítica e inteligencia artificial de Google Cloud. Les pongo aquí un QR para que conectemos y que estemos allí listos para poder intercambiar ideas. Estoy, como les decía, súper emocionado. Y el tema que vamos a contar el día de hoy tiene que ver con lo que llamamos en Google el tema de la era de la asistencia. Básicamente significa aspectos que tienen que ver de la inteligencia artificial en nuestra vida diaria, que usamos de una manera, digamos que ya prácticamente sin darnos cuenta. Así que vamos a ir, vamos a empezar a trabajar esta presentación. A mí me gusta mucho iniciar mis presentaciones hablando un poquito acerca de estas buzzwords, ¿no? Estas palabras que se utilizan de manera regular para tratar de tomar en cuenta una moda. Yo le llamo moda y básicamente tiene que ver con esto de la transformación digital, ¿no? Muchas personas están hablando con respecto a este tema y muchas veces están unidas, estos términos están unidos con respecto a la parte de inteligencia artificial, el aprendizaje automático, machine learning y el famoso Big Data, ¿no? Me encanta poner entre comillas el tema de Big Data porque al final de cuentas, ¿cuántos datos son muchos datos para que se considere Big Data, ¿no? Es una cosa interesante. Todo eso está muy bien, o sea, hablando del tema de la transformación digital, todo está muy bien, mientras al final de cuentas podamos llegar al objetivo de verdad transformarnos como organización y que eventualmente esto termine siendo también una transformación cultural. Para nosotros, desde el punto de vista de Google, el aspecto de la transformación digital está genial, ¿no? Mientras podamos lograr dos cosas al final de cuentas. Una es darnos cuenta quién es el cliente. De esto estaré hablando de manera regular en la presentación. Y la segunda es cómo hacemos para que una vez que entendamos quién es el cliente, cómo tenemos una mejor relación o más íntima relación con el cliente final. Y tomar en cuenta que el cliente no por fuerza está afuera, ¿no? El cliente también está dentro de sus propias organizaciones. Y bueno, tomando en cuenta este tema de la transformación digital, pues hay muchísima literatura, ¿no? Cosas que podemos empezar a utilizar, digamos, con respecto a esto, para que le podamos entrar claramente al tema. Y estas que puse aquí, cuando menos en mi presentación, son algunas en las que yo he encontrado muy buena información y aunque como tal existe el término de la transformación digital en casi todos, yo lo veo simplemente como para ponerles un warning acerca de que este aspecto de la transformación digital no debería de ser el objetivo, sino más bien el journey. ¿Y cómo hacemos para que logremos estas dos cosas que dije al principio, de poder entender claramente quién es mi cliente y dos, poder ver cómo puedo lograr una mejor relación entre lo que hago y mi cliente? Pero bueno, entramos ahora como tal al aspecto de la era de la asistencia y en ese sentido les doy la bienvenida a una era que empezó hace mucho tiempo. Para sorpresa de nadie, el tema de la inteligencia artificial es un término súper viejo. Inclusive estamos ya pegándole a los 60 años que hablamos de la inteligencia artificial y digamos que de repente se volvió muy relevante por la manera en que lo ocupamos en nuestro día a día y desde nuestro punto de vista este aspecto de la inteligencia artificial básicamente se transforma, se traduce en poder llegar a tener asistentes que están justamente acompañando las cosas que hacemos todos los días. Estos asistentes los vemos de muchas formas. Nosotros los vemos, por ejemplo, cuando te subes a tu auto y conectas tu teléfono inteligente, muy posiblemente ya estás ahí solicitando una ruta para llegar a algún lugar, ¿no? Pones Google Maps o pones Waze y esto es sin importar que ya te sepas la ruta para llegar a donde ibas. Es simplemente una forma de poder tener un conocimiento adicional al que nosotros como humanos podemos llegar a tener para que podamos seleccionar la mejor ruta. Mucho más allá de eso está el punto de que estos asistentes, como por ejemplo Google Maps o Waze, tienen conocimiento basado en todas las personas que lo utilizan para saber en dónde hay tráfico, en dónde hay algún riesgo potencial, ¿no? En dónde podría encontrarme un bloqueo, etcétera. y que aunque yo ya me sepa cómo puedo llegar a este otro lugar, de cualquier manera me dé una buena o, en todo caso, óptima ruta para poder llegar ahí. Y como les decía, esto es solamente un ejemplo de asistentes que utilizamos. Muy posiblemente ustedes utilicen Gmail, ¿no? Y Gmail tiene asistentes incluidos en muchas formas. Por ejemplo, poder determinar qué de todo lo que hay en tu correo electrónico es spam, o cuál de todo eso debería ser catalogado como phishing, o alguien está tratando de suplantar tu identidad o robarte datos de alguna forma. Google ha puesto asistentes, inteligencia artificial, que puede darte la posibilidad de entender de todo lo que te llega, si es algo que debes de voltear a ver o de plano deberías de reportarlo y, por supuesto, ignorarlo para no abrirlo. Esa es una forma, ¿no?, de tener un asistente que te termina de ayudar. En este mismo aspecto de Gmail, posiblemente se hayan dado cuenta que cuando estamos escribiendo un correo electrónico, el correo se va autocompletando, ¿no? Va poniendo las palabras que me faltan para poder escribir más rápido, más pronto. Inclusive también me pone algunas sugerencias de respuesta en cuanto se lee el correo. Entonces, estos son asistentes que me permiten, por supuesto, tener más y mejor tiempo dedicado a otras cosas. Y para poder hacer esto me gustaría que me acompañaran en un ejercicio mental, ¿no? Porque ahorita no estamos físicamente en el mismo lugar, pero vamos a hacer este ejercicio mental en donde vamos a poner en su mente un océano, ¿vale? Este océano básicamente significa, digamos, nuestro día a día, ¿no? El mundo, vamos a ponerlo así. En la parte de arriba del océano, vamos a ponerlo en la parte norte del océano, vamos a poner todas las cosas que son fácilmente automatizables, ¿vale? Son cosas que tienen que ver con asistentes que terminan haciéndolo por nosotros. Y vi ahorita un ejemplo, ¿no? Poder llegar a algún lugar, pedirle a un asistente que ponga o no ponga música, ¿no? En este caso de Google se llama Google Assistant, para que podamos encontrar cosas en Internet, etcétera. Muchos asistentes que podemos llegar a poner, los vamos a poner arriba, ¿vale? En la parte de arriba incluso vamos a poder encontrar algunas cosas súper automatizables de temas que hacemos todos los días, como un ejemplo muy simple es cuando vamos a pagar el estacionamiento, ¿no? Antes había una persona que te daba un ticket, ¿no?, un boleto, te lo sellaba y te decía, usted entró a esta hora. Después, cuando volvías, ibas de nuevo a ver a esta persona y te decía, pues, estuviste tanto tiempo aquí, entonces me debes tanto dinero para pagar el estacionamiento. Ahora, en casi ya todos los lugares del mundo existen cajeros automáticos, donde ya insertas el boleto y te cobra, ¿no? Esta es una manera de asistente, porque esta es una tarea que era muy fácil de poder automatizar. Existen muchos ejemplos de esto. Entonces, todo esto lo vamos a poner en la isla de arriba, vamos a llamarla la isla de los robots, ¿vale? Esa es la isla que voy a poner arriba. Ahora, en este mismo ejercicio mental que estábamos diciendo, vamos a poner una isla en el sur. En esta isla del sur, lo que voy a poner es todas aquellas cosas que nos definen como humanos, ¿sale? Y desde mi punto de vista, son cosas que no nos vamos a lograr transferirle a las computadoras, cuando menos en el corto plazo, porque incluyen ciertas características humanas que podremos tener un debate si se puede o no entrenar un sistema para que logre hacer esto, pero que eventualmente significan o describen la misma esencia de la humanidad. Entonces, ahí, para ponerles solamente algunos ejemplos, voy a mencionar tres. Uno, que es el aspecto de la compasión, o sea, poder llegar a sentir algo por alguien, ¿no? Este espíritu de poder ayudar, esta compasión. La segunda tiene que ver con el tema de la curiosidad, ¿no? Sería muy complicado enseñarle o entrenar a un sistema a que tuviera curiosidad. ¿Qué significa la curiosidad? Y hacia dónde esto significa poder aprender o hacer cosas diferentes, ¿no? Y el tercero tiene que ver con la intuición, ¿no? Ahorita voy a platicar un poco más adelante acerca de este punto, pero la intuición es este huequito que sientes en la panza cuando sientes que va a pasar algo, ¿no? Estas premoniciones, y tiene que ver muchísimo con tu experiencia, el lugar en el que te encuentras, lo que está sucediendo, etc. Esto, aunque está debatible, ¿no?, y lo voy a comentar más adelante, podría llegar a ser parte exclusiva de lo que los seres humanos somos, y por eso esta parte la vamos a poner en esta isla de abajo. Ahora, ya al final de este ejercicio mental, vamos a poner una isla en el centro, ¿sale? Y en esta isla vamos a poner lo mejor que existe de la isla de los robots y lo mejor que existe de la isla de los humanos, y vamos a ponerlo junto en esta isla central, en donde vamos a encontrar pues esta unión, en donde vamos a poner humanos que son empoderados por la inteligencia artificial o estos asistentes a los que me refiero, y entonces vamos a tener algo que yo le llamo superhumanos, porque básicamente somos nosotros, con todas nuestras características y restricciones que tenemos, pero ahora ayudados por esta gran tecnología que es la inteligencia artificial, para que podamos hacer muchas otras cosas que no podríamos hacer simplemente por la misma naturaleza de nuestra esencia humana. Por darles un ejemplo muy simple de esto, imagínense que a mí me dieran la tarea de leer todos los libros que existen en la biblioteca de una universidad, ¿no? Evidentemente es algo que podría hacer, ¿no? Me tomaría mucho tiempo hacer, pero lo podría hacer. Pero ¿qué pasaría si en lugar de hacer eso, utilizo asistentes hechos en inteligencia artificial para que estos asistentes, entre comillas, lean todos los libros y me den a mí la posibilidad de entender qué hay allá adentro, ¿sale? Es exactamente lo mismo que pasa cuando vas a la barra de búsqueda de Google y le pones algún tema en particular para encontrarlo, y en lugar obviamente de estar buscando en todas las páginas del mundo que existen en Internet, pues tienes ahora un asistente que se llama Google Search y que te da acceso directo a el conocimiento que te has tratado de encontrar. De eso se trata la era de la asistencia. Se trata de poder hacer superhumanos gracias a la interacción que existe de nuestras propias condiciones y la que nos da la inteligencia artificial de muchas formas. Yo les llamo asistentes, ¿vale? Llegamos a un punto en donde, gracias a esta inclusión de esta tecnología, tenemos la posibilidad incluso de superar la intuición humana. Oye, David, pero me acabas de decir que la intuición no se la podrías dar a una computadora, y es algo que aún creo. ¿No? Ese tema sería complicado que se lo pudiéramos dar a una computadora. Sin embargo, a veces la intuición no es siempre la mejor decisión. Por ahí habrán escuchado, o les habrá pasado, pues, que confiaron en su intuición y ¡pum!, no era el camino correcto. Y eso no es malo, es bueno, es parte de lo que nos define como humanos y está bien. Eventualmente podré llegar a considerar nuevas opciones o más opciones basadas en datos. Podríamos llegar a decir que entonces es un poquito mejor llegar a tener esta condición de tener mucho más información, mucho más datos, mucho más acceso al conocimiento, para entonces poder llegar a tomar una decisión y entonces eventualmente llegar a superar como tal la intuición humana. Esto no, como les digo, no es algo malo. Yo lo veo como algo súper bueno, porque al final de cuentas los que tenemos el control siempre seremos los humanos, y tendremos la posibilidad de tener asistentes que tienen este gran conocimiento, vasto conocimiento, para entonces llegar a tomar una decisión basada en mucho más allá que mi propia experiencia. Entonces, en este sentido, vamos a ver esta imagen que tenemos en pantalla, donde vemos una persona que tiene cara de preocupación, y básicamente este señor es el campeón, era el campeón de un juego que se llama Go, y es justo lo que ven en la pantalla, ¿no? Es un tablero de un juego que se llama Go, y básicamente lo que hace en este juego es poder llegar a cubrir a través de estas fichas cada uno de los lugares donde cruza una línea, con el objetivo de poder rodear de un color a la ficha que tiene el otro color. Esto, como pueden ver, es un juego que, pues, digamos, estaría interesante ver cómo podremos llegar a programar. Y me gusta mucho utilizar este ejemplo para dar la diferencia que existe entre programar y entrenar. Si yo tuviera que hacer un programa de cómo funciona Go, o del juego Go, sería lo correcto, pues entonces tendríamos que partir de muchísimas condiciones. Como saben, la programación está basada en condiciones. Entonces tendría que decir, sí, yo veo una ficha de este color en cierto cruce y además tengo todas estas otras condiciones sucediendo, entonces haz esto o haz aquello. O si no las tengo, entonces haz esto o haz aquello. Así está, digamos que diseñada la programación basada en condiciones. pero para un caso como el que vemos ahora del juego Go, pues sería un programa larguísimo, porque habría que tener en cuenta muchas condiciones que, por supuesto, se van superponiendo unas encima de otras y que volvería, disculpen, complicado, ¿no? Darnos cuenta de cada uno de los puntos que tenemos que hacer. Y todavía lo veo un poco más complejo. Si tuviéramos que diseñar una estrategia, ¿sería posible a través de la programación? Es debatible, muchas personas me dirían que es posible. Sin embargo, yo considero que es un mucho mejor camino hacer un entrenamiento. Y entonces ahora vamos a la segunda parte. En lugar de poder enseñarle a una computadora, discúlpeme, programar una computadora para todas estas condiciones que he nombrado, imagínense que pudiéramos nosotros enseñarle a la computadora cómo se juega Go. Y entonces, en lugar de tomar en cuenta condiciones para poder hacer el programar, lo que hacemos es enseñarle las reglas a la computadora de cómo se juega este juego. Y, por supuesto, esto es mucho mejor porque entonces ya la computadora podrá, entre comillas, desarrollar una estrategia y, entre comillas, desarrollar un punto de vista. Y basado en condiciones de la experiencia, ¿no? Entonces, en lugar de estar viendo cada uno de los cruces, ya podrá la computadora como tal diseñar su propia estrategia. Muy posiblemente habrán escuchado del proyecto Go dentro de Google, DeepMind, y este sistema logró ganarle al campeón de Go basado en un entrenamiento que nosotros hicimos para poder enseñarle el juego Go. En este mismo sentido funciona la manera en que la inteligencia artificial aprendió a, entre comillas, hablar. Y básicamente fue poder darle suficientes ejemplos de cómo funciona el lenguaje, ya fuera escrito, hablado o de otro tipo, ¿no? Por ejemplo, de señas. Y basado en estos ejemplos, entonces es como pudimos hacer que la computadora entendiera cómo se puede hablar y en ese sentido también entender el lenguaje. Imagínense el programa que tendremos que hacer para poder entender el lenguaje, ¿no? Sería larguísimo. Mejor le dimos a las computadoras la posibilidad de poder entender cómo se habla. Y básicamente así es como las computadoras entendían el lenguaje natural. Seguramente han escuchado del término Natural Language Processing, y que es justamente la posibilidad de las computadoras de poder entender el lenguaje. Y ahí los podemos ir hacia traducir y muchas otras cosas más, ¿no? Muy posiblemente ustedes utilizan ya el día de hoy Translate de Google, ¿no? Que es casi el default, la herramienta de facto para poder traducir algo que no está en el idioma que nosotros hablamos. Si lo vemos desde el punto de vista de para qué nos sirve todo esto que les acabo de contar, existen muchísimos escenarios, digamos, de la vida real en donde hemos empezado a utilizar esta tecnología para que sea algo beneficioso para nosotros como empresa y para muchas otras empresas del mundo. Seguramente habrán escuchado que Google está en el camino de ser neutral en su huella de carbono para el 2025 y en este sentido lo que estamos haciendo es mejorar el uso de la energía en nuestros centros de cómputo, centros de datos, para que se utilice simplemente cuando es necesario. El resto del tiempo los sistemas de enfriamiento estarán apagados. Y esto es súper interesante porque basado en inteligencia artificial hemos logrado darle suficiente información a un sistema para que pueda determinar cuándo se debe encender o cuándo se puede apagar un sistema de enfriamiento. Y con este modelo, lo que hemos logrado es disminuir nuestros costos de enfriamiento hasta un 40%. Y esto es obviamente porque hemos disminuido el consumo de la energía que se requiere para enfriar los centros de datos de Google. Y en este camino, por supuesto, estamos contribuyendo a que nuestra huella de carbono cada vez sea menor hasta que sea nula en el 2025 y ya estaremos yendo hacia adelante a contribuir y que nuestra huella de carbono sea negativa. Eso es algo que está muy interesante y que eventualmente puede llegar a darnos a pensar en muchos otros casos de uso que podemos llegar a tener, ¿no? Pero bueno, basado en todo lo que les he contado hasta ahora, nos podríamos llegar a dar cuenta que hay como tal un hilo conductor, ¿no? Yo veo un hilo conductor de todo esto y para que nosotros podamos llegar al punto en donde podamos llegar a tener asistentes y que podamos llegar a tener inteligencia artificial y todo lo que he referenciado hasta ahora, tenemos que tener algo hecho antes, ¿sale? Y para poder llegar a tener todo eso antes, necesitamos datos. Entonces, obviamente el aspecto de los datos es el primer paso, pues, para poder llegar a tener todos estos ejemplos que he dado, de poder tener centros de datos inteligentes y que puedan prender y apagar cuando sea necesario el aire acondicionado, los sistemas de enfriamiento, pero antes necesito datos. Y aquí mucha gente me pregunta, David, pero, pues bueno, los datos son tan viejos como el ser humano, ¿no? Tenemos muchísimos ejemplos de datos que fueron sido creados por nuestros ancestros. Entonces, ¿por qué es diferente hoy? ¿Por qué ahora? ¿Por qué si hemos tenido datos siempre? Y no solo eso, sino cada vez tenemos más datos. ¿Por qué es ahora que tenemos este momento de la era de la asistencia, como la estoy diciendo, ¿no? Y la razón de todo esto es porque ahora nos encontramos ante un punto de inflexión. Esto está muy interesante porque antes, la manera en que funcionaban las cosas es que podríamos llegar a tener una cantidad de datos tales que pudieran caber en un lugar físico, ¿no? Antes el límite de los datos que nosotros guardábamos era el límite físico del lugar en donde los guardábamos. Entonces, la gente que es de mi edad y antes habrán escuchado de que tendríamos que hacer crecimiento del disco duro, que tendríamos que tener más lugar de almacenamiento y eventualmente esto también nos llevaba hasta el punto del lugar físico en donde estaba el centro de datos. Yo no podía ponerle cada vez más discos y más discos porque simplemente ya no cabían en el centro de datos, ¿no? En el data center. Entonces, pues eso me obligaba a que tuviéramos que desarrollar técnicas y tecnología para poder entonces saber qué es lo que pasaba afuera. Si yo no podía tener todos los datos, entonces tenía que poder hacer inferencias. Entonces seguramente han escuchado del tema de la estadística, ¿no? Nosotros a través de la estadística y muestreos, podíamos hacer que una selección de datos, un conjunto de datos, pudiera darnos más o menos con cierto nivel de confianza la naturaleza o el comportamiento del resto de los datos que tenemos que no pudimos ver. Y así funciona justamente la estadística, ¿no? O sea, veíamos diferentes técnicas con las cuales teníamos una muestra de tal tamaño y de qué tamaño debería de ser, y basado en eso poder calcular la norma, el aspecto de la desviación estándar y todo lo demás. Entonces, esto obviamente se creó porque antes no teníamos la posibilidad de guardarlo todo, todos los datos. ¿Qué creen? Ahora sí tenemos esa posibilidad, porque estamos justo ante este punto de inflexión que he estado diciendo, y este punto de inflexión básicamente significa el acceso a la nube, ¿no? A través de la nube es que hemos podido llegar a tener recursos que me permiten ahora sí poder saberlo todo. O sea, yo ahora sí puedo preguntarle a todos mis clientes qué es lo que opinan. Puedo llegar a tener un registro de todas las transacciones que suceden en mi e-commerce. Puedo llegar a saber puntos de vista de todos los clientes que visitan mi tienda, etcétera. Entonces, ahora, gracias a esta posibilidad que la nube nos ofrece, tenemos dispositivos que pueden llegar a crear datos de cualquier tipo, ¿no? Y este punto va a ser relevante y lo vamos a retomar más adelante. Tenemos redes de alta velocidad en donde ya podemos simplemente transmitir lo que sea. Ya puedo conectarle, por ejemplo, un sistema de revisión de calidad a mis sistemas productivos, en donde yo podría ver tamaño, forma, color, velocidad, viscosidad, temperatura, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y todas estas se pueden coleccionar y mandar a través de redes rápidas a la nube para que eventualmente todo esto se traduzca en datos. Y como les decía, los datos ahora ya no tienen una limitación física. Ya puedo llegar a tener casi infinito espacio para poder guardar lo que yo quiera. Y ahorita hablaré un poco más adelante acerca de este punto, pero no solamente datos que tengan que ver con la transacción como tal, sino todo lo que existe alrededor del dato, la analítica contextual y ahora la referenciaré, es súper relevante. También tenemos, obviamente, capacidad de cómputo, entre comillas, infinita, y no solo eso, sino que hemos desarrollado capacidad de cómputo especializada para que entonces podamos hacer sentido de todos los datos que estamos llevando hacia la nube. ¿A qué me refiero con este cómputo especializado? Pues en Google desarrollamos un chip que me permite poder correr modelos de TensorFlow de manera optimizada, y entonces ya tenemos chips, saben que está como tal el CPU, ¿no? Que es de donde partimos todo. Después el CPU evolucionó para poder hacer analítica a una cosa que le llamamos GPU, que es básicamente está basado en análisis en capacidades que pueden correr gráficos. Entonces por eso le pusimos GPU. Y después avanzamos hacia esta nueva generación donde tenemos TPU, y T está referenciado al TensorFlow, y es el TensorFlow Processing Unit, y ahí es donde ya vamos a poder correr modelos de Machine Learning o de inteligencia artificial, o incluso poder hacer Deep Learning basado en esta plataforma, en este código modelo que llamamos TensorFlow. Y entonces este tipo de cómputo pues obviamente es especializado para que podamos llegar a correr todo lo que necesitamos de modelos de este tipo para poder entender qué es lo que tengo yo ahí. Y por último, tenemos herramientas de todo tipo para poder entonces consumir la información, para publicar la información, para convertir este conocimiento ahora, pues para todos, en algo que sea fácilmente accesible, y etcétera, etcétera. Tenemos muchísimos tipos de herramientas que nos pueden llegar a servir para que esto suceda. Y entonces, al final de cuentas, esta es la razón, como decía yo hace rato, de por qué ahora, por qué hoy, porque ahora la nube nos abre el mundo a poder procesarlo todo, poder conocerlo todo, y poder llegar a tener inclusive hasta cómputo especializado para poder tener modelos incluso de deep learning si fuera necesario, para entonces entender y en todo caso también empezar a predecir. Así que sobre este escenario estamos trabajando. Y bueno, aunque está súper interesante, podemos empezar a darnos cuenta que al final de cuentas todo esto significa que a través de esto que les he contado, estamos desarrollando este valor que, como les decía, yo le llamo superhumano, ¿vale? Es básicamente poder llegar a tener sistemas que sean autoadaptables y que por medio de sí mismo, ojo, puedan llegar a tener más o menos capacidades. El caso más simple de nuestro portafolio es BigQuery, que es nuestro Data Lake, Data Warehouse, que simplemente va autoaprovisionando más capacidad de cómputo, más espacio para poder almacenar, y esto es simplemente mientras es necesario. Obviamente, como todo lo que se usa en la nube, en cuanto ya no es necesario, empieza a hacerse más corto, más pequeño, o incluso desaparecer para no existir mientras nadie lo utilice. Entonces, este es uno de los ejemplos de los sistemas que son autoadaptables y que permiten poder conseguir cosas nuevas. Si yo ya tengo la posibilidad de tener estos sistemas autoadaptables, también debería de poder tener la capacidad para poder dar la respuesta a lo que sea en segundos. Y en segundos significa 1 o 2 segundos, ¿sale? Para que podamos entregar respuesta inmediata. La palabra clave de esta generación es la inmediatez. Es algo que deben de consumir siempre rápido. ¿Y a qué me refiero con todo esto? Me refiero a que podamos llegar a tener una capacidad suficiente para que no importa cuál sea tu negocio, cuál sea el rubro al que te dedicas, puedas estar siempre con las mejores características, los mejores recursos para poder otorgar lo que sea en segundos. Voy a contarles una historia súper rápida. Nosotros en Google hicimos un estudio, le preguntamos a la gente cuánto tiempo estaría dispuesto o dispuesta a esperar después de haber dado clic a un botón en Internet, ¿no? Y como podrían suponerlo, la respuesta más popular fue 1 o 2 segundos. Es lo máximo que la gente está dispuesta a esperar a un toque de un botón en Internet o una aplicación web o lo que sea. A menos de que fuera algo que no tuvieran la posibilidad de cancelar, como por ejemplo, te diste clic al botón comprar, ahí en ese sentido, las personas de la encuesta estaban dispuestas a esperar hasta 7 segundos, ¿sale? Imagínense, 7 segundos. Entonces, ves el relojito que da la vuelta en donde se está ejecutándose tu transacción, y empiezas a generar un nivel de ansiedad tal que a los 7 segundos ya quieres darle cancelar, o le vuelves a dar al botón de comprar, o le das reload, ¿no? Para poder entender qué es lo que está pasando. No se sientan mal, esto es normal, toda la gente piensa exactamente lo mismo, estamos tan acostumbrados a que todo suceda casi de inmediato que es lo que estaríamos esperando. Bueno, pues todas las personas que son tus clientes están esperando lo mismo, ¿no? Y por eso refiero que este punto debe estar considerado como si fuera algo casi superhumano, ¿no? Debe estar respondido de inmediato. Obviamente, en este camino también tengo que tener cero administración, o la menor posible, ¿sale? Las empresas de todos los tamaños, pues tienen obviamente diferentes tamaños también de personas que pueden atender la parte de tecnología. Va a haber empresas que van a tener cientos de personas trabajando en sus áreas de TI, pero también va a haber empresas que tengan una, ¿no? O ninguna, es el dueño el que hace todo, ¿no? Así que tengo que tener sistemas que tengan la posibilidad de la autoadministración, cero administración, que cuando yo lo necesite se prenda y cuando ya no lo necesite se apague, y que no tenga yo que hacer una configuración inicial, una declaración inicial, etcétera, simplemente que sea una autoadministración. Ahora, esto no es magia, ¿no? Una vez tuve un cliente que me decía, pues esto suena como automágico, ¿no? Esto automágicamente ya lo arreglaste. No es magia, es simplemente el uso de tecnología como la inteligencia artificial para poder hacer autoaprovisionamiento de los servicios que se requieran para algo en particular. ¿Requiere ayuda humana? Sí. Al principio debe de tener ayuda humana para poder declarar lo que necesitamos hacer, lo que queremos que pase. Pero después de eso se hace automáticamente, ¿no? No es automágicamente, es automáticamente. Y eventualmente también otro punto importante es que quiero tener más servicios o mejores servicios por menos dinero. Y es otra cosa que la nube nos da, ¿no? Esta posibilidad de tener muy afinado mis presupuestos de gasto en tecnología basado en que solamente voy a pagar por lo que realmente uso. Esto es igualito que como lo haces el día de hoy con la luz o con el agua, ¿no? Que básicamente pagas por lo que usas. Y en ese sentido, pues obviamente tienes mejoras, tienes optimizaciones en lo que se refiere a tu presupuesto. Y otra cosa que me gusta mucho comentar es que inclusive si dentro de tu empresa no tienen personas que tengan capacidades como de inteligencia artificial, o sea, de entrenar modelos, de machine learning, data scientists, data engineers, etcétera, todos estos roles que son súper relevantes para la organización, pues no todas las organizaciones los pueden tener. Entonces aquí podemos llegar a aprovechar para que lo que Google te provee, que es autoadministrable, pues obviamente lo puedas hacer, ¿vale? Entonces, esto será como el primer capítulo de la presentación. Me voy a ir a la siguiente parte, que es, pues bueno, ¿cómo podemos llegar a pensar entonces en el dato per se, ¿no? El dato per se tiene una vida, ¿no? Y es desde su gestión, ¿no? Su gestación, quise decir, hasta que se usa para tomar una decisión. Entonces, en este camino, para ustedes que están en este rumbo hacia la nube, aunque ya estén en la nube, deberíamos de tener pues un marco de referencia. Ahora vamos a llamarle un framework, ¿no? Y nosotros dentro de Google le llamamos el ecosistema del dato. Me gustaría decirles que dentro de lo que nosotros hacemos en Google Cloud, nosotros tenemos el término de la nube de los datos, la Data Cloud. Y esto es, digamos, tratando de diferenciar la oferta que Google Cloud tiene con respecto a otros proveedores de nube, porque nosotros somos la nube de los datos. Nosotros hemos sido la nube de los datos siempre, e incluso antes, cuando Google utiliza sus propios sistemas para hacer que Google funcione, pues obviamente estamos casi todo referenciado a temas que tienen que ver con los datos. Indexar Internet completa, ver qué videos ponemos en YouTube, hacer que funcione Gmail de la manera adecuada, Google Maps, Google Fotos, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y todos estos servicios que, por cierto, tienen más de 1 billón estadounidense o 1,000 millones del resto del mundo de usuarios que están dados de alta en esta plataforma. Entonces, bueno, esto como contexto, el data ecosystem, el ecosistema de los datos debería de tener cuando menos estos puntos. Entonces, obviamente, como tal, los datos existen, ¿no? O son creados. Una vez que los datos como tal existen, tenemos que hacer algo para poder sacarlos de donde fueron creados y llevárnoslos a otro lugar para poder ser utilizados para una decisión de negocio. Entonces, la primera parte como tal se llama ingesta, ¿no? Es la captura de los datos de donde los voy a llevar, y aquí me gustaría mucho darles el tip, ¿no? De que los datos se deben de consumir basados en la velocidad en la que los datos, el caso de uso lo requiera, ¿sale? Si yo tengo casos de uso que se requieren datos en tiempo real, entonces lo debería de poder hacer. Así como hay otros casos de uso que no requieren este nivel de sofisticación, los datos en tiempo real, y los puedes consumir durante el día, varias veces al día, una vez al día, no importa. Entonces, la primera parte tiene que ver con eso, tener suficiente tecnología lista como para poder aceptar los datos, incluso si están siendo necesarios en tiempo real. Y esto, de nuevo, sin tomar en cuenta que el dato tenga la naturaleza que sea, ¿sale? Yo debo de poder consumir datos estructurados o datos no estructurados en tiempo real si es necesario. Y ya llegaré al punto final, pero también debo de poder hacer analítica sobre estos datos en tiempo real, para que entonces sea valioso para mí. Y ahorita voy a dar algunos ejemplos. Después vamos a irnos al siguiente paso, que es como tal procesar el dato. Y procesar el dato significa digamos, poner la tubería, ¿no? Le llamamos tal cual, los pipelines, por donde van a fluir los datos desde su origen hasta donde van, y que en el camino podamos hacer algo con ellos. El proceso, como tal, el procesado del dato, tiene varios componentes. Ahorita solamente voy a referir a algunos. Uno es que pueda fluir de la manera adecuada y que vaya del punto A al punto B con todos los permisos necesarios para que pueda llegar adecuadamente. Dos, es que podamos llegar a tener datos limpios, ¿sale? Y ya hablaremos un poquito más acerca de eso también hacia adelante, pero que los datos me sirvan para cuando lleguen de otro lado. Tres aspectos que tienen que ver con el enriquecimiento del dato. ¿Se acuerdan que hace rato dije algo que se llama analítica contextual? Y básicamente esta analítica contextual significa que el dato por sí mismo tiene mucho valor, pero cuando lo rodeo, lo arropo, lo cubro de otros datos adicionales para poder entender qué es lo que pasaba durante el momento en el que fue creado este dato, me sirve mucho más para entonces tomar una decisión hacia adelante. Esto de la analítica contextual significa eso, que podamos entender el contexto de cómo fue creado el dato para que entonces podamos utilizarlo hacia adelante. Un ejemplo muy simple que usamos todos los días en nuestro celular es tomamos una fotografía, ¿no? Y la fotografía como tal es el dato. Después lo acompañamos de otros datos, ¿no? Que es que en dónde fue tomada la fotografía, a qué hora, a cuándo, a través de qué medio, etcétera. Y todas estas cosas me ayudan para poder entender mejor lo que está sucediendo dentro del dato, que en este caso es una fotografía. Entonces, el proceso de enriquecimiento del dato que sucede en esta barra amarilla es súper relevante. Y a mí me gusta mucho contar que esta es una de las razones por las cuales hacer una alianza con Google es una buena idea, porque nosotros en Google tenemos muchos datos que pueden enriquecer el dato que tú ya tienes el día de hoy, basado en cosas que nosotros sabemos, como por ejemplo, nosotros sabemos qué busca la gente en la barra de búsqueda. Nosotros sabemos cómo se mueve la gente a través de mapas, ¿no? Nosotros tenemos conciencia de muchas otras cosas que suceden, digamos, a nivel del Internet, para no alargarme mucho, y eso sirve para poder enriquecer el dato que tienes el día de hoy y mostrar más contexto a lo que está sucediendo. Imagínense que pudieran ustedes darse cuenta, por ejemplo, en una fotografía, que su marca, el logo de su marca está acompañado de otras cosas alrededor que suceden al mismo tiempo y que a través de Google ustedes pueden identificarla para que puedan servirnos para muchas cosas. Eventualmente, una vez que ha sucedido esto, vamos a llevar los datos a un lugar y deben de estar en un lugar que sea que tengan las capacidades para poder aceptar datos de cualquier tipo, como yo decía. Entonces, ahí entra el famoso punto de los datos estructurados y los datos no estructurados, pero importante que no se haga la distinción y se puedan mantener todos en el mismo lugar. Este concepto del Data Warehouse y el Data Lake fueron creados porque en su gran mayoría, no digo que sea siempre, pero en su gran mayoría se tenía considerado que el Data Warehouse mantenía los datos estructurados y el Data Lake mantenía los datos no estructurados, ¿no? Y ahí guardábamos, digamos que todo. Ahora esta frontera básicamente se diluyó, ya no existe más. Ahora guardamos todo en el mismo lugar y entonces el Data Lake se fue juntando con el Data Warehouse y ahora ya referenciamos como Data Lake House, ¿no? Es algo que se usa mucho en la industria y ahí guardamos todo. Es importante pues que ahí tengamos la posibilidad de, sin importar el tipo de dato y la velocidad con la que se consume, se pueda hacer. Después, obviamente, ya necesito hacer algo con los datos, ¿no? Entonces, vamos a empezar a hacer analítica como tal encima de ellos y esta es la zona de los casos de uso. Aquí es en donde nos vamos a dar cuenta si mi cliente me comprará o no me comprará. Aquí me voy a dar cuenta de, uno, quién es el cliente. Ya ven que lo estaba diciendo desde el principio. ¿Quién es el cliente? Y a través de analítica lo puedo entender. Y luego, ¿cómo puedo llegar a tener una relación más íntima? Es tratar de entender qué relación tengo con él, lifetime value. Podrá tratar de entender a través de qué canales se comunica conmigo o a través de qué formas compra los servicios o productos que yo hago y basado en eso poder, a final de cuentas, tomar una decisión en lo que yo decía hace rato de poder entender quién es el cliente y cómo poder acompañarlo. Entonces, esta es la barra azul en donde hacemos los casos de uso. Aquí logramos entender todo lo que he referenciado ahorita, quién es el cliente, cómo logra llegar a él, etcétera, y también algunos otros casos de uso que son especializados por industria. Si estás en la industria del telco, posiblemente quieres saber si tu cliente mantendrá el servicio contratado para su siguiente renovación. Este aspecto del churn, ¿no? El abandono. Entonces, esto es un caso de uso. Si estás en el área de finanzas, muy posiblemente lo que quieres saber es si tu cliente está necesitando un nuevo producto, un nuevo servicio, sell y cross-sell. Bueno, pues todo esto es posible también a casos de uso. También quiero saber si voy a tener abandono, etcétera, ¿no? Y hay miles o millones, voy a decir, de casos de uso posibles. Y bueno, pues todos estos suceden en la barra azul. Y aquí va donde vamos a empezar a utilizar como tal la analítica avanzada, el machine learning y la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Después, ya de manera cruzada, soportando todas las capacidades que tengo yo arriba, voy a poder hacer la integración de los datos, o sea, que los datos fluyan de manera adecuada, sin importar origen y fin, que podamos tener el gobierno adecuado de los datos, quién puede acceder a ellos, cuál es la limpieza mínima y calidad que requiere, etcétera, etcétera. Todo eso sucede aquí en la parte de governance. También que existe una orquestación para que pueda haber un flujo adecuado, ¿no? Que no vayan todos los datos, digamos, que corriendo a través de los pipelines, sino que vayan fluyendo conforme les toca, ¿no? Te toca a ti, te toca a ti, te toca a ti, que vayan fluyendo correctamente, que en general los procesos de negocio vayan de manera orquestada. Y por último, este aspecto de poder llegar a tener una democratización real de los datos basado en roles para que podamos lograr que todos en la organización o fuera de ella, dependiendo de lo cual sea tu caso de uso, pueda acceder al conocimiento siempre que tengas la credencial correcta o que tengas el permiso adecuado para que puedas verla, ¿vale? Entonces, todo esto debería de suceder. Y ya como último tip, les digo que en su gran mayoría las organizaciones empiezan a trabajar con aspectos de open source porque obviamente son sin costo, pero que deberían estar siendo adoptados por una gran plataforma, un framework, como el que les decía, en donde alguien les dé soporte, ¿no? Entonces ahí en Google nosotros abrazamos muy fuertemente el open source y nuestras arquitecturas están hechas para que puedan suceder intercambiables, ¿no? Que puedas poner una parte que sea de Google, una parte que sea de open source, y después cuando te sea necesario la puedas volver a poner de Google, etcétera, ¿no? O sea, que sea fácil para ti, digamos que intercambiar, que no exista este vendor locking que es tan popular, ¿no? Una vez que entras a una plataforma te tienes que quedar para siempre en ella. En el caso de Google no es así. Que tenga la posibilidad de intercambiar cuando sea necesario, ¿vale? Y bueno, basado en todo lo que les acabo de contar, me gustaría decirles súper rápido, ¿no? Cosas que hacemos nosotros desde Google. Esta es la parte de Google que ustedes conocen, ¿no? Todos los días posiblemente la hayan visto o la utilizan. Nosotros, o yo particularmente, estoy como en la parte de atrás, ¿no? Digamos que quitamos esta parte blanca y nos metiéramos a los data centers de Google. Esta es la zona en donde yo estoy, esta es la zona que se llama Google Cloud. Y es en este lugar en donde está toda esta tecnología que logra que Google funcione. Y basado en esto, pues, podamos lograr, pues, digamos que muchas cosas en lo que se refiere a los casos de uso. Y entonces, en este sentido, me podrían decir, ok, pero a mí, ¿para qué me sirve? ¿No? O sea, todas estas cosas que a Google les hace funcionar, pues muy bien, están muy padres, están muy cool, ¿no? Decimos en México. Pero a mí, ¿para qué me sirve? ¿No? Entonces, yo siento que existen miles de ejemplos para poder referenciar y es súper complicado que los ponga todos en un slide. Así que puse simplemente algunos ejemplos, ¿no? Uno es, esta tecnología me sirve para poder tomar decisiones basadas en datos, ¿no? O sea, hacer realmente esta compañía data-driven, ¿no? De la que hemos estado oyendo tanto tiempo, pues a través de esto lo puedes lograr. Que puedas obviamente estar por delante de la competencia, porque cuando empiezas a tomar decisiones basadas en tus datos y en otros datos, vas a poder reaccionar mejor a lo que suceda, vas a poder mantener control de tu destino, ¿no? Porque uno de los aspectos más relevantes de poder llegar a tener esquemas como estos es que puedas empezar a predecir el futuro, ¿no? Y te lo voy a comentar en la siguiente slide. Y que podamos realmente predecir qué es lo que va a suceder de tu cliente, de tu producto, de tu servicio, etcétera. Poder utilizarlo para poder responder a amenazas de seguridad y, de hecho, poder empezar a responder a cualquier tipo de anomalía, ¿no? Esta anomalía que podría representar una gran oportunidad, que me dé cuenta que existe y que pueda atenderla, o esto es una anomalía que es una amenaza, ¿no? Y debo de poder atenderla también y de manera global poder ser más ágil, ¿sale? Voy a poder tener muchos mejores tiempos de respuesta. Entonces, digamos que después de esto, ¿qué sigue? En una respuesta muy corta, lo que sigue es la inteligencia artificial y el machine learning. Y está muy interesante porque, como les decía, la verdad es que es algo que utilizamos todos los días, ¿no? Entonces, si lo viéramos desde un punto de vista de un journey y pensáramos en cómo deberíamos ir fluyendo en este camino, pues bueno, primero deberemos de tener una cultura de los datos, ¿no? Una cultura de los datos que me permita como tal tomar decisiones basadas en los datos como tal y que me lleve al siguiente nivel. ¿Qué sigue? Data consolidation, empezar a tener ecosistemas de datos unificados, poder llegar a tener una fuente única de la verdad, que podamos empezar a toda la organización tomar decisiones basadas en un solo lugar, ¿no? Es el famoso single source of truth, y que todo esto suceda. Después de esto sigue, por supuesto, empezar a hacer, yo le puse data mining, pero es un término muy común, que básicamente significa empezar a encontrar, pues, conocimiento desde los datos, y que eventualmente esto me permita tener conclusiones, estos que le llamamos insights, que estaban ocultas, pero los vamos a tener directamente de los datos. Y entonces, como tal, los datos nos empiezan a hablar. Y una vez que logramos eso, vamos a empezar a encontrar formas nuevas de que nuestro negocio pueda funcionar mejor. Después sigue como tal data training. Entonces ya vamos a empezar a utilizar toda la organización para poder entrenar los datos y empezar a crear modelos, por ejemplo, machine learning, inteligencia artificial, para que pueda empezar a servir a nuestros propósitos y eventualmente llegar al último paso, que es como tal una plataforma de datos como servicio. Seguramente han escuchado del Data as a Service o el Data as a Product, y que podamos nosotros eventualmente haber pasado por todos estos pasos y caminado todos estos pasos y llegar hasta el Data Mastery para que toda la organización completa se sirva del conocimiento que se ha ido creando de manera comunitaria a través de todas las personas de la organización. Si lo viéramos en casos de uso de ya en particular, ¿no? Empecemos a hablar de la personalización, incluso hablamos de la hiperpersonalización. Este tema me gusta ponerlo como un ejemplo porque como que resume muchas capacidades simultáneas. Una es entender claramente quién es tu cliente, y dos, empezar a atenderlo de mejor forma, y a través de esa mejor forma significa darle mensajes personales. Lo que ven en la pantalla ahora es esta serie hiper famosa que se llama Stranger Things. Y como pueden ver, básicamente es la capacidad que Netflix tiene para poder anunciar el contenido. Cuando lo ven, cada una de estas viñetas que estamos viendo en la pantalla, básicamente es el mismo contenido, ¿no? No tenemos muchas, o en este caso 9 versiones diferentes de Stranger Things. Simplemente lo que hicieron fue personalizar su forma de anunciarlo para que quien lo reciba de la mejor forma. A esto se refiere la hiperpersonalización, conocer claramente a tu cliente, el mensaje que transmites a través de cada vez que tienes un contacto con él o con ella. De eso se trata la hiperpersonalización. Nosotros, desde el punto de vista de Google, le llamamos el genoma del cliente. Y el genoma del cliente significa poder tomar todos los datos que tienes tú ya el día de hoy, ponerlos en un solo lugar, que le vamos a llamar Customer Data Platform, y basado en eso poder llevarlo a enriquecerlo con datos adicionales que nosotros podemos llegar a tener desde Google, o datos que tú tienes adicionales de otras alianzas que hayas hecho, y después pasarlo por un modelo de analítica para que podamos entender claramente quién es el cliente y que podamos poderlo servir mejor, y vamos a pasar por algo que le llamamos la descodificación del genoma, que no es tan relevante, tan rimbombante como lo que acabo de decir, sino que básicamente lo que voy a hacer es poder tener una conciencia clara de la identidad digital de alguien, y que basado en eso puedan entender ahora sí quién es. Y esto significa muchas cosas. Esto significa en qué rango de edad está, significa si tiene tal o cual segmento social, si está viviendo en tal lugar, y muchas otras cosas que se pueden llegar a tener, y que entonces podamos realmente conocer a mi cliente. Entonces ahora sí empezar a servirlo, y que podamos empezar a hacer cosas relevantes para ese cliente, para esa cliente, para que pueda consumir de la mejor forma nuestros servicios, y al final de cuentas activarlo para que podamos llevarlo a mensajes hiper relevantes que solamente esa persona podría recibir, ¿no? Entonces, esto, digamos que en un resumen hiper corto, significa lo que nosotros vemos como el genoma del cliente desde Google. Y bueno, nosotros somos una empresa que básicamente trabajamos con la inteligencia artificial en todo lo que hacemos. Tenemos miles de servicios que lo utilizan todos los días, ¿no? De hecho, ya referencié algunos al principio de la presentación, en donde vimos, por ejemplo, este caso que ven ahora en pantalla es Lens. Seguramente lo han visto. Está como parte de la barra de búsqueda. Si ven en la barra de búsqueda, también ahí tiene una camarita, como un cuadrito que tiene un punto en el centro. Y nosotros esto le llamamos Lens. Lens tiene la capacidad de poder darse cuenta de lo que sucede a su alrededor, como por ejemplo encontrar texto, y que este texto se pueda traducir en tiempo real para que para ti sea información relevante que te haga tomar una decisión, como todo lo que he dicho en la presentación, ¿no? Entonces, este es un ejemplo de todos los días del uso de la inteligencia artificial que nosotros tenemos en Google. Ya había comentado también acerca de este punto, de cómo se va autocompletando los correos que tú vas escribiendo en Gmail, ¿no? Esto también es parte de un sistema inteligente basado en inteligencia artificial que puede ir completando o autocompletando lo que quieres escribir. Se da cuenta del contexto, se da cuenta de cómo lo mandas, se da cuenta de muchas otras cosas que te sirven para poder entonces efectivamente terminar más rápido tus correos, ¿no? También tenemos Smart Replies, lo había comentado también al principio, en donde te da incluso sugerencias de cómo deberías de contestar este correo para que en un solo toque posiblemente contestaste el correo, ¿no? Lens, que ya lo comenté, que se da cuenta, referencia a todo lo que está sucediendo alrededor de ti. Inclusive puedes utilizar Lens para darte cuenta en dónde estás y ver si dentro enfrente de ti hay un restaurante o qué es lo que hay enfrente de ti, y si estas ubicaciones están dadas de alta dentro de Google Maps y Google Maps tiene una referencia de él, entonces te va a poner el nombre, te va a dar inclusive una calificación que los usuarios le dieron a estos establecimientos, y te puede dar muchas otras cosas más de contexto inicial para poder entender qué está pasando alrededor de ti. Esto está increíble, te lo sugiero, úsalo para que lo puedas completar en tu día a día. Tenemos Assistant, ¿no? Que todo el mundo lo tiene en su teléfono Android, y que en el caso de México sucede que es más del 80% de los teléfonos que hay en México, entonces casi todo el mundo tiene Android Assistant o Google Assistant. Y en este sentido podemos empezar a tener este asistente como tal, que permite pues, muchas cosas, ¿no? Como en este caso, esta empresa que le permitió dar acceso a sus clientes potenciales para que conozcan su oferta, en este caso de color de auto, ¿no? Vale, pues vamos a empezar a llegar a las conclusiones, ¿no? De lo que estamos, todo lo que vimos el día de hoy. Conclusión número 1, la inteligencia artificial y Machine Learning no es el futuro, está aquí, lleva mucho tiempo aquí, pero empieza con tus datos primero, ¿no? Esto es algo súper relevante que tenemos que empezar a hacer. Es súper relevante que, pues obviamente, tengas la posibilidad de utilizar tus datos, utilices todos tus datos, como lo comentaba. 2, la inteligencia artificial y el Machine Learning está aquí para resolver problemas de todos los días. Esto no está pensado para llevar cohetes a la luna. Aunque también, sin embargo, no solo para eso, puedes resolver problemas de todos los días, en donde podemos nosotros utilizar para encontrar, como decía yo hace rato, en dónde estoy o si quiero comprar algo en internet. 3, este aspecto de que su primer caso de Machine Learning muy posiblemente será sobre datos estructurados. Y esta razón la cuento porque hay muchas organizaciones que empiezan a tratar de hacer modelos súper avanzados, pensados en cosas súper complejas, y saben que no es necesario. La verdad es que podemos empezar en datos estructurados y empezar a utilizar modelos incluso de Auto Machine Learning para que sea simple y que sea fácil de acceso a todo esto. Aquí les pongo un montón de ejemplos que podemos utilizar de datos estructurados y que, como pueden ver, la verdad es que son muchísimos. O sea, no necesitamos algo tan complejo, hagamos algo simple para poder empezar. 4, existe una democratización del Machine Learning. Lo hemos llevado a un punto en donde nosotros creemos que básicamente cualquier persona, sí, todos pueden utilizar Machine Learning. Y esto está está pensado porque hemos creado suficiente tecnología para que podamos tener sistemas o modelos de Machine Learning que son consumidos como API, ¿no? En el lado izquierdo de la pantalla, en donde alguien más, nosotros, en este caso Google, creó modelos que puedes consumir para poder, en este caso, ver que lo que tenemos allá abajo está considerado arte, ¿no? Por el otro lado, podemos llevarlo hasta el nivel más avanzado y complejo para poder llegar a un objetivo específico en donde un científico de datos, un data engineer, puede utilizar, por ejemplo, TensorFlow para poder llegar a un detalle mucho más adecuado y decir que esto que tenemos en pantalla no solo es arte, sino que es un tipo de arte en particular, ¿no? Entonces, esto nos ayuda muchísimo para que esto se vuelva democrático y que incluso si tú el día de hoy no tienes conocimiento de crear modelos, lo puedas hacer basado a través de los modelos que Google hizo, o si tú ya tienes científicos de datos o tú ya eres un científico de datos, poder utilizar lo más complejo y sofisticado que tenemos en el portafolio, como por ejemplo TensorFlow y algunas otras cosas para poder lograrlo, ¿no? Y como última conclusión, me gustaría contarles que desde mi punto de vista la inteligencia artificial y el machine learning es muy cool, es súper cool, es algo que todo el mundo deberíamos estar utilizando y que estamos en esta era de la asistencia en donde de verdad prácticamente todo el mundo utiliza hoy. Así que con esto les agradezco muchísimo que me hayan acompañado hasta esta parte de la presentación. Les invito de nuevo que conectemos para que podamos estar compartiendo ideas de cosas que quieren ustedes hacer y nosotros desde Google hacemos. Así que muchísimas gracias de nuevo y hasta la próxima.
right, so hi, I'm Bill Beverly from Evo Electric, and I'd like to take a little bit of time to discuss how I have performed product development and how our organization at Evo Electric is working on product development. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of what it means to do product development, whether we're focusing on hardware or software, and how we bring those ideas to life.
Okay, yes, start.
Great. So a little bit about us and Evo Electric and what we're up to. We're deploying commercial electric vehicles at a fraction of time and resources than it takes to develop a brand new electric vehicle, specifically commercial trucks. We combine our offering with a turnkey data system. We have an entire ecosystem that supports fleet owners, truck drivers, truck fleet owners as well. We focus on taking the existing used trucks and we upcycle them, meaning we take them from where they're currently being driven with a diesel or a gas engine. We replace that diesel gas engine with a full electric system. And that way we can really play on the circular economy principles that are really important to us, and minimize waste. So our team is extremely, competent, and we have a lot of leadership in the vehicle level, the battery level, power electronics, and controls and integration. We are relatively young as an organization. We started in 2019, so we'll be 4 years old at the end of the year. That puts us in the seed stage. So like a customer pilot level, we're working on targeting production by the end of this year. We're extremely small team, 14 people, really focused on automotive, vehicles, batteries, systems, and controls. But if you combine the experience of those 14 people, we've got over 100 years of combined and relative experience in our small team, specifically on electric vehicles and technologies.
Wow.
Yeah, so what I think is really important here is I speak a little bit more about product development. Is we actually have both a hardware and software solution that we're developing. So as I talk through how we personally manage product development by managing the hardware and software, we're also living it as well. We're doing it with our own product. And last couple of things. I mean, we're happy to be part of the Long Beach Accelerator program. We are part of the first cohort in spring of 2021. We're currently members of the 100 Plus Accelerator, which is a group that's established by Anheuser-Busch InBev, Grupo Modelo, groups like that, as well as Unilever, and large organizations that are really trying to seek sustainability changes at the corporate level. And then also part of LACI, Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator, currently in the pilot phase of their program here in Los Angeles. So that's a bit about us, Marley, and what we're up to. So
yeah, it's so interesting, really.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
fascinated of this topic because I hadn't heard before, so it's so interesting for me. I think I want to know more about this. So
Yeah.
yes.
Perfect. We'd love to share more, and I will as I talk through some product development. We also have a LATAM presence. We're based in California, but we have a office in Bogota, Colombia, and we're doing some of our pilots in Mexico with Grupo Modelo, like we said. So we're very interested in expanding, not just from the U.S., but also into our fellow brothers and sisters in countries nearby. And I'm half Caucasian, half Mexican ethnicity. And I would love to get back to my Mexican roots as well.
Yeah, that's so cool.
So cool. A little bit about myself too, and why I believe I'm qualified to talk about this. I have over 18 years of working experience as an engineer. 10 of those years spent, it's been a long time. So
yes.
That's where all my hair went, as you can tell. So 10 years in aerospace. I worked as an intern at Boeing for a while, and Boeing really positions itself as a final solutions provider, an original equipment manufacturer. That's what OEM means. And then after doing that for a few years, I really wanted to get more detailed understanding of how to build products. So I went to what's called a tier one, a supplier to Boeing that provides them systems. And then at that supplier called Moog, I was able to still work with top tier, OEMs across the world, like Boeing and Airbus and Gulfstream and whatnot. So it really helped me get a visibility on how each one of those organizations was doing their own product development. But we had a deliverable that we have a system as Moog that we had to give them. So 10 years of that really leveled me up and got me that core experience. And then after 10 years, there's this little company that showed up in Southern California called Faraday Future that was creating a new type of Tesla, for example, a new EV in the passenger vehicle space. And they were looking for all kinds of people, all kinds of talent. I managed to get in. I managed to learn a lot about automotive and electric vehicles at the same time, but I brought my knowledge book from Moog, which is essentially, I was doing gears and transmissions and systems that were on aircraft. And of course, cars had those similar systems. So there was a lot of knowledge transfer that came.
Wow.
And then I was able to work with Faraday for Aston Martin Formula E. And then I went to a battery manufacturer doing lithium-ion batteries and sold batteries for 2 years at Romeo Power. Then I did one more little jump to another type of Faraday Future company called Indy EV, doing another car, an EV car. And then that was about the time where I said, hey, you know what? I've worked in a lot of places. I've learned a lot of things. It's time to start something of our own
Different.
accord. And I started, with
Yes.
my co-founder, Jackson, who's from Bogota originally. So we really got
Oh.
together and said, we need to find a way to bring these technologies to LATAM and to people in California, United States that can't afford it. And so that's how Eve Electric was born.
Yeah, that's cool because you can understand other thoughts and you can spread that.
Yeah. And it's been fun. It's been, like I said, almost 4 years. And so great. So I'll jump right into it. Product development, right? What is it? It's a big title. It's a big word, big phrase.
Yes.
But the
It's
best way to
a big process, I suppose.
Yeah, 100%. The best way that I can use to describe it is, let's consider something that you do a lot, or we do a lot. If we want to go on a road trip, we want to go and relax and drive someplace, we don't just get in the car and go, right? Typically, I mean, some people might, but typically you get in the
Yes,
car.
but it's not so easy.
Exactly.
Yes.
So product development is similar to that because we say, you know what, where do I want to go? Do I have the money to get there and
Yes.
to keep me there and enjoy it? Have I brought enough supplies? If I'm staying overnight, do I have my luggage, my clothing?
Yes.
And hopefully you avoid obstacles. You don't actually run into, road construction or issues or getting lost. And if you do that all right, then you can relax, right? At the end of the day.
Yes.
So that's product development in a nutshell. It's the journey of an idea or a concept through to mass market release. So your idea that you might have as a product, you need to plan it out. You need to make sure that you have the runway to get it done. You need to make sure you have the people and the equipment. You avoid obstacles. And at the end of the day, you release the product and hopefully you can relax, right?
Yeah. Still you have it, you can do it.
Exactly. So I like that comment because it goes right into this next one. Why do we need it, right? Well, I mean, if you're not convinced by the last slide, let's dig a little deeper, right?
No, all combines, but yeah, still continue.
We need it because we need to streamline and focus our internal processes and procedures and the people and the resources, right? How do we really socialize a plan? How do we really understand what we're doing makes sense and has value, right? So what we need product development as a process because it helps us really map out how our product will give a solution to a customer, right? At the end of the day, your idea is worth nothing unless it actually meets a customer need, right?
Yes, exactly.
And what's interesting as well is it also is not a firm plan, meaning it doesn't have to be it's not unchangeable. You can change your ideas, you can adjust your ideas. It's not trying to put a process together that says you shall not change it, you can't change your mind, but rather understanding what those changes do to your plan and how they affect them. So between hardware and software companies, it's slightly different in how they approach things because very simply, if you listen to Eric Ries, who wrote, the information behind the lean startup approach, he creates the loop on the right, which is called the build, measure, learn loop, right? So traditionally, how he thinks software should be developed is you have an idea, you build it, you form a product out of it, you measure that product with the people, you get the data, you learn from how it's working, and you go back and revisit the idea, and you continuously have this circle of learning, right? That goes on.
It's like a circle.
Exactly, and in hardware, it's slightly different. You don't necessarily have the ability to go back and learn and complete that circle because hardware takes a lot of effort up front, and then you have to make a lot of them. And if you're trying to change your mind right in the process of making a lot of them, it's going to cost a lot of money and it's going to be a lot of issues, right?
Yes,
So
it's not so easy.
yeah, so hardware is rooted in something that's a bit older in methodology and thought process, which is, okay, let's make sure that we understand what the customer wants, how we spell those out so we can design those things, and then how we do the work, and then how we check that the work's been done, and then give it to the customer. Because if we're wrong, we just lost a whole lot of money and time, and that's
Yes,
something
and the
we have
customers, you know, if you don't do it like at his, yeah, you
100%.
lost it.
Yeah, you lose everything. So that's why it's so strict on being able to map out your journey. So a couple of examples to bring it home here. I don't know if you have a pop socket. I feel like everybody has a pop socket on the back of their phone these days, right?
I
But
have one, but I broke up.
yeah,
It
well,
fell down and it broke.
you have to get another one. They're pretty cheap. And the nice thing about it is, what I really like is, it was created by a professor, and he said, you know what, I need something to hold my phone and put it on the surface, right? Because my finger, when I hold my big phone, my finger is getting tired of holding my phone. So, you know, you have what I have here, you have a clip, right, that holds your phone up, but he created a pop socket to do that primarily, and also to set it on your table. So if you're watching a video, you can look at it. And so that was a good idea. And it was very simple, and he didn't have to put a whole lot of process into it. He said, let's just make these things. But he got to a point where now competition came in and said, hey, we can also make those things, or make them similar to those, like what I have in my case, for example. So what he did is he said, you know what would take me to the next level? And he realized that pop socket is real estate. It's marketing real estate. It's a small billboard, right? It's a small advertisement. And so he started connecting with other companies and saying, what if we could give you pop sockets and actually have your logo or your information on them? And that changed his whole business model, really, because now he wasn't so focused on the hardware, but the advertising revenue that he was getting from the hardware. And so by 2018, that change of philosophy using good product development processes allowed him to grow the company, and it became $200 million by 2018 for these little things that you see on the screen. It's ridiculous, right?
Yes.
So that's a good example. Now, a bad example, or a poor, I wouldn't say bad. Kodak is still a very important company across the world. In the 80s and 90s, they had a huge market share, 90% of the market across the world. They were everywhere. They helped invent the digital camera. And then they went through market research in the 80s and said, hey, what do we think about the digital camera? How do we think people are going to react to it? And the marketing firm that they talked with said, we think people are going to love digital film, digital cameras. And Kodak said, we're not so sure. We're going to keep making film. And so they chose to ignore the market feedback, which is the first no-no of product development process. Is you have to understand what your customer wants and map that out, right? So in the 90s and the 80s and 90s, they started getting, a lot of competition coming in that ended up taking in, digital-based competitors came in and just started taking a foothold. And so because they ignored digital, by about 2020 or 2012, they filed Chapter 11. They went bankrupt. They still exist today, but they're just a shell of what they were when they were, when they ruled the world back in the 80s and 90s. So
you're in the process.
Yep. And this is valuable feedback for us, because we don't want to be a Kodak. We want to be a pop socket, right?
Of course. I think.
So let's go through the process a bit more. So what does it mean to really go through and understand a user, and what is a user story, right? If we follow what Atlassian, which is the company that produces Jira and Confluence, some of these modern tools to track software development, they define a user story as an informal general explanation of a feature written from a customer's viewpoint. So how does a customer want to use or work with your idea, right? I like the visual on the top right, because, for example, if you're a restaurant, you have a couple of users that you need to work with, right? You have a food critic, or a customer, just say a customer. What does that food critic or customer want? Well, they want to eat food. They really don't want to pay food, but they know they have to pay for it. A lot of them really want to drink wine, right? That's something that people look forward
Yes.
to. But then you also have another user. To make your restaurant successful, you have a chef, right? You have that chef that has to cook the food and prepare the food. So these are user stories. You're mapping out what users relate to your product or your idea and how they interact with your idea, which in this case is a restaurant, right?
Yes.
So how do we further map that? Because now you're like, okay, good. I have an idea of what people want from me. How do I turn that into a product? You know, how do I turn that restaurant into something that actually I can own and I can operate? Well, now that you have user feedback, you know, for example, if you're making a software component, you give them an interface, what's called application software. And then underneath that interface is what powers that software. So it's usually operating system, you know, like iOS or Windows or Android or whatever it is. And then that system has to work off of some hardware. So again, back to your phone as an example, the user interface is there. The application software is on the phone. It's what we play with every day. Below that is the software that powers that application software. And then the hardware is actually sitting in your hand, right? So
Yeah, sure.
mapping those things out is important. Now you have a user, but how do you get to something that actually works for the user? Make sense?
Yeah, of course. It's very important to know the opinion of the customer to have a better product or service to offer them.
Yep. And be able to track that to your product.
Yeah.
So now here's a big important one, product planning, right? How do we plan and execute? There are two types of, I mean, there's more than two, really. There's many different ways to plan, but I'm going to talk about two because these are the two that we balance between in our organization, since we have both hardware and software. So I talked about it before, but this shape that you see here that looks like a V is literally called the V model on the top with the blue and the red and the yellow. And so what Waterfall typically does is say, let's take our idea, let's create requirements from the idea, let's give steps that follow those requirements that are detailed design steps. Like now I have to, if a requirement is something like this phone has to work in cold temperatures, then now an engineer or a designer can go and design that phone to work in cold temperatures, right?
Yes.
And then you implement that design. And then how do I know I made it work? Well, you have to test it. Now I got to go test that phone in a cold temperature and be like, it works. So you go down this track of, you know, the V model. You say, establish my requirements, do the work, get down, make it happen, and then go back up the loop and say, let me test everything that I just thought that I did. So that way the product is ready for release. Because if you miss the chance, like I said earlier, and getting a little ahead, software allows you to kind of loop, and it's on the right side that you'll see, but hardware really doesn't, not very well. There's a cost and a penalty involved in that. And so moreover, on the left side, you can see a bit more of that where you start with a requirement, you trickle it down to a design, then you implement it, then you verify it. And then once you verified it, then hopefully you have limited maintenance. You don't have to, you send it out there and you really don't have to maintain it, hopefully, or you have a very small amount of maintenance. And that's Waterfall, okay? Agile is a bit more fun, I would say, because it's a bit newer and it really comes from the software loops. And that what you can see there in the top right corner is what's called the Scrum and Agile philosophy. It's this loop, right? It looks like a roller coaster loop. Now, the fun thing about that is this loop, you don't just have one loop when you're designing software. You have many, many, many loops, right?
Yes.
But the loops are there to control how much time you put into that software stuff. So I'll give you another example using the phone. Let's say that you as a user, you're like, let's pretend this is 10 years ago. You're like, I want an app that allows me to know what my travel would look like. If I want to take a bus to work or to university, I want to be able to open my phone up and find an app that does that. And so your user story is, I'm a user, I'm a bus rider, and I want a app that tells me how to get from my start to my finish, right?
Yes.
So this loop would come in and say, great, that user story, I'm going to plan how I do it. I'm going to design it. I'm going to develop the code to do it for the app. I'm going to test the app. Then I'm going to send it out to a small group of users, yourself as a beta user, an early user. I'm going to review their feedback and see what they think about it. And then I'm either ready to launch that or I've learned a lot in that review loop. And I go, hold on a second, let me go back through that loop, right? I need to redesign it.
Sorry, is the most common process, right? The agile, yes.
Yeah, agile. Yeah, it's definitely most common. It's becoming more common in hardware as well. But it's difficult to manage because, again, like if you're too far down in your hardware development, you can't make
Yes.
changes without big penalties. But if you're early in your idea, you can actually use an agile process in a hardware company as well. So yeah, it is the most common, especially these days since everything is software enabled. And also value stream mapping at the bottom. What that really is again saying all the stuff that I do to make sure that it's relevant and I'm not distracted. I want to make sure it actually brings value to the customer. Back to the beginning, right? I want the customer to
Yes.
be excited about it. So, all right, design and iteration. So once we have an idea, we establish requirements and design accordingly, like I mentioned. On the left side, again, is that V model. So we establish a requirement, we sit together, we document that. Again, for a phone, you say the requirement is, my customer has told me that they'll only take a phone that's 5 inches tall. Anything bigger than that, it's too big. So my first requirement is no larger than 5 inches tall, right?
Okay.
Or 100 millimeters or whatever. So, so that's a requirement I take, and then I flow it downward and I say, well, what can I fit everything I need to in that phone in 100 millimeters or 5 inches or so, 4 to 5 inches. And so then that turns into a yes or a no. And then eventually we say, well, let's start making that software design, hardware design. Let's code that. And then we got everything in this phone. We said, okay, this looks like it's going to work. Now we take it through testing. We go, all right, it's working or it's not working. Sometimes that changes your requirement. Oh, I can't pack all these chips and these screens and buttons into a phone that small. I need to increase my phone size a bit, right? And so you, in that case, you would change your requirement before you get too far down the hardware loop. But you need to engage your customer, right? And make sure, are you okay if it's,
Yes.
you know, you said 5 inches. What if I said it's 5.2 inches? Would that be okay? Most of the time customers are like, yeah, okay, whatever, I can't tell, sure. So you keep going up that V until you get to the final point where you're like, it all works. I'm meeting my customer obligations and requirements, and now I'm going to release it, right? Now, again, back to the software side, to your point, Agile is the most common framework because that's just the hardware we talked about. But what's really making that phone valuable? All that software that lives on there, right? That's where a lot of the work is really done. So an overview here is what I show where how do you manage the amount of time that you spend in design and iteration and changing these things? Well, you have typically a team that champions features and functions on software that say, you know, I'm going to be the one in charge of this map app or this travel app that we talked about. And I'm going to take the customer requirements and I'm going to work with my team to talk about how much effort we put into the next 2 weeks, let's just say, right?
Yes.
So that's that sprint planning meeting where they say, okay, we've got 10 people here. You do this, you do this, you do that, you do that. And as soon as you're done, you switch to doing this, you switch to doing this. And so that 1 to 4 week sprint is that first loop. It's like, let's go, let's start working. How are we doing in this loop? Okay, great. And then every day you have a daily Scrum meeting because that's that check. You're saying, hey team, how's it going? Are we making progress? Is it good?
Yes,
Do we need
it's a lot of
more
teamwork.
people? A ton of teamwork, an immense amount of teamwork, a huge amount of communication, which is important because, you know, if you've ever done coding, you can get lost in coding and disappear for a while. So this is really trying to keep you, you know, in the loop with your teammates and everybody aligned on what we're trying to bring to the market. So.
Yes, sure.
All right, proof of concept versus prototype versus MVP. This is sort of a controversial slide because everybody has their own idea, I would say, of what a POC, prototype, and MVP are. So I'm just going to define what works best for our organization and what I'm used to. A proof of concept is a basic technical validation of your idea to show its value and structure. So I'm going to point you down to the image on the bottom left, which I like from Z-Fork Group. I really think they did a good job here. The proof of concept is I want to bring cake to people. So I'm going to draw the cake and I'm going to show you what the cake looks like, right? And that's your proof of concept. So somebody can look at it and be like, okay, I understand. All right, show me more. Then you go to the prototype stage and you say, now let's present that so the user really gets an idea of how the design will be presented. So somebody says, number one, they're like, great, I see that you want to do a cake. What's the flavor? What's inside the cake? How is it, what are how much butter is in there? That kind of stuff, or frosting, right?
Yes.
That's where the prototype really aims to be like, okay, now that we've agreed that we're going to do a cake, now let's show you a bit more on how it's created and what's inside of it and what you can understand that it does for you. There's strawberries in there and there's nuts. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the last thing is minimum viable product. Now it's like, okay, I've shown you the cake, I've shown you what's inside the cake, and now I want to actually give you a first taste of the cake, right? So that's where you bring those things together. And it's important to note that the lean startup defines the minimum viable product as literally like whatever the minimum effort is, the minimum spending, time, resource to get your concept in front of a customer so that customer can tell you what they think about it and give you feedback.
Yes.
That is the most important thing. No matter how you define each one of these things, the most important thing to remember is for a minimum viable product, your goal is to get something in front of a customer that generates valuable input.
Yeah, sure.
Do you like cake? I love cake, by the way. I'm hungry now, so.
Yes, me too.
So now, goals and KPIs, key performance indicators. All right. So a plan is worth nothing without an idea of how you would achieve it. Prototypes, proof of concepts, MVPs, those are also worth nothing if you don't understand what you want to achieve with them. If you just send them out there and you're like, tell me how you feel about them. Like, is that really going to give you the knowledge you need to improve your product? Typically, no, right? So what we like to do is create KPIs, key performance indicators, and this SMART goals is what really govern how we write those goals, those KPIs. And SMART was something that was created by Dorian Miller and Cunningham back in the 1980s, because they recognized as a consulting group, they were working with large companies, and they recognized large companies were writing goals, but their goals were very hard to measure, right? Things like, I have a goal to get up earlier at work and get to work earlier. And like, oh, that's a good goal, but how early? And how often are you doing it? And how do we know that you've accomplished your goal, right? Like you wrote a goal that's easy to follow, right?
Yeah.
So SMART says, well, let's use SMART as letters that remind you on how to create those goals and how to write them, right? So using that example, make it specific. S, what do you want to do? I want to get to work earlier, right? M, measurable. How do I know when I've reached it? Well, I'm going to actually look at the time that I arrive at work, and I'm going to write that down someplace, and I'm going to show a pattern, right? Achieve it.
Yes.
Can I achieve it? Well, I don't know. I mean, do I like getting up in the morning? I'm a morning person personally. I don't know if you are, but
more or less.
Is it achievable and is it realistic, right? Like, can I actually do this? Or am I a night person trying to force myself to do something I'm not used to, right?
Yes.
And then timely, like how long do I want to measure that goal? Like, what if I said, I'm going to do this for a week? Do we think a week is really going to change your behavior? Is a week enough time for you to measure the benefit of your goal?
Maybe, yes.
Maybe. I mean, depending on who you are, right? It's up to you to set your goals. I would say a month for myself. I'll say if I can do it for a month, then it becomes something that's changed in my life. So that's essentially how the SMART goals work, where you're going through and saying, how do I write a KPI and a goal that I can objectively look at after the process is done and say, okay, I've accomplished something, I've learned something, and now I can push that back into my product or my idea and continue to evolve the product. Make sense?
Yeah. A lot of sense.
Perfect. So we have to be smart. So with being smart, we also need to round out testing and validating. So again, I talked about it earlier. No matter whether you have a hardware or a software product, you need to test it. You need to know when you're done, right?
Yes.
So you can test a prototype, you can test an MVP, and really it helps you close the loop on your requirements. Meaning like, again, I have a requirement, did I meet it? Does the product work? You can also mitigate and close risks. For example, some risks you can't get rid of. You might be like, I have a concern in the early part of my phone design that For example, 5.2 inches is going to be just too much for that customer, right? I have a risk that they're not going to want to buy it because it's just too big. I can't close that risk until I actually have evidence, until I start selling these things and seeing if that was a big issue to the customers not buying my product. But you can try to mitigate that, meaning you can try to control that risk by saying, man, if at any point in my design, if I can get that phone back under 5 inches, then I've mitigated and closed that risk because I've met that customer need, right?
Yeah.
And you're always measuring valuable data. You're always trying to understand what the future performance of your product is, whether it's hardware or software. What's also important is establishing test campaigns with reasonable targets, meaning, like I said earlier, you can always get stuck in software loops. You can design software, you can test software, and you can just put your head down and just code software for months, for years, right? But
Yeah, sure.
a minimum amount of software is required to release a product, to get it out there in front of people so you can learn from it, but you're not done with it. You're still working in the background doing updates, right? Or root fixes or adjustments, right? And you're pushing out updates every so often to keep your software healthy. So as a company, it's important that you would sit together with your peers and you establish the timing that you think is important. Like how often do we do testing? How long do we do it? And then we just move on until the next loop. And then we do more testing,
Yes.
and then you move on. So that's an important part, not to get trapped into that. Release and deploy. So we're coming up to the couple end slides here. This is the fun part. So once you've got your software, your hardware product, right? In this case, I'm going to talk about software more specifically. When you release, how much of that release do you want to end? How much do you want to end for the customer? Do you want to end your own databases? And do you want to end your own computational servers? Do you want that overhead and all those systems to deploy your app? Or do you want to send it into like an app store, for example, and have the app store support that? Or is it a mixture of both, right? If as a company, your answer is yes, I want to own all of that data and all that software. It's like, okay, well, that's good. It requires that you have a very good understanding of infrastructure planning, like technology planning, IT, and management. And then it minimizes your security risk because now you understand where that data is going, you control it, but you better know what you control because it much more increases your risk for your customer, right? Because operationally, if you have a data breach or if you miss information, it happens all the time, people are going to be very upset with you. They're going to most likely seek claims for money from you because their data is no longer safe. So it's just something that you have to balance. Like if you want to do it, make sure you do it right. If your answer is no, and you're like, I don't want to do any of that stuff, it terrifies me. It's like, well, that's okay, because big companies are taking that risk on for you. Like for example, Amazon, Google, you can actually purchase cloud systems from them and cloud structures and still be able to use your software. But have them manage it. It's still important to know, though, that when you send data to their structures back and forth, you still need to understand that you're sending the right amount of data and that you know that data is protected. So
yeah,
what's a nice bonus, though, let's say, like, again, if you are a company that's saying, I have a cool software solution and I want to sell it to a company that doesn't have this solution, but I don't want to change their software. I don't want to change anything they're doing. That's a good bonus, because if you can come into a company and say, you don't change anything, my software plugs a hole in your operation, it adds value in the middle 2 steps, then the companies will typically be very excited about that. If not, it's not the end of the world. Companies might say, okay, I'll change my structure, my databases, my technology basis to work with your software, but typically it needs to be very compelling and a very large
I mean, you
scale.
can do it like again, but it takes a lot of work to do it.
It does. Absolutely. All right. So this is my last slide. And essentially what I want to kind of summarize with here is, at the end of the day, once you release your product, you're not done learning. You need to keep learning, right? Everybody likes to think like, oh, I got this thing out there, I'm making money, all done, right? No. In this world, one product doesn't mean, complete success. One product means that you're in there, you're generating revenue, you're generating growth. But consumers this day demand new solutions very, very rapidly. They want to understand how you're learning and how you're improving. So you can't stop learning even after the first one's done. And things that you can do to set up good practices, traditional approaches that have been used, is you can, after you've released a product, you can sit down and have recurring reviews of product deployments and data. You can look at what you've sent, what you've released, and you can see how it's performing. And you have reviews as a team to say, what are we learning? How is this working? Do people like this? Do people hate it? Another thing is a lesson learned database. So a lesson learned database is internally, groups can actually set up an Excel or a database internally on the company and say, let's actually, in the middle of learning, let's capture all those learnings and document them. Like, I found this out in the middle of the product or the project. I'm going to have to write this down because I'll forget it. And then I'm going to share it with the rest of the team when the time is right in this database. So everybody goes, oh yeah, I remember when we messed up, but you've written that down so we don't have to mess it up ever again. You know what I mean? The phrase post-mortem is not used very much, but it literally means after death. And what it means, let's say you failed, let's say in one of your products, you failed, you get something out there, it doesn't work. Instead of like the emotional feeling is to say, hey, you know what? I either am going to give up or I'm going to ignore it, like whatever, I'm going to move on. But what proper product development teaches you to do is to look at why you failed, look at the data, understand what caused that failure the best you can, and to put that into the lesson learned database and put that into your product learning so you don't do it again. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you're never going to create something that has value, right?
Yeah, sure.
And then finally, generational design reviews. Once you send a product out, and this goes on all the time with these phones, right? You send a phone out there, and they're right as soon as they release a phone, they're already working on the next phone, right? And so
Yes.
how do they make that next phone valuable even when it's like, I haven't even learned that first phone's doing? So how am I already working on another phone? Well, it's because these companies have set up generational loops, right? They keep on looking
Yes.
through and say, what am I learning? What do I need to be learning? And when am I done? How do I pull that data into the next product as soon as possible? And so that's really important in the product and hardware and software development route. And Ray LeBlond on the right here, he says something that I really like, which is you learn something every day if you pay attention, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a bit about product development. Again, at Eva Electric, we have a good understanding of both sectors of hardware and software. We have to mix those together. There are a couple of good books that we use that help us understand. Some of them being an old book that talks about waterfall stuff. It's called the Project Management Body of Knowledge book, and it's like a big, thick manual. And it's a good book, but it's also used quite religiously. People say this is how you have to do it, right?
Yes.
And that's not entirely true, in my opinion. I mean, there's good memories
Yeah,
there.
I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. And there's another book that I've been recently reading called Project to Product by Mick Kirsten. And that one's really fun because that one's written in 2018, and it's written specifically for companies that are starting as hardware companies that understand that they have to make a software change or they have to use a software process. So how do you, again, mix those two things together? And it requires a bit of an understanding of both of these sectors, this waterfall, this agile scrum that we were talking about, and value stream management. Everything you do, if it's hardware or software, comes from being able to plot that it does bring value to the customer at the end of the day. So that is how we handle product development. And because of that, we've got a couple of vehicles that are currently driving out right now. We've got many more customers ready to receive our product by the end of the year. So as a startup, very proud and also humbled by the ability for us to grow quickly with a minimal amount of resources, but it's all thanks to modern product development. So thank you for the chance for me to talk about it.
No, thank you for your time and for speak about that topic. So interesting. Thanks.
Yeah. Any questions? Any questions about product development that I can sort through for you?
I'm not sure if I have questions. I can. I don't know how to say. Like, I can receive that the most important thing is on the customer all the time. because the customer have the last word.
Yeah, if that's the only thing we get out of this entire conversation, you got it 100%. Customer is the most important part of the process. So we have to make sure that everything we do is representing and respecting that customer's desire and getting it there. So yeah, cool.
Yes.
Well,
So
awesome.
cool. Just thanks to be here with us.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it. Check us out at Evo Electric. You can check us out on LinkedIn or go to our website, www.evoelectricnow.com. And we look
Yes.
forward to being able to have product in California and Mexico very soon. So hopefully you'll see us in your own backyard. So,
Okay. Thanks.
cool. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Michael Mazur. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Colu and one of the co-founders of the Urban Change Protocol. Super excited to be here today. My background has been in cities, government technology, and urban mobility, and kind of figuring out how to help cities innovate and create behavioral change. With Colu, what we'll talk today about is how we can look at smart cities and how we can look at local coins as a way to incentivize people within their communities to take different actions that'll support the community goals. So finding better ways to use budgets that cities have. I'm super excited to be here today, of course. So I'm Michael, as you can see, hopefully pretty similar. So what's happening today? Today, we see that cities are growing more than ever. By 2050, about 70% of the world's population will live in cities. I assume that many of the people listening already live in cities, but think about all the people who don't, and think about the different countries in the world where gradually urbanization is happening and people are moving out of these rural areas and concentrating into cities. This is a huge trend, and we see it's also been exacerbated by the pandemic. And so as cities grow, obviously there are challenges that we sometimes expect and sometimes don't, but there's a lot of interesting data that can demonstrate what are these challenges and can help us prepare for the future years of smart cities and of cities that are more populated and dense. So one of the first problems that we see in cities is the lack of civic engagement. Think about your city, or think about where you live, or think about where you visit. How often are you really connected to your neighborhood, or to your community, or to the place that you're visiting, and to the local government? People today, less than ever, are engaged with their community. And social media, the Amazons, the big box retailers, they're national in the US and global companies also. And so at the end of the day, we find ourselves online navigating between different communities in different locations, and often neglect that little park that's right across from our street. We often neglect speaking to the neighbors. We may speak to a bunch of communities online on different forums, but we don't know who our neighbors are. That kind of sucks, frankly. And so civic participation, whether it is amongst different citizens or people within a community, or between local constituents and their government, is at low levels. And so that's a problem, and as cities get bigger, it will continue to be a problem. Another big problem is trust. I would assume that if we had 100 people listening, 24 of these people, based on this data, would not trust their public servants. That's actually a very sad state, right? So much money comes in to our governments, and we have such low percent of people who really trust these local governments, these local servants, and people who sort of lead our cities and our communities. And so I think that honestly, the even more funny one is only 10% of people trust politicians generally. So these numbers are very difficult, and when you think about it, as cities become bigger, as there are more centralized powers, this probably will not lead to a great outcome. The last problems that we see with growing pains in cities is transparency. It kind of relates to trust, but with transparency is you see cities in states or countries have very large budgets that are used for many different things. Could be for local economic development, could be for recycling, for sustainability, for helping serving underserved communities, and obviously many more. Often though, we don't know necessarily what happens to our budgets. We don't know what happens to these taxpayer dollars that we pay, and where do they go, and what are the outcomes. And there typically, not always, but very typically, is no accountability, right? So money will be spent on different things, on housing, and sustainability, housing, and so forth, but we don't know what happens. And again, this is something that as cities grow, as power is more centralized, will be a big problem. And so what are we doing, and why is Web3 important here? So with technology that is, again, technology to solve a problem, with technology, we can use local coins as a means to incentivize different behaviors within local governments, which I'll explain a little bit more about, and take budgets that these communities have. And a community, by the way, could be a city, could be a neighborhood, it could be a few just people who live in the same block, right? Think about different types of communities that have different budgets. Think about in houses, right? Big apartment buildings have their own homeowners association, right? So you can think about different communities that handle budgets. So with Web3, you can ultimately use these budgets and incentivize people for taking actions that are commensurate with the goals of the budget. For example, recycling, right? Maybe if people recycle a certain amount of times per week, which is what the goals are to get people to recycle, they'll earn a certain amount of local coins. And if you think about it, instead of those dollars just being thrown towards some initiative that people don't end up knowing what happens, here the money goes directly to people for taking action. And I'll explain a little bit more about how it works and how we're doing it in communities. One other thing is the transparency. And so being able to ultimately dictate exactly how these local coins are being used and where are they going and what impact are they making is, in my mind, something that is so necessary. And now I'll explain just a little bit about how this whole process works. So with Urban Change, we have a dual coin model. And the way that works is that when people take different actions in their city or in their community, they earn local coins. A community, like I was saying, could be a city, it could be a neighborhood, and it's any entity that has a budget that wants to promote a specific action. So the way it works is that when you take that action, could be cycling, it could be walking 10,000 steps per day, it could be getting vaccinated, it could be getting tested for a specific disease, whatever you can think of that a community may want to reward. When people take that action, they'll earn these local coins. So we know exactly where these budgets go to. I'll just give you a quick example here. Someone wants to get, a city wants people to get tested for a specific disease that's very rampant in the community. And the city has a budget, right, of $50,000. Again, I'm just making up numbers here. When someone then gets tested, they will earn an incentive for getting tested. And so those $50,000 will actually go to people who got tested, who completed the desired action. When people earn these local coins, right, which is step 2, they then will be able to hold them and then use them only at local businesses in the community. So essentially, we're creating the circularity that otherwise would not have existed, because this budget going towards, in our example, getting people to be tested for a specific disease in a community will then go to that person for completing this action. And then those, let's say $2 will be in your digital wallet. You'll be able to use it only at local businesses in the city. One very interesting point, which is part of what we're doing and what Web3 actually makes possible, is that when you stimulate your local economy or your local community, you'll actually be able to earn what we call an impact token. So the way it works is that the budgets that come in, let's say for getting vaccinated or getting tested, it's 1-to-1, right? Let's say $50,000 will be worth 50,000 of the local coins, right? 1-to-1, always stable, always backed by true money. When people then stimulate the local economy, they will then earn what we call an impact token, which is more of a governance token. The more impact tokens that you own, the more benefits you can get in your local community. Think about like airline points, right? Everyone wants to be silver status or gold status. You're like a frequent flyer. So you're basically what we call a local hero. And the higher status you are, maybe you'll get special benefits. Maybe you'll get reduced parking fees. Maybe you'll get access to cool events. Maybe you'll get a cool t-shirt that says I'm a local hero. But it's really connecting the digital with the physical. And the more local, the more impact tokens that you have in your community, again, which are volatile, their value goes up as more action is taken in the community. And by having more, you'll also be able to vote on new initiatives. Maybe you'll say, hey, I want to vote that the next initiative is for recycling and not for cleaning trash from the ocean. Great. So it's a wonderful way to kind of circulate or utilize budgets and create a circular economy that is for the good of residents. So what are some examples of things that can be done? And again, you can get creative, and there could be many, but some of the examples that we're already doing is things like civic or community engagement. Maybe if people come and volunteer, they can earn these local coins. Maybe if people go and come to City Hall and participate in council meetings. Maybe people respond to surveys, right? So it's very interesting that you can then incentivize people, not just for being a local person, but for actually doing something that helps the community be better. Your voice counts in your community. And often we don't have a tool that rewards us for stating our voice. And we know that incentives ultimately can drive a behavioral change. So we spoke about well-being. Of course, I'm a big believer in preventive medication and preventive measures. And so if you reward people for getting vaccinated, if you reward people for getting tested, I'm going to talk about in the next slide one of the actually very interesting studies in Africa. We have so many budgets that are going in, especially in emerging markets, in different countries and cities, to help solve pandemics, to help solve health crises. And we don't often know what happens with those budgets. So one great tool to be used to help utilize these budgets and create these budgets in a way that act as incentives for people completing preventive measures to hopefully delay or prevent them from getting the disease in the first place. That's a way to really, really help, and it's all traceable and trackable. Another one that we feel very strongly about is cutting emissions, right? I'm probably not going to be the only one to say this, but emissions and our carbon footprint is growing all around the world. And being able to reward people for taking actions and doing things that reduce their carbon footprint should be a win-win, and is a win-win. So think about it. If people ride their bike, it's something that we're actually doing in a city called Peachtree Corners in Georgia right now. People ride their bike to work, they get rewarded. So don't ride your car to work, take your bike instead, and then earn local coins. Think about it, charge your electric vehicle instead of driving a combustion engine vehicle. So you earn real money for taking these actions that ultimately help your community because you're reducing your carbon footprint. And there's so many more in terms of cutting emissions. Another one is education. This is also a big one. We talk a lot about financial and digital literacy in our communities, and you think about also emerging markets, but of course, underserved communities in more emergent markets. And the way that we see this is that there are a lot of ways it's often not as hard to get people to start, but it's often harder to get people to finish a course. So if people complete a course, or if people complete a course that teaches them about financial education, or that teaches them a skill, maybe coding, maybe teaching them some design skill, or something that will improve their potential income, they should get rewarded for it, because again, it's a win-win, right? People learn, they gain a skill, they can then utilize that skill, and they should be rewarded for it, because it's a win-win-win. Last one is local economy, and this is something that with Kolu, we've done a lot in the United States, and that's helping cities support their local businesses. And in essence, rewarding people for shopping local instead of shopping at the chains. Not all countries have this problem, but in the United States and many others, they do. So how do you get people to shop at a local business? How do you get also people to shop at maybe a minority-owned business, or a women-owned business, or a business at an underserved community? So a lot of what we do is also look at ways to not just incentivize actions that promote the well-being, but also ones that directly promote the local economy. And I hope maybe I coined this, I don't know, but I always like to say outcomes speak louder than words. And 10% of people trust politicians. I may or may not be one of them, but the point is that there could be a way to not have to, it may not have to matter whether or not you trust politicians, because outcomes speak louder than words. And if we can have a world where outcomes matter, where the viability of a politician or of someone in government is based on the outcome that they can demonstrate, then that's also helpful, right? Because it's not just saying things, it's doing things. So I just want to give you an example that we took about how you can take specific budgets and then get them to be circulated or recirculated in the local economy. So the first one is just a sustainability budget. So let's say $50,000. Let's say when someone bikes to work, it's an example that I spoke about. Each time they bike to work, they get $1. Great, you bike to work, you get $1. And that dollar comes from the local budget. That in turn will incentivize 50,000 bike rides. And again, I'm not talking about the economics here in terms of what is the sufficient incentive. I'm just using $1 here as an example. And again, you can play around with this. The 50,000 rides incentivized translates to over 15,000 pounds of CO2 emissions saved. Great. But it doesn't end here, right? Because those $50,000 that were used as incentives now have to go back to the local economy. So it's another $50,000 that are spent locally. And then we know from our data that 45% of each dollar that is spent local stays local and gets recirculated. So suddenly that $50,000 is translated into $72,500 spent at local businesses. And you get the behavior done. Awesome. Let's look at one other quick one. $100,000 health budget. We know in some countries in Africa, there is a big issue with HIV, and of course. And so one of the challenges that they saw there is that people were not getting tested. So what was this test that was done? They basically rewarded people $3, which again, $3 in Africa is like, in so many countries in Africa is worth more than $3 in the United States, or has more purchasing power. So they incentivized people and gave them $3 for each time that they tested themselves for HIV and submitted the test. And what did this do? Those $3 per test actually increased at-home HIV testing by 55%. And so if you apply these numbers here, $100,000 would then get 33,000 more people incentivized and increase HIV testing at home by 55%. But again, it doesn't end here. That $100,000 would then recirculate in that local economy and be $145,000, right? 100,000 is respent, and then the 45% that is the secondary value that gets circulated or recirculated in the local economy. So you can apply different use cases here and play around with the numbers. And I think that if we find the right strategies and the right equations to make this work with the incentive related to the outcome that is that we want to see, that's where we can really make change. So what are some of the success stories that Kolu has had here in the United States? So quick story, I was the first US-based employee in Kolu, initially tasked with seeing how we can work with US cities and introduce a local coin. And so when we started different cities, we tried to identify what are their main challenges and goals, and what are ways that we can use technology as a tool to solve a problem that they have. So I'll give you a few examples. One is San Mateo County, which is in the West Coast, right by Silicon Valley. The local government, they wanted their staff to walk more steps in a day. So they introduced an incentive. When people walked a certain amount of steps per week, they got promo codes for the app worth $20 to $40. And what that did is that incentive, it created a huge increase in steps walked from the previous year. Sometimes just knowing that there's an incentive, it subconsciously makes you take that action. You want to maybe compete with your friends, and there's a lot of elements there of competition that comes in. So that's number one. An incentive tied to behavior got people to walk 50% more. The city of Boston actually really wanted to support their Black-owned, immigrant-owned, and women-owned businesses. And when we introduced the local coin in Boston called Boston Points, we saw that about 77% of the local coins that were spent at those businesses. So targeting an approach and offering an additional percent back for shopping at businesses that are, let's say in this case, Black-owned, immigrant-owned, or women-owned, created this amazing result. And another wonderful one that we see related to shopping local is that in the city of Akron, we saw that because of the incentives, it's not that people just shopped more frequently at local businesses, but also that they spent more money when they shopped at these local businesses. So that's another big one that sometimes we don't even think about. It's not just, are you going to your local business instead of shopping online? Are you going to the local business instead of going to that, chain? In the US we say Starbucks, but it could be any chain. It's also, are you spending more money there? So that's a statistic that I actually am very proud of, to see that over time people do end up spending more when they are in different communities and they have incentives. So lastly, just to summarize, local coins and incentives, if done right, can be a way to revolutionize how cities and communities utilize their budgets and take an action and results-oriented approach to solve problems. As cities grow, we need this more than ever. And with Urban Change, definitely follow us and learn more online. But we would love for anyone that's a community leader or someone that is part of a neighborhood or wants to make a change, wants to encourage people in their community to recycle, to walk, to get tested, whatever it may be, and to join us and learn more, because there are a lot of opportunities now, thanks to Web3, that enable not just the government to do this, but also community leaders, and giving them a tool to take action. So thank you all. Have a great day.
Hello, guys. Welcome to Global Digital Week. My name is Mehdi Bina, and it's my pleasure to present the cybersecurity and smart city trends for 2023. As you know, as that the world is changing after the pandemic, many cyber threats can be mitigated through the awareness and the best practice in cybersecurity and business continuity. So lots of companies and governments just changed their strategy based on the digital transformation, and also in Canada, defending the Canada against cyber threats and related influence operations required that addresses both cyber threats activities and technical and social elements. So the world is changing with also three categories, and it's visible the most people working from the home rise in a matter of months. So just we face with the digital transformation, and also the cities are changing to a smart city, and also focus on cyber risk, and the economies of the world just transform to the smart economy. So it's very important that we just align with these categories. The life after the corona just divided to the five subcategories. The one of the most important of that is the tech wars. And you know that we face with the digital transformation acceleration and long-term enablers like big data, artificial intelligence, 5G, and cybersecurity. In Canada, we have some super cluster like the digital supercluster in British Columbia, artificial intelligence supercluster in Quebec, and a manufacture and big data supercluster in Ontario. So in North America, um, most companies and governments also focus on emerging technology. The other one is the geopolitics and globalization. And it means that the global to local and supply chain diversification and climate change uh, cooperation. Most business and also industries just transform uh, to the just using the green technologies, and also in us, for example, in Vienna, in Austria, they are just focused on the green buildings, and it's just totally aligned with climate change corporation. And in Berlin, um, the city of the Berlin just focus on the smart transportation. So it's very important that we just align all of the strategies that we have it to these five categories. The other one is the big governments. Is it means that the safety over privacy and stakeholders and personal safety boom. And you can see the governments focus on the safety over privacy, especially these recent years. Lots of governments databases just attacked by the um, hackers. So it's very important for privacy of the people and public privacy, and how we want to defend with the attacks. And the other one is the health. It's just for public health, health tech, and a smart health system. Um, and also the other one is the new consumer. The Generation Z leads the way, and you can see that the COVID-19, the greater polarizer, and also it's very important that we just um, find out what's the needs of the market, and especially the Generation Z, because they are leader these days for the market. And the pandemic shows there has been a notable shift in cities called digital transformation and online community. In terms of the technology like cloud computing, that Samsung Electronics focus on this kind of services, and also teleworking tools and connectivity like 5G mobile data that is the main infrastructure of the smart cities. And also we can see that based on the study in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology firms that have adopted digital transformation of 26% more profitable and 9% more renewable and also 12% higher market valuation than other large companies in their industries. So it is very important that it can sustain growth in teleworking and digital education platform such as GoToMeeting, Zoom, Google Meet, and Cisco WebEx, and also the Samsung Knox that we are using. And I want to just show you, this is our project that in Vancouver we use the LTE-M and also 5G for public safety project risk, and also we just use the big data analysis, the positive impact that is online surveillance tools that we use is like face recognition cameras, mobile sensor based behavior analysis, drones, and security system, and also the augmented reality as a technology. It was very useful for prepare for a smart city project. Based on the cybersecurity venture report, that the cyber crimes damage will cost the world more than 8 trillion annually by 2023. So it's exponentially more than the damage inflicted from the natural disasters in a year, and more profitable than the global trade of all major illegal drugs combined. And you can see that it's $15.2 million in a minute. It's a huge market and also huge damage. So it's very important that we focus this kind of market and knows the domain needs of the market and response to that one. How we can just provide a solution for people and market, and how we can just respond to their needs. You can see the domain providers network health, for example, Google, DocDNS, Weebly, and Hostinger and NOIP. And based on these kind of providers, we face with phishing attacks. So it is important that we know the domain, and this emphasizes how a service of the type can be used to perpetrate significant amount of the damage, and how important it is for such providers to have proactive and quick anti-abuse monitoring and takedown capability. Top cybercrime statistics is 2023. It's a $265 billion cost. The ransomware will cost its victims around $265 billion US dollars annually by 2031. And also 2 years ago, one of the costliest year of data breach through the phishing attacks in the last 17 to 19 years. So it is very important that it was also seen that nearly 24% of the BC phishing scam in 2021, and also last year as well, similar statistics, but it's not finalized yet. We didn't receive the final report for that, but it's more than 2021. So it is very important for how we want to prevent the ransomware attacks. And we can see the global cybersecurity market for 2023 to 2027 for also a smart city market as well. The market size outlook you can see it's a very um, um, huge market, and year-over-year growth rate of 2023 is nearby 12%, and CAGR also is nearby 14%. So it shows that this market is very hot market, and there is some drivers for this market, especially the enterprise companies like Samsung Electronics, like Google, like Microsoft, focus on these markets and how they want to um, um, have a strategy and roadmap and action plan for that. Also, the adaptation rate factors and adaptations life cycle factors is very important. The key purchase criteria of that is the price, quality, innovation, reliability, and regularity, compliance, and service and innovation. For example, for B2B market opportunity in this market, you can see that Marriott Hotel in 2022 June, the hotel chain Marriott was hacked by a hacker and still 20 gigabyte of the guest information, and the hotel chain Marriott was hacked in 2020 as well, and leaking over the 5.2 million guest personal information. For example, this one, this is a market opportunity for hotels, resorts, and suites, and very important. And the other one, for example, in healthcare groups for Shields, they faced with the data breach, and the most significant data breach reported in 2022. Also this one affected major partners like Tufts Medical Center and UMass Memorial MRI, and the data breach affected over 2 million individuals, reveals their social security number, diagnosis, billing information, medical records, and so date of the birth, patients' IDs, and more. And so with this kind of information, hackers can do lots of things and access to your majors accounts, your banking accounts, can handle and driving your financial and healthcare profile. So it is very important for this year. And the other one you can see, for example, the Canada cyber insurance market. Marsh and McLennan indicated that their clients' cyber insurance take-up rates in 2021 were at 50%, 3% increase from the 2020 and take-up rates. And you can see that the Canada cyber insurance market on the fragmented parts in the green area, and the market dominated by 1 to 5 major players for the Canada cyber insurance market, top players. It seems that this market also has not enough players, and I'm just research about the North America market for also Canada for cyber insurance market. They have between 4 to 7 players as well. So this market is the young market and have lots of potential as well. What process are you using to detect software and hardware vulnerabilities within your control system network? It is the question that you have to answer by yourself. Most companies just answers that the passive monitoring using a network sniffers, and some of those just continually using an active vulnerabilities scanner, and these two, and also the comparison of configuration and control logic program against the known goods are the most quantitative answers from the companies. But it's very important. This is a package that how we want to just analyze this. We can just use the Synergy Hub of our company. For example, here we are just use the Synergy Hub for discovery, modeling, testing, and response. And we just focus on front-end protection features to identify the phishing threats before they can occur, and DNS cache, poisoning, and also or spoofing, and DDoS hackers, DDoS attacks as well. It's very important that how we can just protect our data and also our company from these kind of attacks. In the other side, we can just boost revenue and improve sales as well by asking these kind of questions that is our product suitable for today's market based on the digital transformation, based on the smart city trends, the 5G trends, the technology, emerging technology trends, and is this product appropriated for our customers target today, especially for Generation Z, and how is the product unique from the similar products to our competitors? For example, you have to just analyze your competitors, your company's competitors, and just knows what's the value proposition of yours, and is there a way to further differentiate this product from your competitors, and are there any products we've sold in the past that we wouldn't market or sell ever again now that we look back? If so, why not? This kind of question can help us to boost our revenue, and we can just define a roadmap and milestone, and with the right action plan and responsibility matrix, absolutely we can hit the goals of the company. So for conclusion, I want to say that the pandemic shows there has been an important shift in cities by digitalization that changing people's lifestyle. And we need to change our mindset and be ready for new era after the pandemic. The last decade was all about the digital transformation, and the next one is all about the trust transformation. So it's very important that how we can just provide the trust between ours and also our customers, our clients, and our audience. We have to just deliver reliable services based on the market needs, or we can just provide a solution for a response to the market needs as well. It's very important. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a nice day.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in today. I am Deepika. I lead the AIML for Honeywell for the Smart Buildings division of Honeywell. I'm the director of AIML here. So today I'm going to talk about strategies for AI adoption at scale. So there is no doubt that AI has today gone mainstream. So there are many ways in which AI has touched our lives today. We use voice assistants like Google Home, Alexa, and many others on a day-to-day basis. And we extensively use video analytics for surveillance, for security purposes, be it at home or outside of our homes, etc. And now that remote operations, especially post pandemic, has become imperative, we use machine learning for IoT, for machines, remotely operating and remotely monitoring the machines and equipment and devices, again, at home, outside of home, wherever we are, right? So there are many ways and examples where automation also has come into picture using robots, and robots use AI at the core, right? So many of these techniques, if you see on the left hand side, the diagram shows some of these techniques, which are machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, expert systems which use speech recognition, robotics, computer vision, and many such techniques. And all these fall under the AI bucket, right? So now that we all understand that AI has gone mainstream, there are many challenges in scaling up AI systems today. The first one being data quality itself, because without data, there is no AI, right? So the first challenge with respect to data that we see is the bias. So we have seen many such challenges, especially in cases like facial recognition, where the AI system is not able to recognize certain faces of a certain skin color or maybe a certain race, gender, etc. So that is because of the bias that exists in the data that AI systems have been trained on. So if there is not enough representation of every class or of every probably gender and race and skin color, etc., then the AI system, the facial recognition system, will not be able to learn those examples. And that is where unbiased data for training becomes extremely critical. And then we have yet another challenge with respect to outliers. So in many applications, the definition of outliers itself changes, right? So it is important to understand what an outlier is for a certain domain for which we are working with the data, and remove these outliers, treat those outliers in the right manner. So this is a very common problem that we see in data. And yet another problem is with respect to the noisy data or unclean data, where we have a lot of missing values, data which is out of range, and things like that, right? So, especially when we collect data from remote places, then there is always a communication glitch, and we see a lot of missing data in such cases. So, these are some of the day to day challenges that we see with respect to scaling up AI systems when it comes to data quality. So, for operationalizing AI at scale, what does it take? So, there has been a framework called CRISP-DM, which is an age-old framework but has stood the test of time and is relevant even today. It is called CRISP-DM, which stands for Cross-Industry Standard Process for Data Mining. So, this defines the complete end-to-end data lifecycle, right from the gathering or collection of the data up to the deployment of AI systems, which use data analysis. So it starts with saying business understanding, right? So once we collect the data, we need to understand the problem, the business problem that we are trying to solve, right? So understanding the domain becomes very important there. And then comes the data understanding. So the next question to ask is, do we have the right data in order to solve the problem, the business problem that we are trying to solve, right? If not, we may have to go back and collect the relevant data which would be absolutely required for solving that business problem. And then we have the data preparation stage, which is more of the data cleansing, data pre-processing, etc. So in this stage is where we look at removal of outliers, treating the data which is noisy, removing the missing values, interpolating the data, and there may also be data from multiple sources. So we'll need to extract the data from all those sources. Um, Yeah, so in the data preparation stage, once we prepare the data, once we have cleansed the data and prepared it for further analysis, that's when the modeling phase starts. That is, this is the core of the AI systems, which is all to do with the development of the algorithms, analysis of the data, and maybe even visualization. So there is also a visualization layer which comes in after the modeling stage. And then there is evaluation, where we look at the accuracies of the models, we look at the error, we look at precision and accuracy and various other metrics, which tell us how efficient the algorithms have been in learning the data, the patterns, the underlying patterns of the data. And then once we are satisfied with, say, the accuracy values, we deploy the systems in real life. And this deployment doesn't stop at just once deploying those models. Right? There is also a need for retraining the models, especially machine learning models, as and when we receive more and more data. So this continuous learning of the models is also an important criterion when it comes to deployment. So on the right hand side, you see a diagram which depicts what it takes in order to scale scale AI systems in a real world. Right. So if you look at the picture, there is one small little box in black which says ML code. Right. It's the smallest box. So, which means that it is to say that the underlying models is just one part of the AI system, although that is the core. But the surrounding infrastructure is very complex, and it is absolutely necessary for any success of AI systems. So, if you look at all the other boxes, they say configuration, data collection. So, like I said, without data, there is no AI. Feature extraction, which is to do with all the extracting out the relevant features for the analysis, data cleansing, etc. And we also need process management tools, more like the versioning tools, machine resource management, the infrastructure, the compute, like the cloud or the edge in compute infrastructure, the data verification. So making sure that the quality of data is good, analysis tools, the infrastructure and monitoring. So monitoring would also include the continuous, the CI/CD pipelines, the continuous learning of the AI systems, etc. in real world. So the gist is that ML code is just one part of the entire ecosystem of AI, but the surrounding infrastructure is quite complex. So this is just another video which kind of gives a very good picture of how the entire end-to-end pipeline for the data and AI systems work. So there may be multiple data sources, like I said, and then we have to extract and transform and load all these into one common data loader or data source. That's where the data lake comes into picture, where all the data is stored. And then the raw data is pre-processed and then prepared for the analysis. And that is when all the analysis, ML development, the data visualization, and the CI/CD for AI can begin. So there are multiple skill sets which are required for success and value derivation from data. Right? So data scientists are at the core of the algorithm development, but that is not, like we saw earlier, that is not the only part of AI. We also need, we of course need data scientists who mostly develop the algorithms, the machine learning algorithms, and who come with a background in statistics, math, programming, and are comfortable with tools like Python, R, and SQL. But the infrastructure, like the cloud infrastructure, the ETL infrastructure around the algorithms which are required actually for the development and deployment of the algorithms, that is where data engineers come into picture. So they come with a skill set in big data and cloud, and mostly take the decisions on the architecture, on how data needs to be stored, processed, and the analysis needs to be done, computed, etc. Right? So distributed computing, Python, cloud, these are mostly the skill sets of data engineers. And then we have data analysts, which are more like business analysts who translate the insights or the value from data into probably a suitable language that is consumed by any layman or the business users, right? So they mostly come with skill sets like SQL, Excel, and Tableau. Tableau, especially for data visualization and business intelligence. And then we have yet another very important aspect today, ML Ops. Now, ML Ops stands for Machine Learning Operations. Since we have seen that AI is being deployed extensively in real world systems today, so scaling up AI using ML Ops is very important. Now, what is ML Ops? It has basically three stages: ML design, where, as per the CRISP DM life cycle that we saw, it is to do with the first few stages in the life cycle, which are gathering the requirements, the business requirements, the data, and prioritizing the ML use cases, identifying the use cases, and also the data acquisition, which includes the extraction, transformation, and loading. And then we have the model development, which is the core algorithm development, the analysis. It could be a recommendation, it could be a classification application, it could be a regression kind of an application where we are predicting, it could be even forecasting. And all these would fall under the model development, which includes the training, testing, and evaluation of the machine learning models. And then we have operations, which is post deployment. So once we deploy the machine learning models in production in real world systems, we, like we said, we need to have the continuous training, a CI/CD pipeline, more like a one-click deployment of AI systems, the model monitoring, and making sure that as and when retraining is required, this is done automatically. Now, that is all about ML operations. So, yeah, AI is not a one-man army. Now, what do we mean by that, right? So, AI solution, the core may be the algorithm development and the deployment. But like we said, like we saw, the robust infrastructure and good quality data are as important as the algorithms themselves. And the business acumen, so translating the value from AI for business users, without that, there is no value from AI, right? And this also needs domain expertise. AI can be applied for many, many domains, but understanding the domain for which we are using the AI solution is also equally critical, right? Unless it makes sense for the domain users, for the domain experts, the insights from AI are not going to be useful. So the marriage between data expertise and domain expertise is as important as the algorithm. So in today's world, so AI/ML cannot exist in silo, right? So there are the maximum amount of value from AI can be derived only through the confluence of all these technologies, which are cybersecurity. So without data privacy, data security laws, we cannot implement AI in real life today, right? We have to abide by and comply with many laws and guidelines which have been laid out for the usage of AI. And then we have cloud or edge computing, which is more to do with the infrastructure. So if the infrastructure is not robust, AI system will fail. And then we have 5G. So from where the data gets collected, it has to be communicated to where the data is being stored and analyzed. So we need communication, and 5G is at the core of that. And then we have IoT, which is to do with the whole connected ecosystem, sensors for collecting the data, and all the sensors talking to each other through the internet. So there are both pros and cons of using AI, right? So AI has made it very easy for us to do surveillance through video analytics. But there is also a downside to it, saying that sensitive data is being collected for doing this, especially in cases like facial recognition, which are quite personal, right? So not everybody is comfortable with these kind of applications from AI. Then we have automated decision making, which AI definitely enables, but there is also risk from, say, examples like autonomous vehicles. So, sometime back, there was an accident by Uber when there was a pedestrian who was run down by an autonomous vehicle, which resulted in the pedestrian's death. So, there have been cases like these as well, but it only means that we have to use and test AI systems more carefully and in a more robust manner. And then we have yet another problem of interpretability versus complex black box approach, right? So if we use AI, especially deep learning systems, they are not very interpretable or easily understandable for the layman. So there is always a balance that we will need to strike between how complex algorithms are, or what kind of complex algorithms we can use versus how much we can explain. So yet another downside to AI is the carbon impact of AI. So it has been seen that training a single complex large AI model, specifically the deep learning model, can emit as much carbon as 5 cars in their lifetime, which is a huge amount of carbon impact, right? So we will need to carefully evaluate if deep learning is necessary for solving every problem or not. If not, we may have to go in with simpler approaches using first principles, statistics, classical machine learning systems, and so on. Because not every problem would need a deep learning solution. So these are some of the levers which are driving AI adoption today. The first one being responsible AI. So the way we use, for what kind of applications we use AI, for what should we use AI, and for what we should not use AI. So these are being defined as laws today. So there are examples like GDPR, SOC 2, HIPAA mostly for the healthcare sector, which define for what we can and we cannot use AI. And explainability, like I said earlier, the interpretability, having the human in the loop, making the layman understand the underlying methods and algorithms, that is yet another factor which is driving the adoption of AI today. Sustainable AI. Now, sustainability is everybody's focus today, right? We will need to reduce the carbon footprint from whatever technology we use. And especially deep learning systems are compute intensive systems. So there are Data Act, there are AI Act, which are being defined, which are being laid out, which are going to again define rules and regulations around for what kind of applications and how much of carbon emission can happen from AI systems. So then we also have low code, no code, which is again a new trend in AI as well, a relatively new trend, I will say. So since AI has gone mainstream already, AI is no longer a niche technology. It can be used by laymen who do not have too much of a data science experience, data science expertise, or data engineering expertise. So we have AI platforms like AutoML by Google, etc., which can help people use AI without having to code from scratch, right? So this is a trend that has been picking up a lot of steam lately because this again helps a lot in scaling up AI systems. Yeah, that's all I had. Thank you. Thank you for listening and thanks for joining in.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel of Internet of Things. I want to welcome Marisol for joining us, and thanking you, Marisol. I want to thank you also, Julian, for joining us today. Hi, Marisol. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Hi, so my name is Marisol Capetillo, and I'm an electronic engineer, so I come from the oil and gas industry. And around 7 years ago, I started with a couple of partners, a company, and we're specialized in providing services of Internet of Things for the industry, right? So we have developed a gateway with a lot of capabilities of acquiring data from the physical world and send that data to a platform we have also developed, which is in the cloud, in order to help the clients to get a better decision making on their companies and their manufacturing plants.
Wow, thank you. It's a great job you're doing for society, helping optimizing and improving decisions in brands, different brands. And I also want to introduce Julian Bertonilli from Volvo. Julian, can you explain us also a little bit about your background? What do you do in Volvo?
Yeah, sure. So currently I'm an IoT expert at Volvo, and I have a background of electronics and informatics engineer. And so I'm working in the IoT domain from the beginning. So even before the IoT, I was working in the same area. And yeah, really glad to be here.
Great. So, Julian, as you mentioned, you've been working in IoT before it started. So, can you please tell us to the audience when this started and what it is?
Yeah, sure. So, 15 years ago, when an industrial company came and told me, "Oh, can I have this data on my cloud server?" We were doing what we call M2M, so machine to machine. So that's basically exactly the same concept as the IoT, the Internet of Things. But 15 years ago, we had to invent the protocol, we have to invent the gateway, we have to find some ways to send the data to a cloud server without any standards. And little by little, we can see like this massive interest around putting data from the real world, so sensors and all that stuff, on the internet. And so like something like 12 years ago, a buzzword that's coming to start, and it was IoT, the Internet of Things. So Internet of Things, it's first a concept, but it's pretty old. It was an old concept, but it's some standards about the technology, and it's also a market with a lot of companies that are doing that, some experts, some services around. So that's what we call the IoT.
Oh, great, Julian. So it's the concept and also a market. Okay. Now that you mentioned it has evolved through time, right? Marisol, can you tell us a little bit of what are the challenges especially in Verse Technologies, but also in the world that we're facing today with Internet of Things?
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view as service providers, all the challenges that I believe Julian already mentioned them. It's there is a huge diversity of meters, of protocols, of machines, right? And our purpose is to give our clients the capability to hear, to hear those machines, to know how they feel. And from there, to be able to even predict how to maintain them healthy, right? I mean, say something. So our main challenges are first, the huge diversity of the machines or the devices that exist in the real world, and to be able to get that into comprehensible data, right? And on the other side, a pretty big challenge is that when these transformational changes in the world happen, right, we need to go along with the humans, right, with the processes, with the alignment of a whole company and a community that either can be or can have the benefits or can have more problems from it, right? So another big challenge is to be able to work together with a goal to get these benefits with all that it includes, which is not only the technology, right?
Well, thank you, Marisol. I really think what you're mentioning is very valuable, because we in the society we always fear what's new, what's going on. In the industrial revolution, people were scared of losing their jobs, and of course now our biggest fear is that we always think, okay, we're gonna lose our jobs, like these robots, and putting everything in the data, what's gonna have with our, also another fear, what it's gonna have with our information, privacy, configuration. And also, as you mentioned, like you need to walk along with the ethics, right? I think technology, it's in our hands, it's in hands of society, and it really depends on us how we channel it, and if it's a thing we will gonna celebrate in the future or we're gonna be ashamed of, right? So I want to ask Julian, what do you think it's gonna expecting us in the future with the Internet of Things?
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to add something about the challenge. I fully agree with Marisol about the diversity of the machine. So that's a big challenge. But moreover, when you deploy an IoT solution, another big challenge is the organization, because 90% of the time you need some people from the shop floor, so the OT guy, to collaborate with the IT guys. And usually we are really working in silo, especially with the big industrial companies. And it's always a big challenge to really work together, because it's a requirement for deploying IoT solution. So that's one big thing. And
yeah.
Why is it that big? It's because it's difficult for the moment. It's each IoT deployment is an innovation. It's not something standard, and that's exactly how I see the future. In the future, the IoT will be just standard bricks. So a Volvo factory can say, "Hey, now I want this sensor connected to a LoRa network," and they click on the catalog, and we deploy that, just fully automatic. It will be like that in the future. And I'm not saying in 50 years, probably in 5 years or 7, something like that. I mean, not that far. But for the moment, each deployment, it's like an innovation project. We have to invent something, talk together, collaborate. So that's always a challenge.
Wow. Yeah, I think what you mentioned, especially working together, it's a key point in this project, in this future. And about the challenges, I want to continue with this, talking about these challenges. I was thinking, because 2 days ago we have the International Women's Day, so I want to ask Marisol, you that have this startup in the men industry, where usually we imagine all these industries, we categorize them with men. So how was your trajectory, and how is to be a woman in this world?
To be honest, and the oil and gas is more, manhood area. But no, I mean, I've been okay. It is really, there have not been many women. There are certainly more challenges. A few things that sometimes when you have been too much in this industry, you do not notice. So a big challenge for me is to be able to realize what are the challenges. I work all the time on real time in order to try to analyze and correct everything that happens around me, right from a comment to an opportunity, and to and to be all the time aware of it, right? And to try to ease it away. For other women that are coming, I mean, I've been to different programs like universities and etc. And I remember when I went to college, I mean, we were like 4 women among 100, right? And I have seen right now a much more parity on college, like 50-50, 40-50 on oil, on even on electronics. So I'm pretty happy about that. So we have to continue pulling to the last mile, and to be able to take also leadership positions. And the benefit of being diverse, it's big, right? The ideas flow in a totally different way. So it's more of a commitment to be aware and to be working on it all the time. But we are more every day. We are contributing.
Wow, I'm so impressed by this. I really admire this. And what you're saying, you were 4 out of 100, now it's 50-50. That changes the panorama completely. And I think, yes, like, for example, the audience looking that we have a panel and you're joining us, that's being a role model for women and men. And I also wanted to ask Julian about this topic, like, how is it in Volvo? Is very common, isn't it?
Well, it's something, diversity is something really important at Volvo, and there's something like 25% of women, so it's not a lot. The truck industry is really a man thing, but I mean, we are trying to recruit women, but believe me, it's difficult. I mean, I don't have a lot of candidates when I'm looking for informatics engineer. So even if we're making some efforts, we should also make some efforts before, before the engineer school and before the college, probably, for women to be interested in this kind of job, because I think it's so interesting. I mean, there's no reason for not having women in this kind of job.
Yeah, I agree with that also.
For sure. And as you said, like, it's also Internet of Things, it's in our daily life, right? In everything we do. So can you give the audience, first Julian, then Marisol, some examples of what do we use in our daily life that it's Internet of Things?
I mean, there's a lot of things in our daily life that we can put as IoT. You can think of I don't know, any smartwatch or anything like that. But, it's not really my expertise, because I'm more on the industrial Internet of Things domain. So it's kind of different, because with a consumer, you can see a lot of products that are coming really fast and sometimes disappear because it was just useless. With the industry, it's not the same. I mean, it's really slow. It's a slow pace, but it's so powerful. I mean, the deployment are huge, and it's possible decades. It's not just something to play for 1 year or two. So there's definitely a lot of things around IoT. But if I have to take some example, I would like to take some industrial example. For example, at Volvo, at one point, some operators come and say, I don't know how to locate the trucks on the yards, because we have huge factory yards with several hundreds of trucks. So we have built an IoT solution to geolocate the truck in real time, and now they are able to find the trucks immediately in the factory yard, and it helps them a lot. They don't have to waste time to find trucks. So that's one example, and there's a lot of other examples where you gather data from your factory, so you can monitor all your factory in real time. That helps you a lot to understand what happened. So for the maintenance, for the production, and to be able to calculate KPIs, so to really drive your production depending on your needs. So that's basically my work, is to deploy this kind of IoT solutions.
Wow, thank you, Julian. Marisol, what do you think?
Yeah, well, Julian and I have pretty much the same job, but he does it for only one client, and we have different clients. That's pretty much it. But if I have to give some examples, as say, from a consumer point of view, that we might, or maybe more people might be able to relate. I mean, as he said, there are smartwatches. We have some sensors that goes in shoes and running shoes, and you'll be able to track what's happening on your phone, right? There are a few rings that we have heard about, that you can have your your heartbeat and sleep hours and other things that you can track on your phone, right? So the transfer to our world, which is in the industry, it's pretty much that yes, this is in a consumer world, things move much faster, as Julian said. And when we develop solutions, and the Internet of Things for the industry require more robust and more solutions that last long and then can escalate pretty big and still be able to provide value, right? But we have these examples. I mean, on our side, we have this company that we want to increase efficiency by the 1%, right? And we might be able to find, stop in a production line, but we want also to see, micro stops in our line, or in places that we usually don't see, because we want to go beyond in efficiency, right? So in that order, we help and develop projects to be able to measure and to see those places that we do not usually see, and with a kind of a microscope, right? So we have been able to achieve in these kind of projects, like with an expectation of we are improving 1% efficiency in 4 years to getting a 7% improvement on efficiency in 1 year, right? Because you find out that things you don't see, right? You might expect something, and then the reality can give you something much better.
Wow. Yes, life drives you to different paths you will never expect sometimes. I'm very impressed by Julian and Marisol, and for sharing with us all their expertise in the industries. I want to close with asking you guys, what would you recommend the businesses and like the medium-sized businesses, organizations, and brands that they want to follow this path to advance in Internet of Things, what would you advise them? Just like one tip, or like, yeah, one advice, one tip in Spanish. Julian?
If I had to say one advice, I would say this famous sentence, think big, start small, because that's a mistake that most of teams are doing when they are trying to deploy an IoT solution. They are trying to do like, oh, let's do a POC and then we'll see. And usually it stays a POC because you have to, from the beginning, think of an industrial solution so you can achieve the goal. Otherwise, it will never happen. So that's why I'm saying think big, start small, and yeah, that's my advice.
Wow, thank you, Julian. Actually, here in my table, I have dream big.
Dream big. That's a good advice also.
For advice. And Maricel, what would you say to the audience? What did you say to those friends?
I would say, I mean, there are lots of problems to solve and a lot to improve, and we have to turn to technology these days and turn to technology to help to solve these problems. Get either your own team of experts or hire one, and please walk along with them. Make a commitment. And you'll find good results. And I mean, as we have, as each of us today have a smartphone, every factory and every place in the world in the future years will have Internet of Things in their world, just as we have cell phones today. So that's the analogy for me, right? And for everybody.
Great. So just say, audience and brands, dream big, start small, and commit to it. That's the advice from Julian and Maricel. So I really want to thank you for your time, for joining us today, for making this very dynamic. And thank you guys that we have here in JITCOM, very masters in the area. So from JITCOM and myself, I want to thank you again for being part of this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, and thanks for the invitation to the Global Digital Week team. My name is Inigo Amoribieta. I'm the Managing Director for Western Europe at Otovo. Otovo is a startup that is dedicated to rooftop solar in residential. We're a company, a Norwegian company that started in 2016. And over the past few years, we've gone around and built operations all across Europe to serve B2C customers or residential customers with a solar rooftop system for their homes, in hopes of saving them money and easing the transition towards a cleaner, cheaper energy. So let me tell you a bit about ourselves, what we do, what we've done, and what the project has entailed. As a mission, we want to put solar panels on every roof and batteries in every home in Europe. Like I said, we're already in 13 countries. 4 years ago, we were barely 30 people and present in a couple of countries. When we decided to open Spain, one of the businesses I run, we had this idea of whether the software would work and make things affordable for customers. And now that we are in 13 countries, we can proudly say that it has worked and that the project scales in a digital way. Right? But we wanted to, like I said, put these panels on every roof in Europe through the easiest and most affordable way. The easiest being digital, online, something that we're all used to these days, just with a few clicks, and also by doing a lot of the processes, doing a lot of the steps digitally. That hopefully translates into final savings for the customer and a better price. Better prices means cheaper energy for you, and it also means more families being able to afford these installations. So for us, it expands the market and it helps basically prove the value of the product. So that's the mission. That's what we want to do over the coming years. And let me share some numbers with you and how we do things here at Otovo. Otovo right now is on a run rate of possibly doing about 100 million euros in business. We are more or less double the business every year. Year on year now, we're talking about 160. But the ongoing pace is doubling that. We added 10,000 new installations in 2022, and we're present in 13 countries. Just very recently, in February, we went public on the Oslo Stock Exchange in the main bourse there, and completing a journey of a digital startup focused on energy, from growing the business, achieving product market fit expansion, and then finally being traded publicly. So we think we're still very early on in this game. We think 2030 is a bit going to be like 1995, where barely people had few people had a mobile phone, and 5 years later everybody had one in their pockets. We think that's going to happen in 2030. It won't be people carrying around panels on their backs, but we think that every home, every family will have one of these systems come 10 years, just because, well, as we'll see in a minute, it's cheaper and cleaner than any other alternative. So it's ripe for disruption, the residential energy market. So why solar? Why would anybody do this? Well, the simple answer is just economics. It's just cheaper to produce solar energy on your roof than through any other means, even means that require taking the energy to your home. Through distributed generation, by putting these panels on your roof, you're going to be creating electricity or generating electricity cheaper than if you buy it off the grid. So why wouldn't you? As long as you can make the installations affordable enough that those savings will pay them back, then that's interesting. Also, there's few alternatives versus other methods of having a coal generation or a thermal or a nuclear installation right on your roof. That's not viable, but you can have a few panels, right? And that's affordable, it's clean, it's the cheapest way. This helps us obviously accelerate the energy transition that we need to make. We will be switching in the coming years sources of electricity that generate CO2 with sources of electricity that just take advantage of what's already there, and with a much lower cost. I don't come from the energy world. I saw these numbers. I made the numbers myself when I was looking at opening up Otovo in Spain, which was the first country outside the Nordics that Otovo considered expanding into, and to validate its promise. And the proposition to a family was so strong, so clear, is that this product has to sell. This solution has to sell. And sure enough, a lot of things have happened in the past 3 or 4 years that we did not foresee. COVID, people working more from homes, thus consuming more energy. The war on Ukraine that lifted energy prices way beyond the reach of many families, and it just accelerated something, but that the basics, the unit economics that we looked 3 or 4 years ago are still valid, are still solid, and that's why we think this will continue improving for the end customer in the coming years. What is solar rooftop? We could get into a discussion of panels and inverters and how you connect them to the grid and so forth, but to our customers, we just say, look, it's as if you were getting a black box, and this black box is going to save you between 30 and 50% of your energy needs. You will stop buying 30 to 50% of the electricity you buy off the grid. If you add a battery, and this system is well dimensioned, that might be going up to 80 or 90%. It's as simple as that. And as the energy you're going to be producing is cheaper than the one you buy off the grid, those savings are the ones that pay off for the system. And within a few years, you'll have paid it off. It is basically a financial product. It's a product that saves you money. And sure enough, on top of that, it's green, it's sustainable. It helps in this energy transition. So it's a no-brainer for the majority of homes. Granted, 10, 15 years ago, it was more expensive. That's why only very few people would put them on their roofs. Now, it is clearly the cheapest way. And so that's what's pushing the development of rooftop solar all across the world, in the United States, in Europe, Latin America, et cetera, et cetera. Everywhere you go, this is happening. And we think that the 2020s are going to be the decade of solar. What is not rooftop solar? So many people think, oh, that's great. Let me put in one of these systems. Let me get off the grid and achieve self-sufficiency. That is not a great solution. And it's not a great solution because having a system, the sun is not reliable. You might spend dozens of days with sun, but 4 or 5 days without sun might mean you don't have energy in your home, sending your home back to the Middle Ages. I don't think many people would be happy with that, right? And as a solution to that, putting extra panels so you would generate more, and extra batteries so you could store that energy for those cloudy days or dark days is not optimal. You would be overspending versus what you need. So it's a lot more efficient to put in the solar system and remain connected to the grid, to handle the peaks, to ensure that your system is going to be working, or you're going to have electricity 24 hours in the day, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So it's not a path to self-sufficiency. We don't recommend this. We don't do it to our customers. We don't think that's the best return on their money. It's also not a business unto itself. Some people call and say, hey, let me put solar panels on my roof. I'll just generate electricity and live off that. Unfortunately, the numbers are not that great to sell your own energy. It doesn't scale, and you're just going to be generating a few cents or your dollars every day on with solar. So it's not a way for you just install this big system and fall asleep and use it as income. Also, many systems, grid owners around the world, they compensate your cost, or they compensate your expenses in the invoices they send you, but they never send you money. So you can't really make cash off these systems. It's, like I said, what rooftop solar is, it's a savings tool and a complement to an existing grid connection that will help you save a lot of money over the life of the product. Does this product, is it interesting for me as a homeowner? That's a question also we've had. This is a relatively young industry. The rooftop solar systems last for about 30 years. The majority of them have been installed in the past 5. So we haven't seen, the evolution of this. But we do start seeing some studies and some surveys that are being done on what happens when a home adds solar to its roof. Well, that's, in essence, it's an asset. It's a product that is going to consume less, that it's going to cost less to maintain. Why? Because it will buy less energy off the grid, and that has a positive impact on the value of the asset. Maintenance costs run lower. A couple of studies in the US and Germany talked about improvement in home values of 4 to 7%. And we're talking about installations that in Europe might range from 5,000 euros in the south of Europe, 6,000 to 25,000 in Northern Europe. But you're talking about 4 to 7% of the value of your home. It significantly pays for itself at the time that you might be able to sell your home, right? It's just as if you add a pool. Although all of a sudden that homes should become more valuable if it just not only has a garden, but also one it has a pool. Still early on, but the evidence is clear that it adds value to the underlying asset. So once again, a reason to not only save money month to month with these systems, but also, hey, if you ever need to sell a home, it comes with a solar panels system that will basically ensure that you have to buy less energy off the grid, so it will be cheaper to live there. What do we do as Otovo, right, in this solar scheme or industry? We are a marketplace. We work with hundreds of local installation companies on the one hand that many times don't have the digital capabilities to be online, sell online, or supervise projects with the adequate tools, and they're still running around with pieces of paper. And we provide the tools to basically help them quote their systems on our platform. On the other hand, we attract customers that just all they have to do is look up their address online, and we immediately, within seconds, give them a price. This price is not an Otovo price. We don't set prices. For every address you put in Otovo in real time, we're going out to all the data that these installers have provided us, and we calculate distances traveled, heights of buildings, productivity measures, and production measures on each and every single home. That allows us to give you a quick quote without disturbing anybody. We don't need to pick up a phone. We don't need to ask for a quote from anybody. We basically provide you the best price on our platform. The installers, on the other hand, via their costs, they know how competitive they are. And if they want more volume from us, they probably need to lower and improve their cost models. If they want and they don't have capacity, they can raise their prices even on a daily basis. So it allows a lot of flexibility for this marketplace to operate. And us as Otovo, we don't charge the installer anything to be there. We just take their cost that they're giving us, we add our margin, and that's what we sell to the final customer. This marketplace platform, which you've probably seen in other places, right? Food delivery, coupons, or renting out a home, or even having somebody drive you to another city. We think that it could also be applied to energy and residential rooftop solar. And that was the vision that our CEO had 5 or 6 years ago. And that's what we've built. After being in 13 countries, doing about 10,000 installations, we think that this process works and is quite effective at helping people take the step forward into solar rooftop. Our platform, that software that we provide, takes every step of the process in it. It's software that's in the cloud, and it just supervises and ensures that everything is done correctly. From the moment that the customer initially looks up their address and gets a first estimate of price, to the customization of the roof, if you need to add panels or inverters or signing the contract, everything is done online. Our sales team will call you on the phone, walk you through the options, if need be, do a video conference, but everything is remote. This didn't happen in the industry. In the industry, used to operate under visits, and of course, those visits, you don't sign on every visit, and it requires time and effort and kilometers and costs. All those things needed to be priced into the cost of the installations. With Otovo, it does not need to be the case. We save up on a lot of things, and that's how we achieve our price competitiveness. We are on par with the largest companies in every country in Europe in terms of brands used and quality, but we're just more efficient in the processes, and that gives us an advantage. Once customers signed, they upload the picture and documentation to our platform. Because our idea is to prepare all the documentation, and this varies country by country, how much time and effort we need to put into approving the paperwork. There's countries such as Poland where you can have your installations in a couple of weeks done and on the roof. And there's countries such as Spain where administration will take 3 months to give you a response and get the system going. But all this is done on our platform, and the idea is for us to only go to the home, which we manage quite successfully, the day we actually have to go on the roof and drill your roof to put up the panels. That's the only visit we aspire to have. And as such, those are the things we work on. We have an engineer assigned, a personal engineer to every project that obviously with this tool can handle more projects than a regular engineer in any other company could. Our sales team, they're handling more leads. All these efficiencies, once again, translate into a cheaper cost, not by sacrificing quality, but by eliminating friction throughout the process. The installation takes about 2 to 12 weeks, depending on the country. We can go very fast. If it were for us, you could sign a contract today and get it installed up tomorrow. The reality is there is paperwork in the majority of countries we operate in. There's permitting that needs to occur, and that's what delays. Once we have the system going and working, we just leave it in the hands of the grid owner In many countries, we can leave it operating and you have energy flowing from day one. Sometimes it needs to be the grid owner that comes to your home and turns it on. But in any case, the system, we leave you, it's a turnkey solution by which the system, you've sat at home through these weeks, just waiting for us to do our work, but you should be getting that energy. How can you check it? You get an app. These inverters are connected to Wi-Fi over the internet, which allows you both to get the information on the app and see how your system is performing in real time. But also our technical and support teams can connect to your systems if there's any problems and problem solve remotely. Once again, saving money and time for everybody. All this is what the Otovo platform is to supervise the projects. And that's what we've been working on the past few years on our development side to basically have a solution that is very geared towards this specific product and which we think is going to be in high demand over the coming years. The process for the customer is very simple. You go on the website on any of our countries, you look up the address, you see a map, you click on the home, you answer a couple of questions. And in that time, while you're selecting these answers, in the background, we are building up the quotes from all the installers that work with us that have preloaded their costs. How much are they going to charge us per mile or kilometer of distance traveled? How much are they going to charge us for every type of panel, for every meter, or for a cable? All these things are in our software. So we're able to provide these estimation quotes without really disturbing anybody on the installation side. And we can get going on actually doing more installations, being more efficient, providing better services. The customer then receives or sees this estimate on the site, and if they decide to, they can leave our contact details, and we will call them and explain in more detail. The reality is we typically look at the customer invoice, and just based on how much energy they consume, we dimension the system to provide the best returns. So we don't sell a fixed solutions, 5, 10, 15 panels. That's what we offer on the site initially because we don't know how many you need. But once we're with you and talking on the phone, we look at your invoice and we recommend, hey, you're going to need 13 panels, you're going to need 7, wherever it is. And we get the price information real time so you can sign really quite quickly. It's these types of improvements and processes and digitalization that we think provide a good experience for the customer because we're all now more or less accustomed to following websites and clicks, but also providing again competitive costs without really becoming a conflicting relationship between you and the installer. The installer puts in their costs. We add our margin, and if you want more volume, you're going to have to lower your cost because there's other parties or other installers taking that. So we're very transparent on this, and it helps the marketplace function. We're probably one of the best references in terms of price in any of these countries. On the installer side, it works very much the same way. We've developed these tools such that this installer can have via a tablet or a computer or even a phone a view of their projects. Where do they stand? What documents they need to upload, etc., etc. It's a digital platform that would have taken any single one installer a lot of time and effort to make, such that nobody was really investing it. Here you have the Otovo software. Here you can just click for every project and follow the steps, and that's it. Hopefully, helping them achieve more efficiency translates into more competitive prices, and as we'll see in a second, more projects to Otovo. And that's the wheel. That's the virtuous cycle we're trying to obtain. Having good installers that provide good prices. With these good prices, we can go to customers. If customers sign with Otovo, we will bring more projects that in turn will be closer and more segmented to what the installer needs, both in terms of location, hardware required, etc., etc. And we are very fast at finding you the most optimal installer. That in turn provides that more installers can come to us and work with us. They compete on price, more customers, and that's how we get the flow going. And that's the basic bread and butter. This is the world I come from. It's my fourth startup, third marketplace. All have gone and have been quite successful in this dynamic. And that now, that's what we've managed to replicate quite successfully at Otovo now in 14 countries. When we opened up Spain, we didn't know if this would work. We'd done it in the Nordics, but we were Norwegian, right? So the question was, would we be able to replicate this from scratch and in remote? COVID came, but the good news was, yes, the software did what it needed. The installers were convinced, and with that, we got to providing thousands of Spanish families with their installation. not only we've innovated in terms of tools and processes, but also we've brought a solution that we saw and is quite successful in the US, which is the lease. Traditionally, this industry, how it had worked was you want a system, sure enough, this is how much you pay, and then you pay that back. That's how the industry was in Spain and all across Europe. We are the prime offer of leasing products in solar rooftop across Europe. But it has changed the game. Before, you need to find somebody who had $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to spend in one of these systems, and then wait a payback that would range in Europe between 7 and 12 years initially. Now with Ukraine, the hike in energy prices, you can find, and also subsidies, you can find regions in Spain where you can get your system paid for in 3 to 4 years. That's obviously an extreme, but if you look at this, 7 to 9 years for a return, you were talking double-digit returns. That's hard to get, even for any financial product or investment you want to put your money in. So if you're a family, you might want to look at this and putting your money towards one of these systems and getting better returns from it than just even putting it into a mutual fund or in the stock market. That not being enough, we said, well, one of the blockers of this is people worry about whether these systems will last 30 years. Yes, you're telling me that, but how do I know? Or they might not have had 5,000 or 6,000 euros to spare at the time. So leasing solves this. Leasing is a contract that runs for 20 years, where we are renting you out the system for these 20 years. We're maintaining the system for the 20 years, and that we design them in such a way that it's cash flow positive from day one. What does this mean? That means that the monthly fee that you pay for your system is less than what you're saving on your energy bill. So it's cash flow positive from day one. And from then on, after 20 years, the system is yours, and you can continue enjoying the final 10 under your watch with free energy and no cost. And you won't have to put €1 down. This, obviously, we thought opened, and we think it does, open the market and solar rooftop to many families that might not have been able to take on the initial investment. So we think, and once again, in our vision of putting every solar system on every roof in Europe and a battery, it's not only about having the right solution on the hardware, and technically, yes, that's it, or the biggest commercial reach. It's also helping customers take that step without having them cost anything, right? So it really is a no-brainer, as you're in the money from day one with the installation in the case of a lease. So that's what Otovo does, and our platform does everything from generating the leads and finding the customers to ensuring that those leads and buildings that they're picking can be qualified and sold to. The signing of the contract is done, everything in remote, and we get started on the pre-planning. All that sales process is done without having to visit the home of the customer. Once that project is signed, we start with the project management, preparing all the documentation, the administration, the fees, etc. We don't take any money, or we don't take money down until your installation is complete. Right? Being a full digital process, we think this is important to gather some confidence. We run the project, we install, and we validate this. Again, we are leasing these systems ourselves, so we want to make sure that the quality is good, and we think that's our best card for quality. If you don't believe this system will work, give it to us. We'll buy it for 20 years, and then we'll give it to you. And so far, it's been quite successful. Once we have the installation done, we finish all the documentation, we legalize these systems. Typically, they require a grid connection or approval, and we just leave it all running so the customer has solar and clean energy and cheap energy from the roof without much hassle. And then via the app, they can look and say, yeah, what am I producing? Is my system okay? And because these systems, the inverters that we install, are Wi-Fi connected, we can connect to them and check out how your system is working. Once again, saving time and money for any movements, repairs, etc., etc. This system, this process, this tool that I found a small little company in Norway doing 4 years ago is now like I said, a much bigger business with presence in 13 countries. We demonstrated that this software could work, that there was appetite for installers. You have to remember also, this is a market where it's growing. So even though the market is growing, installers are still interested in finding more efficient ways to work together. in spending more time on the roofs, which is typically what many of these small and medium enterprises do, and leaving all the administrative details, the selling details, the support, the financial solutions to us, and it's quite a successful relationship with the installers. We have over 700 installation companies across Europe that cover this map, and there you can see some of our installations in the countries that we've been. One roof at a time, but changing Europe quite gradually. If you look at our evolution, this was our picture a couple of years ago when we first launched Italy with a few installations here and there. You can't tell, or you might be able to see or not, but that's the map of Europe. It's all black, right? But as we've gone over the years, doubling the size and the number of installations, you can see how it lights up. Here's a 2021 where it's very present. Numbers are there for France, but you still have pockets, right? You have Portugal that is not visible, the UK. These are countries that we've opened up in the last batch. And as you can see, we're adding installations every day, one more dot for every one of those installations. And what we hope for is that we'll eventually, make this map quite bright with 150,000 installations completed by 2030. And for that, we need to continue. There's plenty of opportunity. Solar is, like I said at the very beginning, already the cheapest way to produce electricity in your home, and it's bound to become cheaper. It's bound to become more affordable, which will in turn open up the gates for more customers and more families being able to jump on this solar revolution. So that's it, what I had for you today. Here are my contact details if you need them. But once again, thanks to the Global Digital Week team for inviting us to talk about a little bit about sustainability, solar, and savings, which is what this product is about. Thank you very much.
Hey, hi, hello everyone. Welcome to Global Digital Week. Myself Ankit Rao, and today we'll be talking and exploring about unraveling cloud security posture management for all the public clouds that we are fondly using these days. So before moving ahead, I'll just introduce myself. So as I said, my name is Ankit and I work as a senior software engineer at Zscaler. So I'm mostly into cloud and cloud security. So I am into this I'm into this thing of spreading awareness around cloud security and cloud adoption in general. For my efforts, I have been recognized by AWS, that is Amazon Web Services, as a community builder. And these are my social media handles. So if you have any questions around the presentation that we'll be covering today, so you can freely ping me on either my Twitter or LinkedIn, and I'll always be happy to answer all your questions. So taking this stage, So what is the agenda for today? So we'll have a brief overview on what cloud is. We'll have the motivation behind why I'm talk around, or maybe to take a deep breath, and we'll talk around cloud security and how it is a shared responsibility model. We'll talk about what cloud security posture management is. And then we have an interesting tool for demo. So we'll be using the Microsoft Azure's Defender for Cloud, wherein we'll see how we can easily set up a cloud security posture management setup for multi-cloud environment involving AWS, GCP, and Azure itself. So in the end, we'll have Q&A. I think the Q&A will not be live, but yeah, as I said, you can surely reach out to me on my social media handles, and I'll be glad to assist. Okay, so we'll get started. So what is cloud? So cloud basically, if you give it if in a layman term, if you give it a thought, you'll say that, yeah, that's sky, or maybe the clouds that we see in the sky. But yeah, that's not what it is. So what if I told you it's just someone else's computer that you're using? So the idea of cloud, again, it was the same principle that was being used. So cloud is just like sharing of resources. So when I say sharing, so we'll take a very naive example of, say, electricity. So when you're using electricity, you are getting billed for it, and electricity is shared from a substation to your homes, right? And then based on your usage, you pay for it. Cloud is as simple as that. So in this case, the electricity is replaced by compute or storage or any other service that you use over the internet. And the payment, again, it depends on how much you use it. So if you use a certain database or a compute service for a certain while, you'll be billed accordingly. So that is how cloud work, and that is a very simple or a layman definition of what cloud is. So now so we understood what cloud is. Now we'll talk about the cloud service providers. So now when the notion came up, so Salesforce was the one who came up first with a service that was offering a service over the cloud. So they were the pioneers, and then Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Alibaba, and all joined in, and they currently form the major public cloud service provider pool. So these are the major public cloud service providers. There are many more, and today what we are going to talk about is, so if you notice here, so we have a very good lock here on all the connections between the internet through which you are accessing the cloud. There are some arrows that I have drawn. And if you see here, there is a lock that I have drawn. So the lock here is indicating security. So, the security, when we talk about cloud security, it is within the cloud. It is while you are accessing cloud over the internet. So that is what we'll basically be covering. So this was a very brief. I hope, this interests all the audience around, and we'll now actually get started with the cloud security and cloud services. So before moving to security, we'll actually talk about what are the types of cloud computing services that are available in the market. So the most famous service is, like IaaS is there, infrastructure as a cloud. Then there is platform as a service. Then there are software as a service. And then a new term that has recently came up, that is function as a service. So infrastructure as a service, constitutes of the major cloud offerings. So basically all your compute services, your database services that you're using over the internet, they all fall under infrastructure as a service. Platform as a service are all your online code editors and all those stuff. Software as a service is again a very widely used domain. So all the applications that you're using over the internet, like Facebook, your Netflix, and all your shopping apps, they are just a service that they are just softwares which are using as a service over the internet. So they are all software as a service. And today we'll mainly focus on infrastructure as a service, because AWS, Microsoft Azure, and GCP, their major offerings are into infrastructure services. So we'll talk about fast services as well while covering the security aspects, but the core the core competency, or maybe the core topic of discussion today, will be around infrastructure as a service, right? So this was all about cloud. Now, why cloud security, you may ask? Why did I choose to talk about cloud security? So now the biggest security challenge when it comes to the cloud adoption is perception of reduced security. So, we'll take a very simple example of a banking service. So, you say there is a bank who have all their applications, all their customer data hosted in their local, local servers and everything. They know where their data is, so they can physically see the devices therein. So when you ask the bank, the bank authorities that they can migrate to cloud, they can save cost and all the things, the first questions they will ask is, where is my data stored? And is it really secure? Because they can't see the servers and the, the racks and everything there physically, because they are now remote and they are accessing it over the internet, right? So this is a very big challenge when it comes to cloud adoption. So that is one thing that I personally, try to be in favor of cloud adoption. And due to this reduced perception of cloud security, I just want to, spread awareness that implementing cloud security is not as hard as it seems. It is tough, yes, but by following some standard practices and guardrails, you can certainly achieve a decent amount of cloud security, right? And then if you see the public cloud challenges as well, so the number one, as I said, is security. And then the biggest identified cloud threats occur mostly due to misconfiguration of cloud platforms, right? So as I said, when you are trying and using cloud, it's up to you how you use it, right? So the cloud providers are there to provide you services, but then how you configure the service, which service you are keeping private, which you are keeping public, it's all in your hands. We are the ones, the cloud users are the one who actually configure the services, right? But if you see here, the biggest cloud security threat as per a standard data set, so it's due to misconfiguration of the cloud platform. So it's like the basic settings the cloud user is missing, due to which there are some loopholes that the intruders identify and get into the system. So if we can avoid, or maybe configure the cloud platform in such a way that it is following all security best practices, then the chances of threat becomes very less, right? So this is what I am here to spread awareness about and talk about. So that's the motivation behind all of this. Okay. So now we'll actually talk about what cloud security is and why is it a shared responsibility model. So cloud security in very simple terms refers to the technologies, policies, controls, and services that protect the cloud data, application, and infrastructure from threats. So basically, whatever you are using over the internet, it can be any service. So the security of that service or that infrastructure that you are using, that compute, that database, is what cloud security is. And cloud security is a shared responsibility model, and we'll talk about that through this diagram. So if you see here, we'll mostly cover the IaaS aspects. So if you notice, the physical security is owned by the cloud provider. It's marked in gray. Why is it owned by cloud provider? Because when you are using infrastructure as a service, the actual racks, the actual data servers, the actual compute servers, they are all hosted by the by the cloud service providers in their data centers, which can be miles away, which can be in your city as well, obviously, but mostly it's like in data centers of the cloud service providers. So we don't have access to it. So that is why the physical security of all those components is taken care by the cloud provider, right? So we need not worry about it. Second thing is the host infrastructure. So now the host infrastructure as well. So whatever we are hosting on the infrastructure that we are using. So again, that now is a shared responsibility model, because some components are taken care by the cloud service providers while some by us. Similarly with the network. So even though the network or maybe the connections and everything is managed by the cloud service providers, It is us who need to define rules that over which network that particular component can be accessible. So for example, you can create a virtual machine and keep it open to the internet, right? So now the cloud service provider is streamlining access to the VM through internet because you configured it. But whereas if you follow good guardrails, good security hygiene, what you will do is you will configure the VM such that it is only accessible through a trusted IP source that is known to you, right? So in that case, it will be made sure that the VM will be accessible, the virtual machine will be accessible only through that certain IP and not through anywhere in the world, right? So that is why this is a shared component here. Then the application level controls, IAM related controls, client endpoint and data classification, these are all our responsibility. I mean the cloud user responsibility. And why is that? Because these are the things that we are deploying basically. So the application which we are deploying on the compute instance, that is our application, so we need to make sure of its security. Identity and access management, again, who needs to access that resource over the cloud portal? Again, this is our responsibility because we are managing our users or the users in our organization, right? Same with client endpoint and data classification and accountability, who can access which data and all those stuff. So again, now since cloud provider's job is done, they have provided you with the compute, but then when you have deployed your application, it is generating certain data, the security of that data falls under your responsibility, right? So I hope things are clear here. And now if you see here, why there is more emphasis on cloud adoption in the first place. So think of a startup, right, who are trying to get into a big pool of new budding startups. There is a lot of competition around, and they want to set up their infrastructure. So if they go through the traditional route, that is setting up their own racks, their own network controls and everything, it will take a big team. It will take a decent team, and it will take a lot of time for those guys to actually set up physical compute instances, the network and everything. Third thing is it will cost them as well. So basically the cost of the actual infrastructure, the cost of the people who will set that up, and the people who will maintain that, right? And the time aspect as well. For startups, time is the most important aspect, right? So they want to be in the market first. So the go-to market thing is very important for them. So what happens if they adopt cloud instead of doing all that stuff? So the actual setup of the hardwares and everything is taken care by the cloud provider. You just need some expert who can work with cloud and just help them configure whatever compute and database and storage requirements the startup has, and then you are done, right? So there is a lot of cost reduction, it increases speed, and that is why here we are talking about cloud adoption, and then why cloud security should not be a barrier in the cloud adoption process. So I hope things are interesting till now. We'll move towards the next aspects. So now we talked a lot of while around the cloud security and terminologies and why cloud security is important. But then you may have a question saying that how we can achieve cloud security. Are there any standards involved which we can just follow and accordingly adopt certain processes and then say that we are compliant with respect to a certain standard? So yes, standards are important because we can't just blindly go and configure things as per our requirement. So there are some guardrails set up, there are some standards which can help you implement cloud security. So what are they? So these are some well-known standards. So like CIS, there is NIST, there is PCI DSS, there is HIPAA, there is SOC 2 and ISO. So all these standards are significant in their own way. So if you if you give a thought, so there are when you talk about the industry that may use cloud, right? So there are various domains in the IT industry. So there may be fintech startups or fintech organizations, there may be healthcare organizations, there may be many service-based normal organizations as well. So these compliance standards are designed specific to that. So if you see HIPAA, so HIPAA is the healthcare standard defined by the US government, I guess, which will give you controls around how healthcare data must be handled, right? So if you are, or maybe if your organization is into a healthcare domain, you can simply go and first make sure that you are HIPAA compliant, right? Same with PCI DSS. So PCI DSS is a fintech standard. So it's the payment card holder information data security standard. That's what it means. So this is related to handling of finance related data. So all your banks or all other fintech startups, right? So if they want to adopt cloud and implement cloud security, they can first follow this benchmark. If they are compliant with respect to that, they are mostly covered on all aspects. So this is how cloud compliance standards help us implement cloud security. Okay, so now again, these standards have to be understood by an expert and then implemented. So we still have one problem in hand, that who will help us understand these standards. That will cover in the coming slides, right? So now we know cloud adoption is beneficial. So we are in a quest to adopt cloud, right? Then we found a problem of cloud security, that if we adopt cloud, we have to implement cloud security. That was one problem. We had a partial solution in the way of compliance standards, saying that there are standards specific to a certain domain that is there. So we have a partial solution, but we don't know how do we read those standards, or how do we actually implement those standards and implement cloud security. So now these are what I have listed down. These are the basic challenges involved in implementing cloud security. So first thing is lack of cloud security architecture and strategy. So now with the go-to-market speed, as I talked about, so there comes the cloud security negligence as well. So in the initial stages, there is a high probability that architects may they may basically neglect some of the security aspects just to increase adoption, because you have to block certain accesses and everything. And in the fast-paced development cycle, the blocking accesses becomes a big blocker, and it takes a lot of time for developers to overcome that. So in the initial stages, there is a high negligence of security. So that is one thing. Second thing about implementing cloud security is a very important point, that the nature of cloud is distributed and ever changing. So as we talked about earlier, we can't see where our data is getting stored. It's in some data center, but we have not actually seen it. So, and it's very distributed. It's distributed across the globe, and it's ever changing. So we don't know where our data is flowing. So that's another challenge. Third is lack of personal experience in cloud security measures. So as I said, we now have the standards as well, the compliance standards like CIS, HIPAA, and others. But we need someone who understands those standards and help us implement them in our architecture. And then as I said, the compliance and regulations. So we need someone who can help us implement those standards into our architecture, right? So these are the standards, these are the challenges currently that we have in place. So after the adoption and learning about cloud security and the standards, we are now having a major problem that how do we actually go ahead and implement cloud security with all those challenges involved, right? So now here comes our solution. It's just a terminology for now, but here is the solution for implementing cloud security. So it's called as cloud security posture management, and it's defined by Gartner as a continuous process of cloud security improvement and adaptation to reduce the likelihood of a successful attack. So now if you see, the word continuous here is very important because of the ever-changing nature of cloud. So it has to be a continuous process, that monitoring of whatever changes are there that is happening in your cloud environment, and then adaptation to it, which will help us reduce the likelihood of a successful attack, right? This unique nature of cloud requires a new security concept that can address the distributed and constantly changing cloud infrastructure, right? So now what CSPM is helping us with is, so it's helping us develop and enforce end-to-end security policies, first thing. Second thing is risk and vulnerability assessment and visualization. So it will help us assessing various risks that are there in our existing infrastructure, the vulnerabilities that may have arisen. And then it will help us with the compliance monitoring, incident response, and DevOps integration. So three basic steps. First thing is enforcing security policies, identifying risk, and then mapping it with compliance standards. So if you are, as I said, as we talked, right, if you are into a certain domain like fintech or healthcare, you would like to be compliant with respect to a certain standard. So CSPM will also help us with that, right? So we talked about CSPM now. So how do we achieve CSPM again? So that was just a terminology. But now here we have the solution. So this is the solution that we have to it. It's Microsoft Defender for Cloud. So Azure, in its answer to implementing cloud security, came up with this service in its old cloud console, which was aimed at implementing CSPM for Azure subscription itself. But as and when it time passed, and the trend of multi-cloud came up, Microsoft understood that it's not about one cloud these days. People are like trying to make use of best feature of each, so best of each, so best features of each, and they are working on multi-cloud setups. So accordingly, Microsoft introduced integration of AWS accounts and Google Cloud accounts as well in the Defender, right? So now we'll just have a brief on what Defender does. So it's a tool for security posture management. So the answer to our cloud security question, that how do we implement it, we'll be demoing it through Microsoft Defender for Cloud. It will protect your workload.
Hi everyone. Let's start this session with a number, and this number is 72%. And guess what it is? 72% is the number of manufacturing companies that are in the process of implementing their Industry 4.0. So by this number, you can guess the big interest around this topic, the Industry 4.0. I'm Julian Bertolini, and today I will talk about Industry 4.0, but moreover, I will present you one of concrete example of an Industry 4.0 implementation. So I'm working as an IoT expert at Volvo. So I'm in the IoT domain for more than a decade. And let me jump to the topic and to show you this concrete example. So first, at Volvo, the Volvo Group, we are not a car manufacturer. The Volvo Group is one of the leaders to manufacture trucks, but we are doing also buses, some construction equipment, and some engine for the boats. So let's start with a little bit of context. So what is the Industry 4.0? So I'm going to be really quick here, but everything started, the industry started with production mechanization that were using water and steam power. And then come the electricity. So it's at the beginning of the mass production. And we can think, when we're thinking about Industry 2.0, we can think about Henry Ford, who was a big innovator at this point of time. The third revolution is the digital revolution. So we are in the Industry 3.0 currently with all the numerical control. We can talk about the PLC, the programmable logic controller. Also the enterprise resource planning, all the IT in the factory. And today we're going to talk about the Industry 4.0. So what it is, so first, it's a bunch of new technologies. So of course we can talk about IoT, the Internet of Things. I love that because I'm an IoT expert. But there's also other technologies like 3D printing, like all the immersive technology with augmented reality and mixed reality. We can talk also about artificial intelligence, about drones. So we have a lot of new technologies that are transforming our industry. But mainly, the Industry 4.0 is also about customer needs. So it's driven by two things, the new technologies and the new customer needs. And what are these new customer needs? So basically, the industry should be able to produce faster with highly customized products and at a good price. So that's the three challenges for the Industry 4.0. So now you got what it is and what are the challenges. So let's jump on how to do that. So the vision for the Industry 4.0. So we can summarize that in 4 pillars. The first one is the flexibility. So our production line should be flexible. So it means that with the same production line, we should be able to create different type of product. That's a big challenge. Second point is the reliability. So in order to meet the challenge, we have to have a really high availability of our equipment. A good performance, of course, and here we can measure, for example, the OLE, the overall labor effectiveness, to measure performance. And the last pillar is the monitoring and the traceability. So we can call that digital twin or cyber physical networks, different buzzwords, but the main idea is to get all the data on a computer and on databases in order to really understand what happened and moreover what will happen. So you have now the context, the vision, and as I told you, we're going to jump now on a concrete example, because at Volvo we have a big program called Volvo Smart Factory. And basically, that's a big project to move our industry from Industry 3.0 to Industry 4.0. And the first implementation is in Sweden. And this implementation is for producing sinking ring. So the sinking ring is this kind of part. And it's a really important part because here you need this part in the gearbox, basically to synchronize the torque of the engine with the rest of the gearbox before going to the wheel and to the axles. So that's a pretty technical part, and we are producing different kind of part like that. And the target for this new line is to produce 215K units per year. So that's a big production. That's really ambitious. And we have decided to rise this challenge to implement an Industry 4.0 assembly line. So as I told you, the first pillar for the Industry 4.0 is the flexibility. So how we have done that? So flexibility, if you can think about different kind of assembly line. So first, before the assembly line, before Henry Ford and all these great innovators, there was just a single individual that would produce the parts by handling all the operations. And so it was highly flexible, but not efficient at all. And then with the mass storage, we know how to produce high volume lines. So basically, it's a line to produce standard parts in a very efficient way. So it's really efficient, but it's not flexible at all. You have to produce just a standard part or a standard product. Now we can see in a lot of our industries what we call the conventional line setup. And what it is, basically, a conventional line setup is a kind of high volume line, but with some customization. So you can produce several parts, but it's always a compromise between flexibility and efficiency. So you have to always make some compromise. The new way, the Industry 4.0 way of building assembly line is really different. So you are building a line, it's not a straight line. It's more a work center, with different cells. So as you can see in this schema, so basically the product will go from one cell to another, and all the product will not follow the same path. So it's really flexible, and you can add cells or you can remove some cells. And you can also manage the redundancy. So keep that in mind. I will show you concretely what it is in few seconds. Yeah, just one word I forgot to tell you is the asynchronous. Here, the work is asynchronous because you don't need to have a takt time with a fixed cycle time. The product can go from one cell to another depending on the cells available. So the cycle time is not fixed. It's asynchronous, and it's really agile. About the other pillar, I told you about the reliability. So how can you be really reliable? So of course we have to do some redundancy of critical equipment, and I will give you some detail. You need also to be able to do predictive maintenance. Otherwise you will not be reliable enough. For the performances, we have chosen to put some autonomous, the production need to be autonomous. So you will see about the transport that are using AGV, so automated guided vehicle, but also the quality inspection is automatic. Also tool management is automatic. I will show you that in detail. And the last pillar is the monitoring and traceability. And for that, you need to have an interconnection of all equipment. So all the cells should talk together. And for that, we are using some edge computing and some IoT platform. Okay, so let's go. Let's go to see the implementation. So this is the implementation of this sinking ring line. So here you see different cells. So there's 8 cells. One is called the repacking cells, and then we have 2 turning cells, 4 skiving cells, and 1 measurement cell. So how does it work? Basically, you have this AGT, so that's an automated vehicle, automated guided transport, that is bringing some pallets of raw material to the repacking cell. The repacking cell is taking the raw material from the pallets, put that into some rack. And here an AMR, so an autonomous mobile robot, is taking the rack and bring them to the first available cells. And then it goes to another cell. So the first available cells. So by this way, the product is moving from cells to another, and then the AMR take back the finished product to the repacking cell. The repacking cell puts the finished product to a pallet, and the AGT is taking back the pallets of finished product. So it's fully autonomous. So what do we have? We have some cells. We have also, as I told you, some autonomous vehicles. So we have 4 AMR like that. So here you see that's a mobile vehicle that is bringing the rack with some sinking ring. We have 1 AMR for measuring. So this guy is able to take apart and bring it to the measurement cell. And we have 2 AGT like that. So that's this kind of vehicle can transport pallets. Now I will show you a quick video. So please be really focused because it's less than a minute. It's really short. Okay, so let's go to the factory. So here you can see an AGT. So it's transporting a pallet and in an autonomous way. Here you see an AMR that is also transporting a rack of sinking ring. This is a skiving cell. So skiving cell to produce the parts with some And here you can see the measurements, AMR. And all these cells are sending the data to our MES, Optimity, and to our IoT platform, which is ThingWorx, in order to monitor and to have the traceability. So that was really short, but here you have seen a concrete example of the Industry 4.0 implementation. So what it looks like, if I take a look at the IoT application, I can see some screens like that. And what do you see here? Basically, you see each cell with the stack light. So by looking at the screen, you can see exactly the same thing as if you were on the line. You can see the status of each cell. And here everything is green, so it means that the line is working properly. Everything is working properly. You don't need any maintenance. If you click on, for example, on the repacking cell, because you want some detail about the repacking cell, you can see here the 6 storage area. You can see a lot of detail about each area. For example, the part number that is producing, the number of item in the pallet, and if it's an inbound or if it's an outbound storage area. So some info about it. So it's for real-time monitoring, but you can also see some production KPI. For example, this is an example from last week. So last week we have produced 4,500 parts, and with an OLE of 30% for this type of part, 67% for another part. And here you can follow the cycle time, and we can see what happened here on these charts. So two type of parts were produced, and we can follow the production. So I hope you enjoyed this quick presentation. If I have to see the result of what we have done of this implementation, I will summarize it by saying that first, for the high performances, the challenge is done, because the target of 250K parts per year is okay. We are producing at this pace, so we are really proud of that. But the flexibility, so we are able to produce different type of sinking rings. So that's also a great thing about this line. It's a really reliable production line. You know, the maintenance team told me it's robust and simple to maintain and to upgrade. So we are really proud of that. That's why I put this quote. And finally, I would say it's really data-driven, because we can see that we can real-time monitor all the line, and all the data are centrally stored. So it's like really easy to have a great overview about what happened on this line. So what are the next steps? The next step is first some enhancement on the existing line. For example, we know that the AMRs, or the autonomous mobile robots, the tracks is not optimized. So we would like to do some optimization, some other little enhancements that we can do. And definitely that is a great example to build new assembly lines. So little by little at Volvo, in the Volvo factories, we will build new assembly line by following the same principle. And yeah, the long-term targets is to have all Volvo factories, so all the lines in all Volvo factories in this Industry 4.0 mode. So we have 144 factories at Volvo. So it will be a long journey, believe me. So let me give you some key takeaways before ending this presentation. So the Industry 4.0 will bring us some agility. So we will be more flexible, and by being more flexible, we can accelerate the response to customer needs. It brings also an increase of efficiency in the production. So all the production KPI will be better with the Industry 4.0. Same thing for the quality. By having an automatic quality inspection, it gives us a lot better quality assurance. And the last but not the least is more potential for innovation. Because if you think about having a production line in cells, you can easily modify one cell or duplicate another cell, or you can reorder your process really easily. That's the beauty of this new way of doing the manufacturing. So I hope by seeing a concrete implementation that you have a better understanding of the Industry 4.0. Thanks a lot.
Buen día, estimada audiencia. Gracias por estar con nosotros en la Global Digital Week. Soy María Servizo de Blue Boyan, soy la Regional Sales Manager para gran parte de Latinoamérica. Y el día de hoy queremos mostrarles algunos casos de uso que nos parecen interesantes, muy enfocados a lo que vive el día a día de sus empresas, relacionado a la seguridad de sus marcas y a cómo pueden ser sujeto de diferentes campañas fraudulentas sin siquiera saberlo. Entonces, vamos a ver un poquito desde lo que son los retos que nos encontramos a cómo se analizan este tipo de amenazas y ver algunos casos. Entonces, vamos a estar navegando a través de un poquito de información. En cuanto a los retos, algo que hemos detectado desde que inició la pandemia y ahora en este proceso post-pandemia es que la digitalización se aceleró muy fuerte en este proceso, ya que las empresas estaban preparadas para hacer planes de recuperación de desastre, pero no para hacer todo lo que pasó, que fue enviar prácticamente a toda la fuerza laboral a casa. Entonces, esto, digamos, puso un reto adicional a los temas de cyber, donde teníamos que revisar no solo la seguridad interna, sino la seguridad extendida de los diferentes puntos de control y trabajo. Entonces, este punto viene muy de la mano con el siguiente, que es el tema de los terceros. Al estar extendiendo la cadena de suministro junto con nuestros colaboradores, los riesgos inherentes a la cadena de suministro también crecieron, ya que todas las empresas tuvieron que pasar por este proceso y no necesariamente la seguridad acompañó este proceso. Estábamos muy en un plano de disponibilidad, de poder trabajar de forma remota, y eso se ha ido asentando en los últimos 2 años, tanto así que se volvió la nueva forma de trabajar. Entonces los riesgos, en lugar de disminuir, han ido creciendo, pensando en que no solamente los atacantes estaban cambiando de modo de trabajar, sino también las empresas, y que la principal meta era seguir operando. Entonces, ahorita estamos muy en ese mood todavía de controlar y manejar todas las consecuencias de esto, y por supuesto algo que también lo acompañó fue: vamos a poner medidas de seguridad de emergencia, y eso también generó una fatiga o un cansancio en las empresas de manejar un montón de dispositivos de seguridad que no necesariamente estaban conectados y que no necesariamente les daban la visibilidad que estaban esperando. Y por supuesto, algo que sí fue beneficioso es justamente en este periodo también, al incrementarse los ataques, las empresas vieron que era fundamental incrementar el presupuesto para poder mitigar estos ataques. Entonces, tenemos que tener en mente que, a pesar de que las empresas han ido reaccionando a esta nueva modalidad de trabajo, también los atacantes siempre están un paso adelante. Entonces, tenemos que estar pendientes de no solamente evaluar lo que está pasando ahora, sino lo que podría pasar y cómo muchos de los atacantes transicionaron del Deep Dark Web a poder incluso transaccionar o operar en foros abiertos. Hemos visto muchos casos en Latinoamérica donde ha habido incluso conversaciones de intercambio de información en foros abiertos como chat de Facebook, como diferentes mensajerías. Entonces, ya no es un tema solamente que pensamos no me va a pasar a mí, sino que también ya está pasando en el día a día de las conversaciones de muchas redes sociales. Algo que nos diferencia cuando hacemos este tipo de análisis es qué cosas podemos analizar, y es algo que Blue Boyan hace en forma consecuente, y es qué analizar para poder tener una mejor visión de qué está pasando. Uno de los principales ítems que estamos analizando justamente son los registros de DNS. Cómo estamos percibiendo las diferentes creaciones a nivel global de posibles marcas o suplantación de marcas de una empresa, de qué están registrando, qué está pasando, si hay alguna actividad en social media, porque si bien lo hemos visto, social media, además de transmitir opiniones sobre una marca, también se presta para intercambio de información. Entonces es una de las fuentes importantes a analizar cuando vemos un posible fraude hacia una empresa. El Deep Dark Web y el Open Source, porque como les comentábamos en el slide pasado, ya no solamente están hablando en el Deep Dark Web los threat actors, ya están mucho en las plataformas abiertas intercambiando información y tratando de acceder a información de las empresas. Las actividades de los threat actors, que pueden ser billones por mes, todo lo que es mensajería instantánea, todo lo que son las brechas detectadas o documentadas, todo lo que son escaneo de repuertos, escaneo de IPs que están siendo generados por los threat actors, y todo lo que es la estructura de ruteo para ver al final lo que vamos a analizar es la superficie externa de ataque de una empresa y poder analizar estos puntos para poder analizar si hay una posible brecha, si alguien está tomando control de alguna información que está expuesta y nadie lo sepa, o si hay algún caso donde tengamos que tomar acciones ya más concretas sobre algún tema que esté pasando, como una usurpación de identidad. Aquí lo que les comentaba del DNS pasivo global, en el caso de Blue por ejemplo, tenemos este licenciamiento donde podemos escuchar, si vemos las áreas más oscuras, es donde hay más profundidad en la escucha. Ahí podemos analizar el 50% del tráfico global de DNS para ver si hay dominios parqueados, si hay dominios apócrifos. Entonces, eso nos empieza a ayudar a ver si una marca está siendo sujeto de alguna suplantación o posible campaña, si hay alguien tratando de crear páginas similares, incluso a nivel de logo. Podemos analizar incluso por imagen también y ver cómo podemos empezar a detener este tipo de iniciativas. Entonces, son cosas del día a día donde incluso cuando las marcas tienen portales transaccionales están expuestos a que alguien genere algún portal apócrifo y pueda estar tratando de usar o robar la imagen de la empresa para obtener información de los clientes finales. Entonces, estos son algunos de los elementos que usamos para empezar a detectar ese tipo de comportamiento. Ahorita vamos a hablar de algunos casos de uso que pueden ser interesantes y que pueden estar más relacionados con el día a día de la operación de ustedes. Aquí, por ejemplo, ¿qué tipo de cosas analizamos y qué tipo de cosas a través de nuestros servicios protegemos, por ejemplo? Entonces, toda la parte de protección de marca digital que habla mucho de justo lo que les hablaba, ¿no? ¿Cómo está la marca de la empresa? ¿Cuáles son los dominios públicos? Si hay palabras clave, si hay redes sociales asociadas, si hay aplicaciones móviles. Vamos a ver ahorita un caso y nos pasó con un cliente de Latinoamérica, un cliente financiero, donde su aplicación estaba en tiendas oficiales, pero había una aplicación apócrifa en tiendas no oficiales que tenía los mismos logos, la misma descripción y tenía incluso más descargas la aplicación apócrifa que la aplicación real. Entonces son diferentes elementos que a veces damos por sentado, que no se analizan en forma continua y que pueden estar generando posibles focos de ataque. Los temas de descubrimiento de campañas de fraude, por ejemplo. Este tipo de servicios lo que hacen es analizar si hay alguna campaña en el Deep Dark Web, si alguien está diciendo quiero obtener información, tengo cuentas de banco, tengo cuentas de usuarios. Entonces se hace una pequeña negociación con el threat actor para ver pruebas de verdad y ver si esta información que están compartiendo es real y hacer un análisis y una investigación hacia cuál fue la posible fuente de fuga. Entonces, este tipo de análisis generalmente las empresas lo hacen una vez que descubren que pasó algo. Aquí la idea es que en este tipo de servicios se haga de forma proactiva. Entonces vamos a estar analizando continuamente qué está pasando, qué están tratando de compartir, qué están tratando de vender. Y con eso nos vamos a dar una idea de cuál es la actividad relacionada a la marca y qué posibilidades hay de que haya una campaña fraudulenta funcionando. Todos los temas de account takeover, todo lo que es el robo de la identidad de los usuarios. Hemos visto muchos casos, y vamos a ver uno en la presentación, donde se filtra información de los accesos de los usuarios de las compañías y hay un listado incluso de los usuarios que están filtrados para poder acceder a los recursos de la organización y poder realizar diferentes actividades. Y en muchos casos, y es algo que hemos visto recurrentemente y hay un análisis de eso que podemos compartirles, de que una empresa sin un tipo de monitoreo como este se dé cuenta a que algo está pasando, pueden pasar entre 0 y 42 días. Y en que tomen una acción pueden pasar hasta 221 días. Entonces, si lo vemos de esta manera, en 221 días, si alguien tenía acceso, ya accedió y hizo todo lo que tenía que hacer con este usuario y no se tomó una acción en forma inmediata. Entonces, ese tipo de estadísticas nos sirven para saber realmente si solamente la detección nos sirve o también el poder estar monitoreando y detectando continuamente nos hace la diferencia. Mismo caso para el tema de la fuga de información, todo lo que es data leakage, si hay propiedad intelectual, si hay temas que están circulando en la Deep Dark Web. Por ejemplo, hemos visto muchos casos donde se comparten muestras de bases de datos de las empresas, donde los redactores nos dicen, aquí te va una prueba de verdad, y son 600 registros de un banco, por ejemplo. Entonces, hay mucha información circulando de sus clientes finales que no queremos que esté en el Deep Dark Web o en los foros clandestinos. Entonces, queremos más bien buscar la causa raíz y atacarla de forma oportuna. justamente de la mano con esto es todo el análisis de la superficie externa de ataque y en algunos puntos, y lo hemos visto mucho con el tema de la virtualidad y ahora con la vuelta a la normalidad, el tema de la presencia de los C-Level en los diferentes medios digitales. Aquí se hace también un monitoreo y gestión de su huella digital en los diferentes foros y en las diferentes redes sociales para evitar que la información que ellos o sus familias compartan los hagan susceptibles a algún tipo de intento delictivo o algún incluso tema de secuestro. Entonces, si lo ven, empezamos con algo muy normal o relacionado al día a día de la empresa, que son sus dominios o sus páginas transaccionales. Y todo este tipo de análisis nos puede llevar incluso a la seguridad de las personas que están siendo la cara de la compañía en diferentes medios. Entonces, son diferentes elementos a analizar y que es bien importante saber cómo los estamos cubriendo, qué estamos haciendo y si no empezamos a preguntar qué cosas pueden estar pasando en el Deep y Dark Web sobre nuestra marca que no sepamos, por ejemplo. Vamos a ver algunos casos de uso que están muy interesantes. Son algunos clientes referenciales globales que hemos visto diferentes temas de infiltración o de uso de su identidad. Vamos a ver, por ejemplo, de todo lo que es de protección de marca. Aquí es, por ejemplo, una vista de cómo, una vez que tienes un sistema de monitoreo como puedes estar viendo lo que está pasando en forma continua. Entonces, los clientes que tienen este tipo de monitoreo, como el que nosotros hacemos, pueden detectar, monitorear, gestionar y hacer la baja de los sitios apócrifos en forma inmediata. Entonces, vamos a ver algunos casos relacionados a estos. Algo que les preocupa mucho a los clientes es, ok, primero estoy en la oscuridad, no sé si algo está pasando, empiezo a tener un sistema de monitoreo y empiezo a tener un montón de detecciones relacionadas a posibles sitios apócrifos o posibles incidentes. Entonces, ¿qué pasa si estoy saturado? ¿Qué pasa si no puedo ver cada uno de los incidentes que están levantando? Entonces, la idea de este tipo de servicios es hacer un monitoreo inteligente donde de las detecciones que se realicen, se pase por toda la capa de analistas y que cuando llegue a ustedes como clientes, les llegue ya la información muy procesada y realmente, tal vez como en la lámina de estos 282 requerimientos, prácticamente ustedes lo que van a ver es, hubo 218 takedowns asociados y hubo dos temas de información de la marca que estuvieron siendo compartidos. Entonces, la idea es hacerles la vida más fácil de ese lado, pero que a la vez tengan mayor visibilidad. Entonces, es un poco hacia donde está moviéndose la industria, el poder tener visibilidad 7x24, el poder tener este tipo de takedowns en forma oportuna y que no vaya a haber una interrupción en la transaccionalidad de la empresa porque hay algún tema relacionado a la marca. Aquí, por ejemplo, vemos un ejemplo de una institución financiera de que tuvo en un periodo de 2021, por ejemplo, 565 sitios vivos de phishing y 122 sitios con impersonation o uso de su marca. Entonces, aquí es bien importante estos números porque muchas empresas dicen, no, eso no me está pasando a mí, no, mi marca no está siendo utilizada por nadie. Y cuando hacemos este tipo de monitoreos vemos que no solo hay uno, sino como en este caso hubo 122 sitios que estaban iguales al suyo. Y cuando hablamos iguales, incluso les damos las muestras a los clientes, mismos logos, ponen información corporativa, incluso teléfonos corporativos. Y lo que tratan de hacer es a través de la mensajería o a través de los correos, tratar de robarse información de los clientes finales. Entonces, este tipo de estadísticas son bien interesantes porque empiezan a darle a las empresas una visión, uno, de qué tan atractiva es su marca para los threat actors. La otra, incluso para los ejecutivos de ciberseguridad de la empresa, poder justificar presupuestos asociados a qué tan valioso es para la empresa que la marca pueda estar siendo robada o pueda estar siendo usada para otros fines. Y posiblemente una afectación en caso de que un portal transaccional se dé de baja y se reemplace por un portal apócrifo. Entonces, ¿qué pasaría, por ejemplo, a una tienda de retail que esté dando sus mercancías en línea y que alguien pueda suplantar la página o pueda bajar la página real y empezar a transaccionar a nombre de ellos? Entonces, son ejemplos muy del día a día, pero creemos que pueden ser muy relacionados a la operación. Y aquí, por ejemplo, hablamos de social media. están haciendo, por ejemplo, el uso de la identidad de una institución financiera y tapamos por confidencialidad los temas de logos e información, pero este perfil en Facebook decía que era parte de esta institución financiera. Como ven, tiene información de dirección, de teléfono, incluso de horarios, y era un dominio que no estaba asociado para nada a la institución financiera y que su propósito era decir que estaban ofreciendo créditos y que con cierta información que estaban pidiendo a través de la mensajería del perfil de la red social, poder tramitar un crédito en línea, cosa que no pasa de esa manera para un trámite real. Mucha información estuvo fluyendo a través de este portal, muchos clientes cayeron en esta página falsa, entonces son muy fáciles de dar de alta, entonces son cosas que si no se están monitoreando en el día a día, es muy fácil que se pierda de vista que pueda estar pasando. Y por ejemplo, en temas de campañas de descubrimiento de fraude, aquí por ejemplo, hay un ejemplo de una conversación entre uno de nuestros avatares que tiene reputación de hacker y un redactor a través de un canal de Telegram compartiendo información sobre una aerolínea, en este caso de Colombia, de qué tipo de cosas podían ellos hacer. Por ejemplo, decían que ofrecían tickets robados a un precio menor y estaban viendo qué otra información podían obtener. Entonces, si ven la conversación, empieza a fluir muy de qué tickets tienes, qué fechas, cómo me los puedes habilitar. Entonces, este tipo de transacciones ocurren muy frecuentemente cuando hay una transacción, una supuesta transacción, o incluso se genera, como en este caso, generaban tickets reales para poder viajar. No era solo un intento de fraude, sino también alguien tenía acceso a poder generar tickets con un costo diferente. Entonces, ese es un ejemplo, digamos, de Latinoamérica. Y aquí en los temas de account takeover, como un redactor decía, tengo todas estas cuentas y tengo todos estos usuarios y credenciales. Aquí se taparon algunos datos de las credenciales por temas de confidencialidad nuevamente, pero los que vemos listados en donde dice showing son la cantidad de registros de usuarios internos con usuario, contraseña y otros datos de la persona que el redactor estaba compartiendo. Entonces, esta es una prueba incluso de verdad, no es la base de datos completa. Entonces, si lo ven así, es un montón de credenciales que están circulando a través de las diferentes variaciones del DP Dark Web y que están siendo ofrecidas de una empresa. Y la parte de filtrado de datos, aquí vemos de un banco en Europa, donde el redactor decía que tenía 100,000 registros de un banco en su base de datos y mencionó que recibía nuevas bases de datos cada semana y estaba vendiendo todos los registros de un banco por $2,700. Entonces, si se fijan, son transacciones de montos muy bajos, pero el impacto hacia una empresa puede ser muy alto porque a su vez al redactor no le interesa monetizar grandes sumas para no ser detectado, lo que le interesa es vender la información y poder vendérsela a tantas personas como sea posible. Entonces, ese es un poco también de la conversación que hubo. Y en muchos de los casos detectamos que este filtrado viene a través de usuarios internos que están facilitando esta información a los redactors y de ahí se empieza a ver la cadena de cómo fue la filtración de la información. Y, por ejemplo, los ataques externos de todo lo que es la superficie externa de ataque. Aquí se hizo un mapeo y es un reporte para un cliente de cómo se analizó desde afuera la seguridad de la empresa. Entonces vemos si hay hosts vulnerables, si hay puertos abiertos, si hay una comparación entre el mes anterior de cómo ha ido mejorando o empeorando este tipo de comportamientos. De estos 3 puertos, cuáles fueron chequeados, cuál es la función de este puerto para ser utilizada y si es relevante para poder empezar a hacer algún trabajo también con el cliente de poder cerrar estas posibles brechas. Entonces, como bien saben, cada vez que hacemos una actualización, cada vez que hacemos algún trabajo sobre las plataformas, luego las aplicaciones nos piden habilitar ciertos puertos. Hay puertos que luego se quedan habilitados indefinidamente y es donde empiezan a pasar este tipo de situaciones. Y por ejemplo, de Executive CyberGuard, de lo que les hablábamos de todo lo que es la protección de los ejecutivos, aquí se hizo, por ejemplo, un análisis para un ejecutivo de una empresa de la India, donde se analizó si hay información personal expuesta, si hay documentos confidenciales, si está expuesta la firma, si está expuesta la información de su familia, información de su correo. Y lo que se halló fue que había 12 documentos confidenciales expuestos, 16 cuentas de social media identificadas, incluyendo un perfil sospechoso de Facebook, y referencias a su reputación de 790 referencias analizadas para esta persona. Entonces, eso lo vemos por un ejecutivo. Imagínense todo el board ejecutivo de una empresa. Tanto ellos como sus familias pueden ser objetos de este tipo de extorsiones o temas de robo de información. Entonces, si lo vemos de una sola persona, que hay 12 documentos confidenciales expuestos, multipliquemos eso por los miembros del board que puedan estar teniendo este tipo de actividad y que puedan ser sujeto de un ataque. Entonces, ¿cuánta información de la empresa puede estar siendo filtrada, incluso sin intención, dentro de los diferentes medios de la web? Y ese es un poquito lo que teníamos para contarles. Hay muchos casos, cosas que podemos contarles de las diferentes vertientes de ciberseguridad. Esta pensamos que es muy interesante para ustedes como empresas. Entonces, les pasamos nuestros datos a continuación con el equipo y quedamos a la espera de cualquier información. Y muchísimas gracias. Espero que disfruten el resto del evento. Muchas gracias.
Yes, hello, and thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor to have a speech here about the issue of sustainability. And my name is Ole Wintermann. I'm working for the Bertelsmann Foundation in Germany, and I'm head of the project regarding sustainable operational change. And I want to introduce today some of our topics regarding this issue. If you want to have further information about the Bertelsmann Foundation, or in German Stiftung, you can find us on the internet and take a short look on our issues which we are dealing with. If you want to have further information regarding our own project regarding sustainability in corporations, you can take a look. It's unfortunately only in German. Sorry for that. It's zukunftdernachhaltigkeit.de, futureofsustainability.de. If you like, and take a look, and if you have any questions, please let me know. What is the whole agenda of our program, of our department? We have 4 different modules which are dealing with different issues. The one module which is shaping with the discourse of a sustainable social market economy. Second, we want to provide empirical steering knowledge for sustainable social market economy. Third, we want to empower small and medium-sized enterprises for the twin transformation. And for the fourth, we want to make sustainable value creation by companies measurable. And it also comes together to competitiveness and transformation to sustainability and participation. That's our program for the next 3 or 4 years in the Bertelsmann Foundation. And in my project, we have a special study logic from the general to the specific. Last year, we released a study about the definition of transition. Twin transition means the digitization and sustainable transformation of companies. The second study has been released. It was the first case study regarding operational practice about companies and sustainability. The third study was released just 2 weeks ago, and it was a kind of meta study regarding the actual state of research. And the last step will be the transformation study. And we want to introduce you some of the results of our studies. First, the definition paper, so-called, the twin transformation to sustainability. And we gathered 15 experts from the new work, culture and community to deal and to discuss the issue of twin transformation. And twin transformation is the digitization, using the digitization for the goal of sustainability in companies. And what's interesting is that you can combine your work, especially mobile working, participation and self-determination, for reaching more sustainability. But in companies nowadays, these all elements are rarely thought of together so far. And you have to develop further on new participatory, sorry for that, work cultures, to have a cultural change and to develop skills of employees further on. Ideally, from the point of our experts, the environment becomes a natural part of every team, of every project, and integrated part of the team. And this is able then after that to enable sustainable innovation systems. But for that purpose, you have to make a fundamental reorganization of the company and the incentive structure, which is also combined with changing political guidelines and regulations on the political level. The second study was about business and sustainability, and it was a kind of interview study. We interviewed 18 CEOs and HR responsible people in medium-sized companies in Germany. And we want to have a first proof of concept of our theoretical concept of the first study. And the answer of the 18 people was that the twin transformation is already in full swing. And what was for me very important to know and to hear that sustainability is a result of corporate culture and values and not so far primarily driven by economic considerations. So this is the answer from the front runners of the companies. And the front runners not only dealing with the kind of sustainable business model, but a more generative understanding of sustainability. So what can your company do to improve the environment, not only to seek to preserve the state of environment, but also to improve it? Very interesting results. The front runners said to us that expenditures are not costs, but more investments. But these investments and the positive result of the investments regarding sustainability are not yet broadly reflected in the market. The market price is not rewarding these sustainable behaviors. It's a pity. Because without sustainability, ecological, economic, and social companies are not fit for the future. And they're called for a stronger role of the state regarding tightening of standards and to have a level playing field for all companies to same external preconditions for their business models. And the third study was the meta study regarding the twin transformation. And in the meta study, we wanted to have a closer look on the state of research regarding the twin transformation or twin transition. This meta study is placed in a really complex environment, in a current global state of conflicts and debates. You know all these points as well. You have new work which is an enabler for example, for sustainability. You have digitization, which can also enable new work, but also can hinder more sustainability as a result of rebound effects. You have the Ukraine war right in the center, which boosts and endangers sustainability. We have Corona, which also boosts different developments. And our goal of the meta study was to combine and to have a closer, complex look at all these interactions and to have some results of it. We want to have a qualitative, not a quantitative, but a qualitative look at scientific findings. And we want to identify relevant entrepreneurial fields of action and success factors. And for that purpose, we identified in the first step about 500 studies, podcasts, and blogs, only in German. It's only Germany. We identified these first hits, which deals in any way with the twin transition. And after pre-selections and a result evaluation, all these 500 hits resulted in 122 relevant hits. And there we take a closer look. And because it's a very complex story, we formulated some hypotheses beforehand and to have a kind of proof of concept of these hypotheses. And I want to introduce it to you, the results. The first one was that we thought that digitization and sustainability has so far been understood as separate developments in the literal and corporate practice. And so therefore, twin transformation had not yet found its way into general usage in the companies. And yes, it can be confirmed. The need for clarification of the concept really remains very strong because there are different imaginations and understandings of twin transformation, digitization, digitalization, sustainability. And so there has to be clarified. The second hypothesis has been that these three dimensions of sustainability, ecological, social, and economic, are of equal value and weight, and that's not true. The ecological dimension dominates, which is good because it's most important from my point of view, but economic and social sustainability has to be more operationalized, and has to come into companies in the daily business more operationalized. Or I hate these words, sorry for that. The third hypothesis is that we thought that the majority of German medium-sized companies has sustainability only as a reputation topic. And it's good that it's falsified because we observed that greenwashing is a very sensitive issue in German companies, and that they are aware that that could become an image problem. And because of that, reputation means really true empathy for sustainability in the management, and not only just for greenwashing issues. It's a very interesting and good result. The next hypothesis is that sustainability offers solid business management potential, but regarding on the way or through the reduction of resource consumption and through more attractiveness for employees. And it's a potential-oriented imagination and hypothesis, and it was confirmed, especially regarding employees' attractiveness among young employees. But the problem is, it's very funny that these positive side effects are not really marketed by the companies because they are not aware of these potential. The next point is that the lack of human resources and corresponding skills in the companies are a problem for implementation of sustainability. And yes, it's true. It can be confirmed. There's a lack of time and a lack of time resource and a lack of resources, personal resources, human resources, main barrier for implementing more sustainability in these medium-sized companies. The next point is that we thought that sustainability in German companies are primarily driven by their customers and customer demands. Yes, that's right. It's a strong confirmation. The customers are really the most important transformation driver, but it's a very interesting finding because there are also other opinions that we need a new kind of balancing system, value balancing system in the companies for using controlling systems for steering potentials for reaching more sustainability. But the customer are very important, until now the most important driver. The next point is that we had the idea that the digital transformation have brought the world closer together, and so climate change and global economic events becomes more aware. And unfortunately, there's no clear statement possible so far because the complexity of the interactions, because it's a social issue and it's a technical issue, and you have to measure the interactions, is very complex and is not really quantified so far. And the last point was that we thought that digitization supports the process of understanding the need for sustainability and the availability of data regarding the using of resources in the companies, and that would result in more sustainability. Unfortunately, there's no confirmation regarding the stringency of these causality. There are no studies. That's a problem. There are no studies, but it means not that there are no evidence of these issues. So our last step, the next study will deal with different topics which are mixed together from all these three other studies. And our first thoughts regarding the last study is where can we provide an added value through dealing with this issue and making another story. And so we have structured different approaches which were released the last years regarding this issue of digitization and or sustainability. You have studies regarding the financial incentives for more sustainable consumption or production. You have the approach of dedicated resources to address the issue or to implement specific offices, like the Chief Digitization Officer in the last 10 years, maybe a special Chief Sustainability Officer. You have the approach of training the employee. You have the approach of having more transparency and measurability, sustainability, so becoming aware of the problem and doing the right thing afterwards. You have demonstration objects with which you can make a showcase and show how transformation towards sustainability makes sense. And you have the approach of involving employee representatives. And there are some other type of studies which already exist. It's only a German view, but again, I can imagine that it's possible to use these structure also at the international level as well. You have the approach of flat hierarchies. It comes from the New Work approach, very interesting from my point of view. You have the approach of the allocation of responsibilities for doing the transformation. You have the more technocratic approach of having a strategy from the CEO, which is a more top-down approach. But also you have bottom-up approaches, like participation-oriented approaches by the employees. You have behavior-oriented approaches, which focus more on communication and error culture, or internal or external regulations. So you have a more oriented behavior, and you have the leadership behavior. Some days ago, we released a current study about the context of climate protection and social injustice, and the authors focused very much on the regulation issue, and they also told us that it would make sense to have a debate about values, about the right values regarding our consumption. So it's the topic of luxury goods, which are the most climate damaging consumption worldwide, and because they are very energy intensive, and so they said that we need more debates about regulatory instruments. But as you know, there are always some really polarized scientific debates between demand-oriented and supply-oriented instruments regarding climate protection. And so it's another topic, and from my point of view, it makes very sense not only to see corporates and their small environment, but also corporates as an element of society and element of politics. And so it makes sense to have a more broader picture. But how we deal with this in the end for the last study, we did not know until yet. And in the next weeks, we will have a clearer picture. And please, if you have any questions regarding these further steps, the next steps, or also to these slides, please get in contact with me via Twitter or LinkedIn. You can reach me or our project under these accounts. And on the left side of the slide, you can scan the QR code, and you will directly get our publications. Our publications are partly in English as well, and all publications are released under the Creative Commons license, so feel free to use it. Thank you very much.
Hola a todos, feliz de estar con ustedes. Soy Lorena Bravo, actualmente como Head de Transformación Digital y de Seguridad para Google en Latinoamérica. Bueno, pues hoy les traigo un tema increíble y sobre todo porque estoy trabajando en una iniciativa a la cual ustedes son bienvenidos, más allá de la transformación. Nos vamos a ir, ¿qué es lo nuevo? ¿Metaverso? Me vas a decir, no, pero eso todavía no está funcionando. Bueno, ya tenemos los pasos para crear todas estas nuevas iniciativas de negocio. En los últimos años he estado 20 años trabajando con seguridad y sobre todo en estos modelos de inteligencia artificial. Y va a llegar su momento, ¿saben? ¿Qué es lo que vamos a empezar a modelar? ¿Estamos preparados para crear esos negocios digitales? Ustedes saben cuáles son los pasos. Si son emprendedores, si quieres desarrollar tus habilidades en esta carrera, bueno, este es el espacio y vamos a compartir una agenda increíble. Primero que nada, ¿qué es lo nuevo en transformación digital? Porque ustedes saben que esto ya venimos años trabajando y hace cerca de unos 3, 4 años empecemos a hablar de metaverso y ya estamos listos para este paso, pero hay nuevas vertientes. ¿Cómo es la arquitectura y anatomía? Potencial de mercado. Y por ahí les traigo unas sorpresitas. A mí, de verdad, me sorprendieron. Lo más importante. Y estoy trabajando en comunidades. De hecho, voy a iniciar muy pronto un programa de lo nuevo en transformación digital. Para, si ustedes están interesados, son bienvenidos. Pero lo más importante es cómo construir los nuevos negocios digitales. La privacidad. Ese es un tema que está creciendo en Latinoamérica y sobre todo, si bien nos estamos exponiendo a estas tecnologías digitales, ¿qué hacemos para proteger los datos? Los peligros que existen y sobre todo esas tendencias de metaverso para 2023 y cómo podemos prevenir los riesgos. Bueno, he estado trabajando un modelo de transformación digital, pero ya este nuevo concepto, ustedes saben que ha evolucionado. Y en esta evolución, antes hablábamos de cómo mejorar procesos, ¿se acuerdan? De cómo ser más óptimos, hablábamos de agilidad, de design thinking, de manejo del cambio. Eso fue una etapa inicial. Ahora hablamos de cómo construir estos negocios, pero además tiene que ser muy rápido, porque ya no tenemos tiempo para ser distinto en el mercado. Les presento una metodología que además es muy práctica, con la cual vamos a construir negocios digitales. Y bueno, ¿cómo empiezo? A ver, platícame bien. Primero que nada, partimos de una estrategia, pero no es esa clásica estrategia de voy a crecer 10% en revenue. No. De valor digital. Por ejemplo, tú me vas a decir, a ver, yo trabajo en un negocio financiero en el cual mi 60% de los clientes hoy día lo trabajo de forma manual, es decir, tradicional. Y los quiero convertir a un potencial de negocio donde los atienda digital, es decir, que me puedan visitar en mi página, en mi aplicación, ya en mi oficina del metaverso, incluso las operaciones las puedo hacer con blockchain. Bueno, ¿cómo hago para poder mover estos clientes tradicionales hacia el canal digital? Quiero trabajar esa estructura de integración de los canales digitales. Entonces, pero te voy a preguntar, a ver, dime, ¿y cuál es el valor que le vas a dar para que se pueda mover? Ah, mira, estaba pensando. A ver, ¿tienes tu journey? Journey es ese caminito, por ejemplo. Si vas a dar de alto a un cliente ahora en tus servicios financieros, ¿cuánto te tardas? Ah, mira, es que tiene que ir a la sucursal. Y si quiere consultar su saldo, tiene que ir a la sucursal. Entonces, ¿cuál es el valor digital que le puedes dar a un cliente en el nuevo modelo? Que pueda hacer un clic y en 3 segundos ya tiene ese saldo o puede dar de alto un servicio nuevo. Ah, eso suena interesante. Entonces, vamos construyendo ese journey, esa estrategia para poder caminar hacia ese nuevo modelo digital. Pero esto, vamos a ver algo importante. Esto lleva cultura y talento. Y es completamente en un modelo digital. Puede ser que tengas gente de otras partes del mundo conectada en esta plataforma y que no estemos en esa relación de persona a persona. Es un modelo completamente distinto. Bueno, ¿y cómo le hago? ¿Cómo los motivo? ¿Cómo recluto ese talento que necesito para este nuevo modelo digital? Lo vamos viendo. Construir un negocio digital parte de cuál es el valor, qué gente necesito, incluso ¿Qué herramientas? Puede ser que tengas asistentes digitales y esos son los que están atendiendo la primera línea de tus clientes, o puede ser que tengas un equipo de forma presencial en alguna oficina atendiendo todos los canales, pero ¿cómo va a ser ese mecanismo? Y los procesos, si ahora me dices que vas a la oficina y en el nuevo mecanismo va a ser conectado digitalmente, entonces hablamos de blockchain, ¿lo has considerado? O quizá de la conexión con diferentes dispositivos a través del metaverso, a través de IoT y estas tecnologías nuevas que estamos conociendo. La agilidad va a seguir siendo un mecanismo para que esto, imagínate que cada semana estés entregando una funcionalidad nueva, ¿no sería fantástico? De que tus clientes se emocionen de ver todos los nuevos servicios que vas ofreciendo y te recomienden y seas parte de su vida en el negocio que estés pensando. Algo importante que está aconteciendo es la adopción de cloud. Si bien hoy podemos encontrar que existe todavía tecnología on-premise en tu oficina, la migración cada vez va a ser más importante. ¿Por qué? Primero por los temas de seguridad. Imagínate, tienes que cuidar cada espacio de tus aplicaciones, en tus oficinas, o si estás pensando incluso en un negocio como emprendedor. Es mucho más barato llevar un journey hacia la nube y poco a poco ir habilitando tu aplicación, la integración con tu aplicación, o si la quieres desarrollar. Imagínate desarrollar una plataforma completamente disruptiva. Y además dar esos pasos para tenerla en los diferentes dispositivos, llámese metaverso o aquellos que existan. Estamos caminando en un rumbo tan rápido en el cual la velocidad está aquí, en nuestra inteligencia. Y aquí hablando de inteligencia, y eso se vuelve, seguramente me van a decir, vamos a empezar un debate de inteligencia artificial, porque llevamos más de 10 años trabajando con asistentes digitales, con modelos predictivos, hiperpersonalización, y eso nos lleva simplemente a entender a mi cliente, a entender al estudiante, a mi empleado, y poder traducir ese conocimiento en la tecnología que ustedes estén trabajando. Entonces aquí hablo de la era de los datos. Los datos ya no nos sirve tenerlos aislados, necesitamos conectarlos, darles valor. ¿Por qué? Porque iniciamos con valor, ¿están de acuerdo? Y viene otro tema importante para poder definir este negocio digital y es el costo. Hoy estamos en una era en la cual cada dólar es sensible, cada peso que gastamos en tecnología tiene que tener un retorno. Entonces, ¿cómo consigo ese retorno digital? Porque estamos hablando de un nuevo modelo de negocio, quizás sea híbrido. Y hablamos de una nueva forma de trabajar esta proyección de los costos. ¿Cómo voy a invertir y cómo voy a ir obteniendo este retorno? Hablamos de FinOps. Son herramientas que nos van a permitir optimizar las operaciones para poder ser más eficientes en los costos. Entonces, ya tenemos aquí una ruta para empezar a crear nuestro negocio con un foco bien dirigido, con un valor y además vamos a ser completamente disruptivos. Bueno, ¿cómo hago? Dime, ya quiero empezar a trabajar. Bueno, lo que vamos a hacer ahora es innovación. Quizá para muchos me van a decir, bueno, es que llevamos años hablando de innovación, pero exactamente qué es. Y se los traje muy sencillo. Vamos a iniciar definiendo casos. Un caso, imagínense, reclutamiento o talento. ¿Qué les parece? Sobre todo cuando tenemos la necesidad de conseguir gente con una característica muy especial. Si utilizamos la tecnología con algoritmos y le damos este entrenamiento, por ejemplo, quiero vendedores de cerámica, ¿no? Porque voy a poner un negocio gigantesco de cerámica artesanal con un toque de diseñador muy enfocado en la cultura prehispánica. Bueno, necesito estas personas a nivel global porque van a ser mis embajadores. Bueno, yo defino ese caso y ese caso lo empiezo a asociar con tecnología. Tiene que ser un caso que se ejecute, que vaya yo modelándolo hacia poder tener mi primera plataforma, los productos que voy a empezar a posicionar, porque la gente tendría que comprar ese producto, pero sobre todo piensen que esto va a estar en el modelo digital. ¿Ustedes han visitado alguna tienda en el metaverso? Te venden la ropa, te venden tu cuerpo, te venden tu cabello, te venden todo lo que quieras. y es digital. Entonces, ahora ese es el mecanismo. Sin embargo, necesitamos accionar y para ello es importante hablar de negocios digitales. Es una nueva era en la cual metaverso es un pasito que está ya muy próximo y vamos a poner una oficina y seguramente vamos a ver mucho más tecnologías, pero vamos a la primera. Y aquí, ¿qué es lo más importante? Primero, reinventar los modelos de negocio. No vamos a llevar el modelo tradicional hacia un modelo digital, porque estamos hablando de ser disruptivos. Y eso quizás es el error que hemos cometido muchos, de querer hacer lo mismo que hacemos de forma tradicional, pero ahora en estos mundos digitales. Es cuando dices, no me funcionó, gasté, invertí, me emocioné. No, no, no. Primero vamos a reinventar. A ver, pensemos algo que sea completamente distinto. Segundo, la automatización comercial, este mecanismo de venta a través de conocer a mi cliente, ser hiperpersonalizado. ¿Qué significa eso? A ver, pero platícame porque me estoy confundiendo. Hiperpersonalización es que entremos a todas esas capas de esa persona y conozcamos qué piensa, qué siente, qué le gusta, qué va a necesitar, qué me ha comprado, por qué me ha comprado, cómo lo relaciono. Entonces, toda esta información que finalmente es datos me va a permitir predecir y darle exactamente eso que necesita y mucho más. Nueva experiencia, nuevos productos. Seguramente aquí te va a salir, hablábamos de la cerámica, o te va a salir una aplicación que vas a colocar, o te va a salir un mecanismo en el cual estás vendiendo algún producto de salud. Entonces, vamos a pensar en este mundo, ¿qué va a necesitar mi consumidor? El talento. Hablamos de el talento y qué les parece trabajar un modelo de inteligencia artificial para hacer mi adquisición de talento. Y no solo eso, sino también desarrollarlo. Y algo fundamental, la experiencia del cliente. A veces creemos que es hacer una encuesta, que el cliente nos diga y nos califique del 1 al 5, sin embargo, eso ya no es suficiente. Ese ya es un mecanismo con el cual simplemente la transacción que hicimos fue exitosa, no fue exitosa y depende mucho de las emociones. Aquí es realmente transformar esa interacción con el cliente. Y viene un tema que se vuelve mucho más estratégico, que es la cadena de suministro. Me vas a decir, pero eso es manufactura, que no. Es todo este proceso que vamos a seguir desde que hablamos con el cliente para posicionar nuestro producto, la comercialización, la producción, la entrega, hasta que el cliente me diga, me encantó y me recomendó y quiero más. Todo ese proceso. Y aquí entran tecnologías como blockchain, como la automatización, como el tema de microservicios. Bueno, podemos hablar de muchas cosas aquí. Sin embargo, en este metaverso, que es un caso muy específico, esa interacción que vamos a tener de las personas en cualquier parte, que van a estar en un entorno virtual a través de diferentes dispositivos, diferentes tecnologías y frameworks de metaverso, el que podamos hacer negocios aquí. Entonces, ¿cómo podemos trascender? Y aquí es donde hablamos de esta diferencia, no solo hablar de metaverso, sino trascender nuestro rumbo digital, nuestro journey digital. Esa sería aquí la estrategia. Si solamente habláramos de metaverso, es cómo construir esa experiencia en el Internet del futuro, la web 3.0. Vamos a ir más allá. ¿Cómo yo me preparo ahora para construir un negocio? Ahora, si alguien está pensando, a ver, yo soy estudiante, soy emprendedor, bueno, hablemos de los nuevos puestos que vamos a tener. Arquitectos para estos nuevos modelos digitales de metaverso, diseñadores. Imagínate un experto en recursos humanos con inteligencia artificial en metaverso. Es infinita la cantidad de nuevas funciones que vamos a tener. Y mi pregunta, ¿estás preparado para eso? ¿Ya lo habías visualizado? ¿Se te ocurre hacer aquí algún proyecto? Bueno, estamos en el perfecto momento. ¿Y cuál es la arquitectura? Esto solamente es un mapa para que se den una idea del mundo digital. Ustedes lo pueden ver en la capa superior y ese es el que vamos a construir con este modelo disruptivo. ¿Cómo va a ser esa vida digital? ¿yo qué valor tengo para esa vida digital? Si va a ser conectando a través de videojuegos, con comunidades, con escuelas, con tiendas, con grupos, yo quiero algún servicio que me pueda dar el gobierno, un servicio de salud. Hace poco vi un caso de los hospitales que ya se dan de forma remota con IoT, con blockchain, con inteligencia artificial, y puedes consultar a un médico en Dubái muy bueno y estar en un centro de médico en la Ciudad de México y estar con tu médico local y a la vez te están haciendo una revisión en un hospital donde está la especialidad. ¿Te imaginas avanzar incluso a que te puedan dar un tratamiento, una cirugía? Eso es posible y de verdad ya está listo. Ahora, ¿a ti qué se te ocurre? Ahora, cuando hablamos ya de la segunda capa de la vida digital hacia ese metaverso, hay quien le llama multiverso. Imagínate un mundo de colaboración en donde conectas esos mundos digitales. Como si subieras un edificio, das clic en el elevador y ya estás en la sección de videojuegos. Quizá tienes tu negocio, le das clic y estás en tu negocio digital, te vas a tu banco, te vas a tu fábrica, vas a atender tu equipo de talento y todo eso en la misma capa. Ahora, puede ser, ahora estamos trabajando con avatars, pero también en estos ambientes digitales puedes empezar a dar servicios. Y esos servicios son los que puedes monetizar. Y ahí se vuelve súper divertido porque estamos hablando ya cómo hacer negocio en esta era digital. Con interacción, con feedback. Por ahí ustedes van a ver Big Data. Pero todos estos modelos de inteligencia artificial nos van a dar ese conocimiento para poder ir enseñando esta maquinaria a poder tener un aprendizaje de negocio, que ese es lo que nos interesa en este momento, conectando el mundo humano que le llamamos con el mundo digital, y aquí es donde en la industria le llaman digital, es un concepto donde hacemos esa interacción. Puedes estar en una tienda en el súper y consultas vía en línea si el producto no tiene buenas recomendaciones, o te puedes ir al mundo digital y ahí haces tu compra y vas y lo recoges en la tienda. Entonces, esa es una realidad y en esa realidad viene algo sumamente interesante que me encanta presentar y es cómo yo, partiendo de un caso de negocio, ya pensamos, quiero dar valor en este mundo digital. Acuérdense que vamos a empezar a diseñar ese caso, que puede ser un caso médico, un caso de colaboración. Imagínate poner una comunidad donde puedas ofrecer servicios de networking, puedas hacer una escuela digital, wellness, temas de entretenimiento, temas sociales, bueno, el que tú quieras. Necesitamos una capa de comercio electrónico, ¿cierto? Que aquí varios me han dicho, mira, yo ya estoy diseñando unos NFTs buenísimos. Hay quien está trabajando con servicios o está trabajando con criptomoneda. Bueno, esto se va a volver divertidísimo. ¿Cómo conecto ya mi caso con mi modelo de e-commerce con la parte ya de todos mis sistemas que van a hacer esas transacciones? Es decir, voy a hacer la fabricación, voy a vender, voy a hacer entrega, voy a atender a mi cliente y eso implica crear. Y para crear, la forma en que me voy a conectar con animación, con avatars, con videojuegos, la pregunta más grande, ¿y dónde lo vamos a colocar? Imagínate la capacidad de imágenes y de procesamiento que vas a necesitar para trabajar estas cosas tan divertidas, de infraestructura. Entonces aquí hablamos de modelos ya en la nube y que además son sumamente competitivos y muy fácil de poder llegar a trabajarlos. Para finalmente empezar a identificar seguridad, privacidad de datos, temas de diversidad e inclusión en el mundo digital. ¿Cómo? ¿También existe ahí? Sí. Temas, por ejemplo, de la anatomía de la privacidad, y ahora les voy a contar porque se está volviendo así como, me estás dando muchos conceptos raros. ¿Cómo identificarte si vas a hacer una compra? Y proteger que no vayan a usar tus datos digitales para hacer falsificación de identidad, te hagan cargos que no son tuyos. La seguridad, imagínate la seguridad psicológica, tanto de tu equipo de talento en recursos humanos como de tus clientes. Que imaginen que ese espacio digital que estás construyendo es seguro para la familia, para la empresa y sobre todo temas de ética. Entonces, aquí tenemos 3 situaciones. Primero, Yo defino mi caso, ya, eso ya hablamos. Voy a empezar a coleccionar las escenas que va a tener mi caso, es decir, la arquitectura que voy a diseñar. Van a ser edificios, va a ser el campo, es decir, ¿qué escenarios? Con esas escenas y esos escenarios, ¿cómo voy a construir mi mundo? Esto se vuelve así como una arquitectura. Ustedes pueden ver ahí ese mapa y todo eso va guiado por ciberseguridad. Ahora, el potencial de mercado. Bueno, ya me estoy animando. ¿Cuándo puedo empezar a trabajar? Porque si voy a invertir, si voy a crear, igual ya estoy en la escuela y estoy creando ya un proyecto. Se dice que para 2025 vamos a tener un potencial de negocio muy grande. De hecho, se habla de más de 1.500 billones de dólares. Entonces, y de transformación digital, por ejemplo, que ya había escuchado, pero de repente como que todo el mundo hablaba y no pasaba nada, ¿cierto? Bueno, pues ¿qué les cuento? Y esto se vuelve emocionante, porque para 2026 se habla de un potencial de 3.4 trillones de dólares, pero no pensemos en transformación como que voy a mejorar mi proceso. Olvidemos esa parte, y este espacio es para eso. Vamos a pensar en ese nuevo modelo disruptivo, en ese nuevo formato en el que voy a atender a mi cliente y le voy a dar valor en un mundo digital. Y si yo quiero llevar mi negocio como está ahorita hacia ese mundo, bueno, tenemos que seguir el journey que les mostré. Ahora, si ustedes lo van a crear y están pensando ya diseñar un caso, bueno, es el momento perfecto. Así es que para cada escenario lo podemos hacer y estamos muy próximos. ¿Cómo lo construimos? Y sobre todo, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Porque se habla de que ya en metaverso hay escenarios, que está Second Life y hay diferentes plataformas. Bueno, para 2023, aquí hablamos de diversas plataformas en las que hacemos esa combinación de la interacción en ambientes como si fuera un videojuego, del que tú construyes ese escenario, o en comunidades 100% digitales donde el formato visual es un avatar. Entonces, les pongo aquí una lista de las plataformas que van a estar en auge en 2023. Por ejemplo, el caso de Decentraland o de Sandbox, por si alguien ya quiere empezar a trabajar. Roblox es una de las escenas que les estoy poniendo, o la parte de Somnium Space. Entonces los invito y vamos a estar haciendo mucho más interacción con ustedes para navegar en cada una y tener un aprendizaje de cómo yo me puedo conectar. Si se dan cuenta, los escenarios que yo les coloqué, no es que yo vaya a digitalizar un servicio al cliente como lo tengo ahora. No, estamos entrando a mundos completamente digitales, como si construyeras ese videojuego de tu negocio o del escenario que estás construyendo. Ahora, les coloqué una guía de algunos ejemplos que están súper acotados, con los cuales ya podemos empezar a trabajar. Si te gustaría un formato de cómo sería el mundo digital en clientes, por ejemplo, si tú quieres acelerar la experiencia de cliente a través de espacios virtuales, bueno, ese es un caso perfecto porque quieres tener ese acercamiento, conocer a tu cliente y trascender con ese cliente y que estés muy cerca de él en las necesidades que tiene, sea cual sea. Bueno, este es un espacio que te puede ayudar. O la personalización en algunas campañas digitales. Hay quien me ha dicho, es que ya no tengo contenidos que colocarles en las campañas. No sé si les ha pasado. A mí me llaman del banco 5 veces a la semana ofreciéndome la misma tarjeta que tengo desde hace ya 10 años. ¿Les ha pasado? Y dices, pero ¿cómo? ¿Que no me conoces? O te dicen, mira que te ofrezco unos zapatos de adolescente. Y dices, pero si ya soy un joven egresado de la universidad y me sigues ofreciendo un producto que no aplica para mí. Entonces, esa personalización que ahora le llaman hiper, y bueno, esto sigue cambiando, nos va a permitir tener esta inteligencia en la generación. Y ahí les va. ¿Cómo serán esos programas de lealtad en el mundo digital? Bueno, muchos ya lo estamos viviendo, pero en este formato bien disruptivo, es ahí donde vamos a dar el paso. Ahora, si lo que tú quieres es construir un negocio digital, primero que nada ya vieron algunas tecnologías con las cuales hoy ya puedes construir tu espacio virtual. ¿Y qué te parece si empezamos haciendo un negocio de eventos físicos? No, pero ¿cómo eventos físicos? Bueno, imagínate fiestas, que de hecho ya se están haciendo, o reuniones del trabajo, o eventos artísticos, que ya se están haciendo también, pero con este formato vivencial. ¿Qué te parece si quisieras retener y que se reconozca tu marca? Un tema de posicionamiento de mercado. Es un caso que puedes empezar a trabajar y para cuando este modelo esté en su apogeo, tú ya estás listo y ya te convertiste en un líder. Ahora, educación y comunidades. El aprendizaje inmersivo con realidad aumentada, realidad virtual, no es el aburrido texto. Te vas a navegar, vas a visitar otros mundos, aprendes, lo vives. Y bueno, onboarding de empleados. Hablamos de tu equipo de talento con otro formato. Entonces aquí ya están haciéndose modelos increíbles, pero además vivenciales, porque no todo el tiempo podemos ser presenciales. O el intercambio de comunidades progresivas. Y esto de comunidades progresivas se va a volver algo diferencial, puesto que es muy especializado, un conocimiento ya en este contexto digital. Entonces, por eso los invito a explorar las tecnologías que hace un momento les mostré para construir cada uno de estos modelos. Ahora, como todo cuento, tiene alertas. Y esto es importante para ustedes, porque si bien hoy en un modelo tradicional, ¿qué hacemos? Los biométricos, la parte de huellas digitales, retina, eso no es suficiente. Porque en inteligencia artificial podemos trabajar algoritmos y en metaverso o en estas tecnologías completamente emergentes, podemos a través no solo identificar las características de tu ojo, sino saber si no has dormido, si la persona tomó drogas, está tomando medicinas, está deprimida, está triste, todo eso lo podemos saber. Entonces imagínate dónde va esta información, cómo la guardas, cómo la proteges. Si viene un hacker y se la lleva y la vende, toda esa es información sensible que hoy día no tenemos. Y en el futuro, cuando se trabajen estos modelos, el futuro de hecho es hoy, mañana, imagínate la sensibilidad que representa. Entonces, este es un primer warning, la privacidad de los datos en un mundo digital y sobre todo los peligros que existen. Y aquí hablamos de peligros, por ejemplo, los robos de biométricos. Ahora, eso ya no es novedad. Lo que sí es novedad, y ahí se los pongo en la mesa, es la clonación de video y de voz. Bueno, video, vas a decir, está hace un par de años y ahí está el deepfake, ¿no? Donde usan tu cara, tus movimientos, tu voz y lo utilizan en un formato distinto para estafas, para incluso llevar un tema de imagen completamente erróneo. Bueno, pues el fin de semana me enteré de la clonación de voz. Están ubicando todos los mensajes que tenemos en las plataformas que usamos en nuestros móviles y esas las modifican, las cambian de formato y las utilizan para diferentes fines no positivos. Entonces imaginen el que de repente aparezca tu voz diciendo un mensaje completamente que no es afectando a tu empresa o tu persona, o incluso para conseguir otros fines, hasta con la voz el poder desbloquear un dispositivo. Esto se vuelve sumamente importante. Y hay mecanismos nuevos para poder atacar a las bocinas, las cámaras. Por favor, mantengan su cámara apagada mientras no la usen. El tema es cómo comprometer tu información personal. Están haciendo el hackeo de audífonos y sobre todo te llegan personajes con falsos anonimatos. Aquí se vuelve importante mencionárselos que en estos mundos digitales tú puedes tener la personalidad que quieras y puedes tener en cada mundo una personalidad distinta. Y por ejemplo, en el dibujito que les puse, ese perrito pues es un personaje, es un alguien que está conviviendo en una comunidad y de repente puede ser tu hermanito, tu hijo, tu familiar, está ahí con un grupo que está haciendo una planeación para atacar a alguien, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo yo puedo saber que esa comunidad progresiva es positiva para el formato que yo quiero de mi familia, de mi negocio, o estoy expuesto? Entonces, ¿cómo puedo evitar esos peligros y sobre todo para los pequeños o para todos, porque no podemos distinguir quién es ese personaje. Entonces les traje un ejemplo que de hecho lo viví y quien quiera hacerlo, vamos a hacer expediciones en estas nuevas plataformas. Y bueno, este es el caso de Second Life. Les puse algunas escenas, me fui de expedición. Pero lo más interesante es que en este mundo virtual que vemos como un juego, en realidad no es un juego, es una realidad. Cuando estuve navegando en este mundo, empecé por la yoga, bueno, divino que les digo, después me fui al bar y ahí conocí gente, y luego me fui a un lugar para bailar. Y encontré que había tecnología completamente, incluso que yo estoy estudiando esta parte de metaverso y estos mundos digitales, había tecnología que compras como pedacitos de aplicación, si lo quieres ver así de sencillo, donde se habilita que puedas bailar con el personaje que estás conociendo y te puede tocar. Y te puede enseñar a bailar, es decir, compras funcionalidad para el avatar para que puedas ser un experto en baile. Y después empiezan escenas románticas y ya te está tocando y entonces dices, ¿cómo? ¿Me tocó un avatar? ¿Me abrazó? ¿En qué momento pasó eso que simplemente yo le di OK al botoncito y no sabía qué me decía? Bueno, todos estos peligros son desconocidos. Hay cada vez más funcionalidad que tú simplemente habilitas, le das clic. Tienes un monedero donde depositas ahí cierta cantidad de dinero digital y lo vas consumiendo. Pues una tienda donde te compres un cuerpo lindo, un cabello nuevo, una funcionalidad para bailar, para lo que quieras. Esos son mundos completamente distintos y hoy día ya se están comercializando y son escenarios donde puedes vivir cualquier experiencia. Ahora, ¿cómo sé si eso que me está aconteciendo es algo en lo que pueda yo tener el control y pueda conocer o pueda comprometerse mi información o mi personaje? Hay quien habla del acoso digital, hay quien habla de temas ya mucho más disruptivos. Sin embargo, aquí solo les digo, los riesgos son de contenido inmersivo. Entonces ahí sí estamos trabajando mucho con el tema de educación y sobre todo de prevención. Entonces se van a encontrar en el mundo del metaverso que ya se están trabajando con estándares en la taxonomía de seguridad. Aquí les puse un ejemplo. Quien esté más interesado nos escribe que vamos a estar compartiendo material en el cual ya se está identificando cuáles son los frameworks que vamos a trabajar para poder identificar una persona, que me pueda mostrar que es Lorena y que su tarjeta le corresponde y puede hacer uso de ella, o cómo yo puedo identificar que esos 10 personajes son la misma persona y no hay uno que me esté ocasionando un riesgo. Ahora, la prevención. Esto, por ejemplo, de la experiencia en Second Life, ustedes ven ahí dos chicos y realmente es la misma persona. Ven una persona completamente, digamos, en un formato de que va a la universidad y el otro como si pues si estuviera sin alguna actividad, es la misma persona. Y imagínate que tú estás en un parque digital y se acercan los dos y se presentan con nombres distintos, ¿no? El primero te pregunta cuál es tu nombre real y tú se lo das. ¿Dónde vives? Y se lo das. ¿Qué estudias? Y se lo das. El segundo te pregunta y tú lo ves y dices, no, yo no te doy nada. Pero era el mismo personaje. Entonces, ¿por qué le dimos ese dato digital en una experiencia digital? Es que se veía decente. Es que estás en un mundo completamente distinto en el que no tenemos ese control. Entonces, si hablamos desde el punto de vista tecnológico, ¿cómo yo puedo identificar que esas dos es la misma y que puedo yo hacer un negocio con estos personajes a través de este mundo digital? Ahí es donde viene esta parte, por ejemplo, de gestión de identidades, acceso. Los biométricos ya vieron que no son los biométricos que teníamos en el primer set, o sea, viene todo un cúmulo de información que además va creciendo dependiendo de la situación. La prevención de ciberacoso y cibertatuajes, es decir, lo que pasa en esta historia digital se queda. Entonces, eso nos vuelve mucho más sensibles y sobre todo para el tema de seguridad en niños, niñas, que ahí es donde, por cierto, tenemos programas donde estamos trabajando con programas para niños hacker, niñas hacker y con todos estos controles y y les mostramos qué pasa del otro mundo digital. Entonces también si están interesados, háganoslo saber, que ahí tenemos programas muy bonitos para mujeres hackers, niños, y es algo que sobre todo nos va a dar esta información para poder trabajar la concientización y capacitación, sobre todo en temas que podamos supervisar en la divulgación de datos que puedes compartir y que no, si lo ves tú como usuario, pero si vas a poner tu negocio y les vas a pedir datos, hoy día manejamos temas de privacidad, pero esto se está transformando para poder manejar una gestión de riesgo, porque si hablamos, ¿se acuerdan que vamos a procesar los datos para poder dar un servicio, un producto? ¿Cómo vas a controlar esto? ¿Qué riesgos y cómo vas a manejar estos riesgos de la información? Entonces vuelve sumamente elemental para tener este negocio exitoso, y además es posible, ¿saben? Por eso pensamos en compartir este conocimiento, porque ya hay grupos que están trabajando de hace unos años, soy parte de esos grupos, y sobre todo para poder identificar, evaluar y gestionar los riesgos en esa privacidad con datos especiales. Entonces, esto se vuelve fundamental. Y bueno, termino esta presentación. De verdad, feliz de compartir conocimiento. Y bienvenidos. Ustedes pueden encontrar mi LinkedIn para poder incorporarse a estos programas, estos grupos. Y yo encantada de compartir información o que armemos alguna charla en particular. Muchísimas gracias y que tengan un excelente día para todos.
Hello, this is Jesus Arias. It is an absolute pleasure being a guest speaker for the Global Digital Week. Thanks a lot to the organizers. Today, I would like to share with you my IoT story. Many times we talk about IoT as a technology, but I think we tend to forget the human aspect of what is behind the technology. I do believe that technology is not the end result, but the means to an end. And we, the people who use the technology, shouldn't forget that perspective. So today, I'm doing a new presentation I have never done before, which is telling my story of why I am working in the IoT industry. So, without further ado, I would like to tell you a bit of context before I tell you my actual story, because it's very important. Currently, I work with a international association. It is called KNX Association. This group has been in the market for more than 30 years, which is already a lot. This association was founded in 1990 by a bunch of electrical manufacturers like Siemens, ABB, Schneider Electric, Hager, and so on, companies in this profile. The truth is, it has been growing very healthily for more than 30 years. And to the date, we have more than 500 members globally, and a big community, which is also very incredible, is that there are more than 110,000 certified installers worldwide. These are people who know how to carry out an installation utilizing KNX technology. This technology is in the vertical of homes and buildings, smart homes and buildings, and everything or any application within this vertical, like lighting, HVAC, security, etc., etc. So this is the association, this is the vertical, and this is the community where I am involved with. This translates in actual technology. This, what you can see now, is the technology landscape of the KNX association. The association creates the specifications. It's actually an international standard. And these specifications are utilized by the members to develop products, solutions, services in the vertical of smart homes and buildings. This section on the left has been in the market for more than 30 years. This is a protocol that allows devices to communicate with each other, to understand each other. They share information, they both understand. Very quick example, you can grab a thermostat from Schneider Electric and a HVAC controller from Siemens. These are competitors, right, in the market, but these two devices work together in the same network. This is really amazing. This has been realized with communication media that is specific to KNX. There's a twisted pair and radio frequency. Many years ago already, when there was a need to communicate with IP, right? These telegrams, these protocols were wrapped in an IP telegram, and there we go. You can access this from IP. But this is now, since 2 years ago, there is the new IoT branch. So what is IoT? Is the digitalization of this technology to become IP native. So this is, when people ask me, what is IoT in your industry? This is it. It is a technology that has been existing for more than 30 years. It expands the landscape with native IPv6 technology. So this is very important to keep into consideration. Don't worry, I've went too technical. We'll come back here in a few slides to understand better the actual outcome of this. Now, allow me to share with you my story. I studied telecommunications engineering in Spain. I am from Spain. And already by then, I did an internship in our biggest telecommunications company, which is Telefónica. There already, I discovered that I don't like to work for very big corporations, but it was a very good experience. Then just after I graduated, I found my first real job, right? The first real job, you just go out and find something that is related to your technology, to your knowledge, and start making a career. This company, Eurocontrol, they specialize in certifying things like base stations for telecommunications. After a year, I also discovered that that wasn't my cup of tea, and I wanted to do something else, more hands-on probably. So I was given the opportunity to start a department for smart homes and buildings. So totally without any knowledge in that field, with a white canvas, I started to research what technologies are in this industry. And after a thorough benchmarking, I really fell in love with KNX. I thought the philosophy of being vendor independent, international standard, really fulfilled my understanding of what a technology should be. So I did what they call the KNX partner course, which is to understand how the technology is applied in a real installation. And I really loved it. Yet, after a while, I realized, like many people from Spain, that if you don't speak English, you barely will make it far. So I had to learn English. And what a better way than going to an English-speaking country. So I decided to go to Ireland. Well, I didn't speak English much by then, but I did speak KNX. So thanks to this, I found a job in less than a month in a company that did system integration using KNX technology. So that was really the best opportunity for me to learn the language, but also to deploy my knowledge in KNX in real installations, which I really appreciated, and manage or help my career to get a level of senior level in something that I really was passionate about. So after that, moved back to Spain, and with this knowledge in my backpack, I wanted to continue in this industry. And then I came across a very little manufacturer of KNX equipment. That was a total surprise for me, that there was a KNX manufacturer in Spain. And then I saw they had open positions, and I contacted them. And just after a few interviews, I ended up working at Zenio. So I became a technical director. We were a bunch of people working in hardware and software development and manufacturing. Well, the experience was priceless because I could work in what we could call a startup these days, doing pretty much everything from hardware design to software development, support, making the company international, It was a really, really good experience, and I could really understand the technology from within, the actual development of hardware products. But after a while, other interest arise, and I wanted to become international again and find out more in other parts of the world. So I went to another side of the world, Africa. I was living in South Africa for 3 years, and that allowed me to work with local companies which were doing homes and buildings with the goal of saving energy, especially because the energy is a scarce resource in those countries. So that also allowed me to do flagship projects, like in Kenya, the first KNX installation in that country, as well as the first KNX installation in Seychelles, and in resorts, hotel resorts, in private islands, which I won't deny, it was an absolute pleasure working there. But at the same time, I had other interests. I always liked the sustainability aspect of the construction of green buildings. And I was learning about LEED, which is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. And I thought it was a great match with the KNX technology. So LEED certifies buildings which are green or sustainable based on different criteria. And then after studying this LEED certification, I realized that KNX could fulfill or contribute, enhance this green building certification. So I created a draft idea, and then I found someone to work with me in the project, and we wrote a book which was KNX for LEED. And luckily, one day I met the CEO of the KNX Association, and I offered him this book to be published under the KNX Association, and that was the beginning of a love story. After that, I started to collaborate with the KNX Association in specific projects. For example, after I became a KNX tutor to teach KNX in training centers, I did, for instance, the first training course in KNX partner course in Japan. Or I carried out several roadshows about the KNX technology, how to develop, manufacture hardware and software devices, solutions for or using the KNX technology, like in Southeast Asia. So we went to India and Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, to all these places, spreading the word of KNX. Then, since 2015, I started to work more closely with the KNX Association, and now I assist the members of this association to make the most out of this vast technology landscape, as well as I help the association to create strategies in regarding business development. A couple of also sub stories in here. One is the KNX IoT Startup Incubator that I will share more info with you in a bit. And also other interesting activities, like being invited to the Order of Engineers and Architects of Beirut in Lebanon. That is actually the culmination of an international exposure thanks to the KNX technology. So the technology is global, and thanks to the new IoT approach, is even more globally accepted. So in this scenario where you have a technology that has existed for quite a bit, when you release something new, you want this to succeed quickly. You want to show the market what is possible with that technology. So we thought of startups. They are early adopters, innovators, they move quickly. So we decided to create a startup incubator for companies that wanted to develop solutions based on the KNX IoT specifications. So we started less than 2 years ago, and it really took off quickly. And we are now really overwhelmed by the number of applications from startups all over the world that want to join the incubator. We do 4 screenings a year where we go through the applications and we welcome new startups. Yet we focus on quality and not quantity. We give them a welcome package that is worth several thousand euro, and we host them for over 2-3 years in our incubation, offering them technical support, training through our partners specialized in startups, exposure to events, and all this is free of charge. These companies don't even need to be members of the association. The outcome, companies that end up becoming KNX members and with KNX IoT solutions. So this ecosystem has been growing beautifully. We have now an international selection of startups from India, from Germany, from Poland, from France, from Austria, from Spain, and they are all really, really innovative in what they do in the vertical of homes and buildings. A few examples, Kumux, for instance, self-service, human-centric lighting, and they use the KNX IoT technology to offer this service into buildings. Or, for instance, SolarEnergy, they have a technology for shutters to produce energy. Thanks to KNX, they monitor the energy and they can offer visualization about the energy production. All these are very innovative ideas, and thanks to the incubator, they are really getting help to put the products in the market and to gain exposure, which is very important for the startups. So this is a part of our IoT story, right? IoT is a technology, yes, but there's people behind. There's companies with dreams that want to succeed in a competitive market. So thanks to this IoT startup incubator, we are helping these companies to reach out to their audience. This picture is from the IoT Solutions World Congress last month, and we invited our startups to be part of this pavilion and to tell the world what they are doing with KNX. Again, it's a way to put the human aspect and the technology together. This picture is actually from this very same week, and I think it is the culmination of the technology and the cooperation with the companies, with the startups, with the people behind the technology. We finally we were presenting to the world devices that are using KNX IoT technology. This is very important because that leads the market, that shows the other companies what it can be done. And I find very fascinating where the products are coming from, and I think it encapsulates very well what is the goal of this Kenex IoT technology, the IoT startup incubator, and the people we work with. This is the a brochure, a flyer that we created to present in this show, the ISH for HVAC solutions in Frankfurt, which is probably the biggest show for HVAC solutions in the world. We presented this flyer and these two first KNX IoT solutions. On the left, you can see a product from Siemens. I mean, everyone knows Siemens, right? It's a company founded in 1847, or like more than 150 years ago, and they are obviously innovators. So they put in the market these first KNX IoT devices. In this case, they are indoor air quality sensors, and they are capable of sharing information with the network about CO2 measurements, humidity, temperature, etc. On the other hand, we have on the right side of the page, we have a company called Passive Energy. This company is a startup of our incubator, and they manufacture decentralized heat recoveries. Right, in countries where we use heating, normally the air inside the building or the house has to be renovated because the values of CO2 increase, and that's obviously not good for the human beings inside, as well as the humidity has to be controlled. So it is required to bring fresh air from outside inside the building. You don't want to waste the energy that you spend on heating the air inside. So these heat recovery units, what they do is to bring fresh air and exchange the energy from the air inside with the air that is coming in. This beautiful solution is using KNX IoT to communicate with the network. So it can be operated from the network thanks to KNX IoT. Well, the beauty here is that we have a company that is 100+ years old with a company that is barely 1 year in the market. It's a startup, and both are using the same technology. So at the end of the day, IoT is also a democratization of technology. Anyone can use it, and anyone can leverage the technology to produce a meaningful solution. Actually, these two products can work together because this sensor from Siemens can feed data into the heat recovery unit from Passive Energy. That's the beauty of the technology. That's the end goal, is to make things easier, to allow solutions to improve the life of people. So we at the KNX Association, and especially in the Startup Incubator, the KNX IoT, the IoT technology means digitalization coming into the game of native IP technology, but always keeping into consideration who is using the technology. First, the manufacturers, the developers that make solutions, and eventually that has an impact on the life of people who live in the houses and buildings. So that's the IoT story. That's what I do. I promote KNX IoT. I run this KNX IoT Startup Incubator, and whoever is interested is very welcome to drop me a message and get in contact with me. Otherwise, I want to say thank you to Global Digital Week for giving me this opportunity to share my story. And I hope you found it informative and joyful. Thanks a lot.
Hello and welcome. My name is Mars Lozano. I'm a sustainability consultant, and today I will be talking about advancing sustainability in the digital era. I will talk to you about some case studies, so I hope you find it helpful and interesting. So about me, my name is Mars Lozano. I'm originally from Mexico City. I've lived in the Netherlands, and in the city of Maastricht, and as well I've lived in Vienna in Austria. I studied my Bachelor in International Business with a concentration on international trade. I have a Master in Science and Environmental Technology and International Affairs. I have more 10 years of experience in international companies such as General Electric, accelerators in Austria, and consulting. About me as well, about being more than consultant, I also give classes at the School of Management and Accounting at National University, and my mission is to support new technological and social companies to give more push and value to their economic and social ethics and sustainability and marketing strategies. So most of you already know what are the global goals, what are the SDGs. Everybody's talking about it, but if you haven't heard about it, or you've lived, under a rock, it's about the Sustainable Development Goals, and it's a blueprint for a better and more sustainable future for all. Each goal is interconnected, and achieving them requires action from everywhere and everyone. We need to do it. Most of these goals were targeted for 2030. About what's the relationship then with digitization? Well, it can be a great tool for achieving the SDGs. It can help by either reducing waste, improving resource efficiency, and enabling better tracking and reporting of sustainable goals. Example of this that you might have heard, it's smart transportation, sustainable agriculture, and circular economy initiatives. Here about the overview of the SDG targets for 2030 and the circularity gap. Remembering that these 17 global goals were created by the United Nations General Assembly. It was these goals were really thought through, they came from the Millennium Goals, and they did like a really great work about it. And all companies, NGOs, people can target certain goals to make it happen. But according to this circularity report, one way to do it is to really change, to have systemic changes. That would be through a change in our global economy. But, through making circular, through incorporating waste and reducing our footprint, that hasn't happened. We have it was just only 8.6% circular in 2020. So that's decreasing. So for decreasing our greenhouse gases, circular strategies can help and meet the goals. I will tell you how with these cases that I've researched and that you can apply to your company. So the first case study, I would just, these 3 case studies, I will just talk it over very briefly. I would love to talk about this, but probably you already know that sustainable agriculture can be helped through blockchain technology. This can help us with transparency, traceability, and efficiency. We can track if good farming methodologies have been through. We can reduce waste. That's one of the greatest. For example, we can see if there's fair trade or if the certain logging, certain woods are where certain woods are coming. So that's a very interesting, very good way to see it. And for example, here we can see about these NFTs as well. So it's really interesting that they can make art, and through the purchase of these NFTs, you can also help certain places to to prevent deforestation and improve afforestation, meaning planting more trees. That would be great. And with Bitcoin, you can also support certain movements towards green energy as well. So next to case study number 2. So I think many people already know about renewable energy through smart grids. You know, when I posted that image about myself, it was about energy security. And we need all the clean energy that we can have. These smart grids can distribute electricity through advanced technologies, integrating renewable energy sources and reduce our carbon footprint. And there was like this great case that happened while we were during the pandemic. So by researching the consumer trends, and because many people were at home, they just decided to do certain studies about what type of energy they would, you know, what type of electricity they would need, and accordingly they could just switch, you know, from carbon-based technologies to more friendly ones. For example, they could use you know, the energy from these wind turbines. So it's a great power to continue using it. And case number 3, it's about sustainable supply chain management through IoT. IoT, well known as Internet of Things, can help reduce waste and improve transparency in supply chains, as well to contribute to sustainable development goals, as I already mentioned. And here, something related to that, I will go more in depth through this case study in particular. I will give you more examples because I know that probably, yeah, I mean, for you, it's like, great, those case studies are great, but what about the examples? So I will give you 2. One, it's in Mexico, and the other one is Hewlett Packard Financial Services. So here in Mexico, Compusoluciones, as I said, Mexican company, providing IT services, they implemented this circular economy model. And that is to prevent electronic waste. Let's face it, our digital economy needs a lot of these electronic products and machines. So one of the things that we need to do is to prevent them to go to landfills. So one of the things that they did was through this model, trying to collect, repair, and refurbish this used electronics. So now there's like a good market to prevent that, and you know, going a little bit beside to that. For example, Amazon as well have certain refurbishment of certain electronic devices. For example, your mobile phone, your phone, they can, you know, you can also resell it. They will try to, you know, remanufacture it and try to sell it to a minor price. So, you know, reducing this type of, you know, using of new materials. So that's one of the great studies, and you know, we need this whole change, you know, to make our world better. And for HPE, you know, Hewlett Packard, they have released the service about upcycling. They just realized that there was like a lot of retired IT equipment in companies, so they asked themselves, okay, so what should we do? So they saw an opportunity to reuse and remanufacture these components, so they can help and recover residual value of their assets. So in a financial way, that's very interesting, you know, as well. It helped reduce their carbon emission and, of course, their e-waste, and boosting their budget. So that's a great, I think those are great solutions. I just put 2. No, I didn't want to say more about it. You know, I could still talk about it, but that's one of the tendencies that we will see, you know, embracing this type of technology, you know, like a service, which is part of circular economy, can help both the planet and the companies. As well, it can help companies to look a little bit greener without, you know, falling to this greenwashing tendency. So it's good for everyone, and especially good for the planet. So we really need to make a profound change in the way we produce business. So ending my presentation and the key takeaways, it's of course, you know, I already talked about the circular economy principles, implementing renewable energy, as I mentioned, you know, mainly wind turbines, but as well, you know, it all will depend on the resources of each company. the most important would be reducing the waste, because that will lead exactly to the carbon footprint. And foster this culture of sustainability will also help most of the companies to be more efficient, and as well to reduce all the other key takeaways, waste, and promote efficiency and productivity. So, I will leave you with this small phrase: less is more, and it is possible. We have already the technology, and I think there are many people worried about it. Here, I would just leave you with this. There is this architectural product in the south of Mexico, so trying to make a greener city, trying to implement everything. So I hope you can see that it's in Puerto Morelos. So if you want to find out more, there are lots of opportunities there to integrate this type of technologies and solutions. And in case you're interested in more about this, or you have a company and you would like to have a case study on what you're doing, I would love to hear your story, or you just only want to talk about sustainability in businesses, you can contact me. Those are my contact details. I would love to talk more and, help either your company or, just only discuss ideas. So have a great day, and yeah, that will be all for me.
Hola, muy buenos días, ¿cómo están? El día de hoy vamos a estar hablando de casos de manufactura y de tecnología. Nos acompaña Talía Pérez, que es una de las analistas de tecnología en nuestro instituto. ¿Cómo estás, Talía? Buen día.
Hola, buenos días. Un gusto estar acá, Guillermo.
Muy bien, pues vamos a darle, ya que andamos viendo todo esto de las investigaciones dentro del instituto y los comités que vamos trabajando a nivel internacional en los metaversos. Cuéntanos un poquito cómo viene toda esta parte de la evolución tecnológica en la parte de manufactura, porque sin duda la tecnología está tocando cada rincón del planeta, todas las industrias, todas las verticales, y seguramente pues en las investigaciones que hacen, ¿no? Tú y tu equipo pues han encontrado varias cosas. Esa es la idea, que nos cuenten un poquito sus investigaciones.
Claro, en el caso de la manufactura, de hecho traigo 3 videos que sacamos de nuestro deck dentro de nuestras investigaciones. Muy interesantes estos videos. Primero me gustaría empezar con la empresa Nike. La empresa Nike hizo una alianza con la empresa RTFKT. Esta empresa es completamente digital y hace creaciones digitales, lo que son los conocidos NFTs, ¿no? Esa es la creación. Y ellos se centran en hacer NFTs de calzado. Nike decidió hacer una alianza con ellos para llevar esos NFTs a la vida real y hacer el futuro de los sneakers. Acá lo presentan.
To the Artifact ecosystem. Today, Artifact, together with Nike CryptoKicks, introduces the future of sneakers. Starting with the Artifact Nike Dunk Genesis, powered by DreamOS and Skin Vial Tech. Skin Vials allow you to change the look of the Artifact Nike Dunk Genesis or any compatible sneakers with limited edition skins. Collect, evolve, and breed sneaker skins, created by legendary collaborators, artists, and the Artifact community. Load up thousands of skins to a single pair of sneakers. Today, we start with Evo X, Artifact's first skin vial collection featuring 8 Clone X DNA-based evolutive skins. Evo X powered skins vials allow you to evolve your Artifact Nike Dunk Genesis sneaker and choose drip upgrades and powers. Which path will you choose for your evolutive skin as you journey into the Artifact ecosystem and unlock the future? The future is now. Artifact.
Ok, se ve súper interesante. Se ve súper interesante como, pues todo esto futurista, ¿no? Y luego los sneakers que se han vuelto pues un artículo, no sé cómo llamarlo, porque pues hay ediciones especiales, ¿no? Hay ediciones digitales, etcétera, ¿no?
Justamente acá lo que introducían era un chip que pones en el sneakers y eso es lo que simula a lo que veíamos, todos esos modelos que veíamos, ¿no? Entonces ellos te comentan, va a haber una aplicación web y en esa aplicación que lo puedes tener en tu teléfono, que es de Nike y de esta empresa, vas a poder descargar ciertos modelos y esos modelos se van a descargar a este chip y este chip que lo vas a tener en tu zapato va a cambiar ahora sí el diseño del zapato que tengas. Es decir, puedes tener un sneaker completamente blanco sin absolutamente nada, tienes el chip, lo bajas desde la aplicación, distintos diseños y todos esos diseños los puedes utilizar con el sneaker sin la necesidad de que el sneaker mismo traiga el diseño.
Ok, sí quiero unos, definitivo. O sea, ¿estos ya se comercializan, Talia?
Todavía están en desarrollo, pero ellos ya tienen prototipos que ya están tratando de comercializar. En realidad todavía no ha salido completamente al público, pero ellos esperan ya que lo saquen dentro de poco.
Claro, también sabes cuáles vi la otra ocasión, coches que con el control remoto les cambias el color. O sea, es más como, entiendo que es más una pantalla, porque pues es como, son como poquitos LEDs en toda la carrocería y lo pones el color que tú quieras, ¿no?
Sí, va cambiando como si fuera, bueno, le cambias completamente la pintura y es como tener una pantalla en el coche y entonces va cambiando así con estos colores.
Muy bien,
Sí.
súper impresionante, ¿eh? Bien, interesante lo que se viene.
Bastante. Y acá tenemos también algo muy interesante por parte de la empresa Samsung. Acá ellos están mostrando cómo es el diseño de sus celulares con robots que les ayudan. Vamos a ver este.
Ok, qué bonito video. Hasta me sentí que estaba viendo una película.
Se le hacen un poquito dramatizado para fines del tipo comercial, pero sí ellos han puesto en sus cuentas de redes sociales que sí utilizan ese tipo de robots para hacer pruebas con los dispositivos y ver que realmente salgan al mercado sin ninguna falla.
Claro, súper bonito. ¿Qué más? Cuéntanos.
Bueno, un último video por parte de FedEx. En FedEx, la sucursal de China muestra sus nuevos robots para la distribución de paquetes.
联邦快递一直致力于开发和利用创新科技来提升客户服务体验。这是联邦快递首次在中国投入并使用智能分拣机器人，是我们利用创新科技来推动智能物流发展又一创举。中国是全球最大的电子商务市场，联邦快递全新的华南分拣中心主要是服务于电子商务客人。我们在该中心投入并使用了智能分拣机器人，是我们支持中国电子商务发展的最新努力。
我在 FedEx 的分拣中心，这台 Dora Sorter 非常的适用于快递、电商和生鲜水果等等小包裹的这个分拣的效率非常的高。这一次 Dora Sorter 在 FedEx 中国的落地，意味着对跨境电商分拣的大力支持，这是 Dora 和 FedEx 全球合作的一个起点。
联邦快递一直致力于利用创新科技来提高我们的操作效率和客户体验。我们新成立的华南电商分拣中心主要是处理小包裹，蓝胖子的智能分拣机器人与我们的操作流程有较高的匹配度，可以根据我们的货物类型，并根据包裹的具体目的地进行细分操作。我们希望通过与蓝胖子的合作，进一步了解机器人等创新科技在操作中的应用，从而可以对相关的科技的投入和使用进行策略性的规划。
Ok, súper interesante. Cuéntanos qué te llamó la atención de este FedEx.
Bueno, ellos en este caso están utilizando robots con inteligencia artificial para que vayan identificando los paquetes hacia dónde deben de ir, cómo deben de ser organizados, para que de esa forma sea más rápido el proceso a la hora de hacer las entregas, ¿no? También ellos presentaban un robot autónomo que recibe los paquetes y hace la sustitución de los drones, es decir, no hay necesidad de que el dron vaya directamente a casa a entregar el paquete como lo está haciendo Amazon en diversas localidades en Estados Unidos, sino que va el robot directamente a localidades cercanas a entregar los paquetes a las casas o las direcciones que les den.
Claro, claro. Muy bien. Pues si quieres, ahora vamos a darle un poquito al deck que han construido en el instituto y cuéntanos la historia de este robotcito que se ve súper bonito.
Este robotcito es la foto de Asimo. Es un robot que están diseñando para ayudar en las tareas diarias de los hogares, ahora sí, para las que las personas interactúen con ellos. También están utilizando otras versiones de Asimo para otro tipo de tareas, también para la parte espacial. Para lo que sería, hay distintas versiones, Asimo pequeño, Asimo grande, para distintas tareas. Hasta ahora solamente ha salido el que es para el hogar, ¿no? Para las tareas diarias del hogar. No ha salido al público todavía el que es el Asimo, un nuevo Asimo para lo que sería para otro tipo de industrias, pero es muy interesante porque te muestran los videos, ¿no? De cómo se levanta, cómo camina, cómo recoge las cosas, cómo es capaz de contestarte y todo ese tipo de características, ¿no?
Ahora, este ya está es comercial, o sea, ya se puede comprar.
El que es para tarea del hogar, sí. Sí, ya se puede ya. Sí.
¿Y más o menos sabes como en cuánto sale uno de estos? ¿En dólares?
No tengo el número específico, pero sí sé que está un poquito carito.
Ah, ok. Muy bien, pues a ver, dale, cuéntanos un poquito otros casos que tienes por acá.
Sí, acá tenemos los casos, por ejemplo, ya conocemos las empresas Ford y Tesla, sabemos que son primeras en lo que sería la tecnología. Ford está utilizando lo que es realidad virtual para fabricar sus vehículos, hacen simulaciones para poder ver, y como comentábamos antes, reducir los problemas a la hora de la fabricación. Tesla presentó su robot, un robot para hacer cualquier tarea en el hogar. Presentó una supercomputadora llamada Dojo para el aprendizaje. Utilizando ambos, tanto el robot como la supercomputadora, lo que es inteligencia artificial para mejorar procesos, mejorar tareas diarias, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Muy, muy interesante esos videos. No los muestro acá, los pueden ver desde acá del deck. La verdad es que son videos un poquito largos, por eso no los presenté acá, pero sí están muy, muy interesantes. Nike, por otro lado, ya veíamos el video sobre su nuevo concepto del futuro de los sneakers, pero también vemos lo que es la tienda del futuro. Nike preparó una tienda hecha completamente con tecnología de realidad aumentada y realidad virtual, donde ellos muestran varias pantallas que utilizan inteligencia artificial para poder hacer encargos en la selección de los zapatos que vas a usar o de la ropa, cómo lo vas a comprar. Para comprarlo también utilizan lo que es la tecnología del blockchain para proteger todos lo que es la interacción, el intercambio de lo que son las monedas, la protección bancaria. También utilizan lo que son los gemelos digitales, entre otro tipo de cuestiones. Es un video un poquito también largo, por eso no lo presento acá, pero ellos presentan una tienda, ya la tienda existe, ya se puede ir, si no me equivoco está en Estados Unidos, no recuerdo ahora en qué localidad, pero sí está muy, muy interesante porque entras y es como, wow, todo tiene pantalla, todo es con realidad virtual o realidad aumentada y está muy, muy interesante. El video de Samsung, que ya también lo veíamos, lo que sería también, Samsung quiere implementar la inteligencia artificial y la realidad aumentada para los autos autónomos, ¿no? Para los dispositivos autónomos, no solamente en la parte de los autos, sino también en la parte de la robótica. Y también quieren implementar la 5G por este lado. Acá tenemos la empresa que se alió con Nike. Ellos, como le comentaba, hacían o hacen lo que son los NFTs, entonces ellos se basaban de todo tipo de películas, series, personajes de videojuegos para hacer estos artículos, estos NFTs especiales y limitados para pues, venderlos en el mercado dentro de los metaversos y fuera de los mismos. Tenemos también a la empresa china Asus. Ellos crearon unos lentes de contacto para jugar videojuegos. Ellos te dicen, no tienes que utilizar un lente de realidad virtual, no tienes que utilizar la realidad aumentada. Con un lente de contacto, uno solo de un lado, puedes hacer juegos, jugar videojuegos o también están haciendo los lentes de ambos ojos para que también puedas tener esas interacciones. Por ejemplo, guiñas una vez y hay una acción dentro del videojuego, guiñas 2 veces o 3 veces y así sucesivamente ese tipo. También quieren utilizar lo que son los sensores por movimiento, entonces para que cuando tú muevas la mano o haces algún gesto, también reaccionen los lentes de contacto.
Claro.
Acá teníamos por último HP introduciendo su nueva impresora 3D. Sabemos que lo que sería la impresión 3D está muy de moda, también se utilizaba en la parte de la manufactura para comida, ¿no? Creaban comida en 3D. La verdad, muy, muy interesante el concepto. Aquí HP está mostrando, no por la parte de la comida, sino para el sector industrial, es decir, hacer más rápido la fabricación, como veíamos en Samsung, lo de los celulares. Ellos también utilizan impresoras 3D y bueno, es un video muy interesante porque ellos muestran cómo funciona esta nueva impresora que está, bueno, además de bastante grande, está muy, muy elaborada, tiene muchísimas funciones y creo que se está un poquito complicada pues, moverle, ¿no? Pero los expertos sabrán ya cómo manejarla. Y FedEx, que ya veíamos lo que hacían, no solamente están utilizando lo que son los drones o el robot que vemos, que era el que le explicaba que a zonas cercanas va y entrega directamente la paquetería, sino que también están utilizando camiones autónomos para hacer las entregas. Y pues también por este lado están utilizando las redes 5G, la inteligencia artificial y todo esto en colaboración con empresas como Huawei o Samsung, que también están utilizando estas tecnologías porque quieren implementar los autos autónomos o los camiones autónomos y reducir este tráfico, ¿no? De que lleven un solo conductor y que él sea quien va manejando las cosas, o de ser más protegido para el convoy y cosas por el estilo.
Claro. A ver, dame un segundito porque nos pregunta esta María José Ruiz que de la tienda de Nike que mostraste hace rato, que si de ese tipo de tiendas solamente van a ser para este tipo de tiendas de ropa o también van a ser parecidas las tiendas de retail, ¿no? Con esas tecnologías.
Bueno, nosotros, no sé si recuerda, Guillermo, hicimos también un deck de retail donde mostrábamos que las empresas estaban también implementando este tipo de tecnología para personalizar los artículos, es decir, ya sea vender ropa interior o una camisa, un pantalón, este tipo de cosas utilizaban pantallas inteligentes donde uno seleccionaba y personalizaba lo que quería. De hecho, es un video muy interesante, lo voy a poner. Ahora sí, este es el video. Allá va.
no, pues sí, sí está súper avanzado, o sea, todas las pantallas, con lo que puede hacer el consumidor. Esta María José Ruiz dice que es de Barcelona y que ella ha visto algunas tiendas, no es lo general, que están ya comenzando pues a poner algunas pantallas, a hacer cosas como las que vimos, pero por ejemplo me llamó la atención que pone el tenis este chico y le selecciona su talla, color, ¿no? Hace una serie como de acciones ya sin un vendedor, ¿no? En donde cambia la dinámica pues ahora sí que de consumo. Esto al final es lo que vamos a comenzar a ver con estas tecnologías inmersivas, ¿no? También en las pantallas estas gigantes para escoger productos, ¿no? También era muy interesante.
Porque llegas, puedes personalizar el producto que quieres, si no lo hay, pues lo puedes pedir. Ya veíamos la chica cuando pedía una talla que parece que no estaba de manera física, le daban un ticket para que fuera de manera digital. Eso también es una experiencia nueva porque hasta ahora, pues bueno, nosotros pedimos por plataformas como Amazon, como eBay, bueno, todo tipo de plataformas de e-commerce. Pedimos las tallas y a veces pueden llegar pues la talla errónea o sabe que no la medí bien porque pues no se puede ver de manera digital, entonces me queda muy grande o me queda muy ancha. Ese tipo de cuestiones aquí la eliminan haciendo que sea la persona quien escoge en específico. También hay otras pantallas que literalmente es un espejo inteligente, te va poniendo el vestido encima tuyo, vas escogiendo la talla y ves cómo te va quedando. Eso también lo veíamos en tiendas, en el deck de retail.
Claro, claro. Muy bien, pues bueno, vamos a platicarles ahora, Talía, un poco de lo que hacemos en el instituto y cómo es que llegan estos casos a este lugar, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, les quiero compartir que Talía nos acompaña junto con un equipo de inteligencia que revisan casos dentro de nuestro instituto. Básicamente lo que hacen es tener pues una serie de matrices en donde van viendo las aplicaciones las aplicaciones de tecnología en diferentes industrias y nos vamos juntando semanalmente en algunos comités, ¿no? Donde se van hablando pues temas de tecnología desde la parte más macro, que sería la parte pues gubernamental, regulatoria, hasta la parte más micro, que es la parte del consumo. Entonces, el instituto al final, pues al ser una fundación, nosotros no perseguimos fines de lucro, pero buscamos contribuir a reducir la brecha digital global, en donde se acercan decenas de marcas de diferentes países y de diferentes industrias a comenzar a colaborar en este tipo de análisis para estar pues viendo tendencias. ¿Quiénes son algunas de las marcas que nos acompañan en estas reuniones semanales? Pues están desde marcas como muy grandes, como puede ser Rappi, Google, ¿no? Snapchat, que son nombres como muy conocidos, pero también hay algunos otros que pues no son tan comunes como puede ser pues los gobiernos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, las industrias B2B como Pemex, como Siemens, etcétera, que al final ellos pues no están tan a la vista. Y no nada más empresas como muy grandes, sino también pues de empresas medianas, pequeñas, que buscan estar al día en las tendencias. ¿Cómo sucede todo esto donde van surgiendo estos casos? Básicamente, pues las marcas que se hacen miembro, ¿no? O que se afilian a nuestro instituto, pues van trabajando con decenas de otras personas que están buscando, ¿no? Entender las tendencias, hacer networking, poder preguntar de primera mano a los expertos de más alto nivel, pues cómo se hace e incluso también para buscar alianzas, colaboraciones o leads, ¿no? En este caso, pues se van reuniendo y les cuento más o menos cómo está integrado, porque todo esto sucede dentro de nuestro metaverso, ¿no? Donde nosotros también tenemos nuestro videojuego, donde tenemos nuestros avatars y los personalizamos, etcétera, en donde tenemos 4 grandes comités. El primero, como les decía, viene más desde la parte macro, la parte gubernamental, la parte de los organismos internacionales, elementos regulatorios. Ahí se ven más pues la parte de e-government, public policy, sustentabilidad. En el siguiente comité está más hecho para directores de tecnología o los Chief Digital Officers o los CTOs, ya ven que tienen nombres distintos en cada organización, al final son los líderes, ¿no? De la tecnología dentro de una organización. Y aquí están los temas más duros de la tecnología. Aquí es en donde se ve pues la parte de inteligencia artificial, pero no la parte tan aplicativa, la parte dura en donde ya se ve pues cómo entrenar a los modelos, ¿no? O por ejemplo, cómo hacer las cadenas de blockchain, ya metiéndose a retos ya muy particulares de cada organización, en donde cada semana pues nos van presentando casos, ¿no? El siguiente es más el que está alrededor de las personas, todo lo que tiene que ver con People Analytics, con toda la parte de Wellbeing Technologies, Human Resources, todo lo que es igual entrenamientos, etcétera. Entonces, este está más enfocado hacia lo que está la persona y también las industrias las tratamos de alinear hacia estos comités, como puede ser la industria de healthcare. Healthcare pues está más cercana a esto, también lo que tiene que ver con EdTech o Education Technology. Y por último están los comités que están enfocados más a la parte comercial o de ventas, en donde ya se ve pues todo lo que es digital commerce, metacommerce, metaversos, realidad aumentada, experiencias omnicanal, etcétera, y se van juntando de tal forma que desde diferentes países las marcas se suman a estos comités. Obviamente tenemos una agenda que se va presentando, ¿no? Masterclasses que van dando los amigos de, pues no sé, Mercado Pago, los amigos de Rappi, de Danone, etcétera, y van compartiendo entre líderes todas estas, digamos, tendencias. Aquí lo interesante es que, pues, se puede hacer de manera remota, pero si hay varias marcas, ¿no? En un mismo lugar, pues las marcas se van a la oficina de alguno de nuestros afiliados. No sé, ponemos el ejemplo acá. Si es en Ciudad de México, pues en nuestras oficinas, ¿no? Nos podemos reunir las marcas y conectarnos a los metaversos, ¿no? O desde probablemente Madrid, ¿no? Que tenemos mucha relación por allá con las personas y las marcas de Madrid y de Barcelona, se van juntando. Entonces, así es como más o menos funciona. Y también, pues, esta parte, la Global Digital Week, el Global Metaverse Week, son eventos que realizamos en el instituto para acercar este tipo de casos, ¿no? O sea, tener referencias para poder crear valor. Entonces, aquí, pues, todo lo que están viendo, pues, tenemos decenas y decenas de horas de digital knowledge, ¿no? O sea, tenemos una suscripción para que ustedes puedan, por un bajo costo, tener acceso a todos los contenidos, todas las presentaciones, modelos, ¿no? Todo lo que está aquí para que lo puedan utilizar para sus iniciativas. Y por último, también nos piden mucho la parte de tendencias, reportes, tanto gobiernos como marcas. Entonces, déjenme y les platico este en particular, porque este no lo pidieron, pero venía más para una marca de real estate. Aquí pusimos el ejemplo de Nike, ya que hablábamos de Nike y andamos en el mundo de los sneakers y los zapatos que a todos nos encantan, ¿no? Entonces, aquí un poquito la idea es cómo agarrar y pensar, ¿no? En la evolución de cualquier marca. Y me refiero a cualquiera, porque puedes tener una estética o puedes tener un restaurante, pero va a ser impactado todo por la tecnología. De hecho, hay unos pequeños robots, Thalía, que son ya los como despachadores, digamos, meseros, ¿no? Tú le pides en su pantallita tu orden y se van y regresan en un rato y hasta bailan, ¿no? Tantito ahí ya que te entregan la comida, hacen cosas, ¿no? También desde la parte hasta el comercio en las calles. En China, por ejemplo, ya vimos que están probando, ¿no? Los prototipos de comida rápida, de fast food, ¿no? O sea, las típicas cadenas que conocemos ya son pequeños robots, unos carritos que ya te preparan tu hamburguesa, tu pizza, en donde tú andes y ya no hay humanos, ¿no? O sea,
Sí, o manos robóticas, ¿no? Que van escogiendo las cosas.
Sí, y además son muy interesantes los carritos, pues son unos camioncitos, porque yo lo veo que sí está de un tamaño importante y que se van a recargar solitos sus baterías y regresan y se van a abastecer. Entonces, sí estamos entrando en una era en donde incluso, o sea, ponía el ejemplo de un restaurante, vas a poder, digamos, contratar a comprar tu mesero robot, ¿no? Entonces, literal, ¿no? Va a pasar. Entonces, en el ejemplo que estábamos hablando de Nike particularmente, lo que estamos viendo es que a pesar de que ellos pues venden un commodity, porque cualquiera puede hacer un zapato, es como una Coca-Cola. Tú dime, Talia, pues cualquiera puede hacer un refresco con azúcar, o sea, no hay ciencia atrás de eso, ¿no? El tema está en cómo engancho a mi audiencia, ¿no? Cómo me conecto con ellos, cómo realmente disfruten el producto. Y en el caso de los tenis, yo creo que lo que han hecho estas compañías, porque es muy interesante particularmente las empresas de zapatos, cómo han ido evolucionando, en donde pues si bien es un tenis y venden ropa deportiva y accesorios, ¿no? Lo que han ido es adaptando su portafolio para tener presencia en los canales digitales, no solamente en los marketplaces, sino también en el metaverso, ¿no? Que pues el Nike Land está en ¿cómo se llama? En Roblox, etcétera. Y también pues le meten mucho tipo de aplicaciones a la ropa, ¿no? A sus productos. El caso de los sneakers que tú los compras y ya después cambian, o sea, definitivamente están increíbles, o sea, ya quiero ver cuándo llegan, ¿no? Tener unos tenis de ese estilo. Y bueno, también se han metido mucho a la parte de accesorios de monitoreo. Si te das cuenta, estas marcas, pues lo que tienen son muchos relojes para cuando haces ejercicios, te miden el pulso, te miden cuántas calorías quemaste, tienen muchísimas funcionalidades y avanzando, porque esto es el comienzo, o sea, va a comenzar a evolucionar esto, pues las marcas buscan, y aquí es un poquito el objetivo como marca, uno tiene que pensar, si yo ya estoy aquí y vendo lo que quieran, un restaurante, una cafetería, lo que se imaginen, pues lo que tengo que pensar es qué tipo de tecnologías le hacen market fit o digamos como se conectan, ¿no? Con mi negocio. Y ahora lo que estamos viviendo es que las tecnologías ya están accesibles a la gente. Es decir, hace 20 años o 30 años, sí te creo que si querías hacer un desarrollo tecnológico, llevaba años y lo tenías que hacer tú solo y contratar a tu propia gente. Ahora no, ahora hasta el negocio más pequeño, Talia, utiliza Rappi, Uber Eats, ¿no? Utilizan sistemas de pago, ¿no? O sea, ya están más automatizados y es en donde ha evolucionado. Incluso si yo quiero vender en e-commerce, pues tenemos a Shopify, ¿no? Tenemos a muchas marcas que ya te facilitan, ¿no? Toda la parte de generar negocios digitales. Ahora, aquí el reto, y eso es parte, digamos, como de estas sesiones, es cómo le hacemos para poder incorporar esa tecnología, porque hay muchas personas que ya están enteradas y bueno, de repente también las startups o gente más joven, ¿no? Son los que más se meten a la parte de utilizar
Sí,
esto.
lo que más innovan, se arriesgan un poco más, ¿no? En ese
Exacto, pero
sentido.
la gran mayoría de los negocios no están en esas condiciones, o sea, el
No.
90% se quedan atrás, siguen siendo lo más tradicional y en realidad lo que no se han dado cuenta, y es parte de la labor que nosotros estamos haciendo, es que pues ya nada más hay que contratar una suscripción, ¿estás de acuerdo? O sea, en Shopify escoges tu plan, ¿no? Eliges cuáles son tus templates y pagas tu suscripción y lo mismo para hacer tus emailing y hacer todo lo que tú quieras, o sea, ya todo va con suscripciones de ultra bajo costo, ¿no? Entonces, aquí la idea es que se animen y comentarles que este tipo de análisis, pues nos los piden algunas marcas o gobiernos para entender, pues, el market fit de corto plazo y también la parte de evolucionar hacia pensar un poquito más adelante. Ahora, ¿cómo nosotros vamos, pues, viendo estos retos? Pues dependiendo de cómo sea cada negocio particularmente, pues si tiene retos o lo buscan, ¿no? Para un tema de posicionamiento de marca, ¿qué tipo de tecnología les puede ayudar para, pues, ser más relevantes con sus consumidores? Aquí, pues, si bien no busca necesariamente vender, ¿no? De inmediato, o sea, porque no es nada más el e-commerce, sino es crear algo distinto. Y pienso en el caso, por ejemplo, que viene aquí, Talia, de L'Oreal, para que les puedas platicar quizás un poquito, porque L'Oreal hace muchísimas cosas, colaboraciones, ¿no? En equipos de fútbol en el metaverso, ¿no? Son sponsors, pero al final esto lo hacen porque quieren hacer una marca, tienen presencia de marca, colaboraciones con diferentes marcas también, ¿no? Van haciendo, pero esto lo que te ayuda es a que muestres a tus usuarios el futuro, ¿no? Un poquito como los insights que sacamos del Global Metaverse Report, ¿no? Que las marcas líderes enseñan a sus usuarios la nueva forma de hacer las cosas, ¿cierto? Cuéntanos un poquito.
Sí, claro. En este sentido, ellos lo que hacen es pues introducir su marca en el metaverso. Es decir, hoy en día los metaversos públicos, como lo serían Decentraland, Roblox, entre muchos otros, están abiertos a todo tipo de públicos. Hay empresas que incluso están comprando terrenos dentro de estos metaversos y entre ellos tenemos a las empresas como L'Oreal. L'Oreal no solamente es la compra de terrenos dentro de estos metaversos, sino que también ellos ponen su imagen, ponen como una pequeña tienda y ahí van mostrando sus productos de manera virtual, van haciendo eventos para que los usuarios de estos metaversos vayan y de manera virtual ellos puedan ver las presentaciones de L'Oreal, sus nuevos productos, sus nuevos comerciales, qué ventajas y desventajas traen, pues ahora sí todo lo demás. Y eso hace una presencia de marca bastante importante. ¿Por qué? Porque en estos metaversos te puedes encontrar personas de todas las edades, de todos los géneros, de todos los países y pues el punto de la presencia de marca es que te conozca la mayor cantidad de gente posible.
Exacto, entonces aquí la idea de que se vayan explorando estos casos es acercarse con expertos, todas estas personas que ven aquí en esta presentación, pues son speakers de los diferentes eventos que tenemos y aquí la idea es que se acerquen, ¿no? Con ellos, le pregunten cómo lo han hecho, etcétera. Y por último, me quiero ir pues un poquito a hablar de toda esta parte que estamos haciendo de pues cómo poder colaborar o cómo pueden ustedes, digamos, afiliarse o las razones, ¿no? Para afiliarse. Y pues principalmente pues es un tema de business intelligence y temas de tecnología. Aquí me encantaría, Talia, que les pudieras compartir cómo son las experiencias cuando se están analizando estos casos, cuando llegan expertos, ¿no? En el metaverso. Cuéntales un poquito porque la idea es poder hablar de tecnología, estar en contacto con líderes de tecnología.
Sí, en el caso de los eventos de los comités, cada comité con su designado temas, llegan los expertos a hablar, por ejemplo, de estos mismos metaversos. Entonces ellos te comentan su experiencia, te comentan qué empresas son las que están haciendo sus metaversos, por qué y cómo los están haciendo, qué ventajas, beneficios están habiendo. Como todo, tiene sus desventajas, pero es mayor la ventaja que ofrecen. En este caso, en los eventos vienen personas, empresas de todo tipo de lugares y estas personas empiezan a interactuar con los expertos y empiezan a decirles que nuestra experiencia es esta, es que si nosotros hacemos esto, pues esto puede pasar. Entonces empieza a haber un intercambio de ideas entre el experto y entre aquellos con una experiencia similar o tal vez distinta y entonces estas ideas se vuelven una porque hay ese intercambio de conocimientos. El experto te puede decir que un metaverso tiene las mayores ventajas posibles, mientras que una empresa, como usted mencionaba, las más conservadoras empiezan a decir es que es mucho gasto o ya las personas mayores no están pues muy familiarizadas con la tecnología, entonces vienen los expertos a decirte eso no es del todo cierto, ¿no? Porque las personas mayores también están entrando a los metaversos, ya también las empresas están adentrándose en este mundo, las personas están empezando a aprender, porque al fin y al cabo, como es algo nuevo, todo el mundo va aprendiendo poco a poco, no es algo que se vaya de la noche a la mañana. Y eso enseña mucho, no solamente a las personas a las empresas que están ahí representando, sino que también, por ejemplo, yo como oyente, me emociona mucho porque voy aprendiendo de todas estas nuevas experiencias que yo en sí no tengo, pero que los demás sí, y el compartirlas es bastante enriquecedor.
Sí, claro. Y bueno, al final, pues al ser un think tank, es un espacio para poder hablar, ¿no? Y proponer y también hacer crítica positiva hacia los sistemas que nos rigen. Entonces, a mí me parece un espacio increíble, me gustó mucho y les comparto, tuvimos una charla hace unos meses en donde incluso se habla de cómo la tecnología, ¿no? Tiene ciertas barreras por temas geopolíticos, ¿no? No es lo mismo cómo sucede la tecnología en Europa y en Estados Unidos que, por ejemplo, cómo sucede en Asia o en América Latina. Tiene barreras la gente para acceder a la tecnología y son cosas que al final del día, pues eso no lo van a ver en las noticias, no es, digamos, como a veces no es políticamente correcto, pero aquí la idea es agarrar y conocer a los líderes y poder interactuar con gente de práctica, porque al final al estar en un metaverso en diferentes lugares, la gente se va se va, digamos, como relacionando. Ahora, otra de las cosas que creo, Talia, que es muy importante, es que el equipo, ¿no? De las marcas tiene que estar siempre tratando de estar al día de lo que sucede, ¿no? En el mundo y en los mercados, porque las tecnologías han avanzado muy rápido en los últimos 10 años, o sea, hay cosas que no
Muy
nos...
cambiante, va cambiando constantemente, sí.
Exacto, entonces, ¿cómo agarrar y ayudarles, ¿no? a las marcas? Pues lo primero es que se acerquen, ¿no? Aquí les muestro un poquito cuáles son como los beneficios. Básicamente, pues es el acceso un año, ¿no? A nuestro metaverso, en donde suceden diferentes masterclasses, ¿no? Se presentan diferentes marcas, etcétera, pero también tenemos descuentos entre los mismos miembros. Tenemos descuentos con diferentes metaversos. Por ahí está Soraya de Utopion, nos pasó los últimos descuentos, ¿no? Para hacer, pues, temas de entretenimiento. Tenemos un newsletter de tendencias y casos de tecnología, como lo están viendo acá, solamente que se viene más como por episodios, más cortitos, 5 o 10 minutos, para que se puedan actualizar, ¿no? Semanalmente. Y bueno, el acceso como a decenas de horas de masterclass de diferentes expertos en el mundo. Y pues esto pues lo que permite es que ustedes puedan estar al día, ¿no? Entonces, pues bueno, eso era un poquito lo que les queríamos conversar el día de hoy. Y bueno, pues es un gustazo, Tania. Los casos que mostraste llaman mucho la atención porque parecen del futuro, pero pues no es el futuro, ya es el presente, ¿no?
Sí, ya lo están implementando, ya lo están usando, ya llevan de hecho un tiempo. Es que también, primero son los prototipos, ¿no? Luego lo van probando y ya después cuando ven su efectividad ya lo van utilizando diariamente.
Muy bien, pues bueno, pues muchísimas gracias por el trabajo y también agradecer a las demás personas que han estado colaborando, ¿no? En este tipo de investigaciones que hacen y ponerlas, digamos, al público, ¿no? Y gracias por tu tiempo, Talia.
Gracias a usted, un gusto.
Muy bien, bueno, pues que tengan buen día y hasta luego.
Hello, my name is Marisol Capetillo. I am the CEO of Verse Technology, and I'm super happy I was invited today to talk to you. So in the next few minutes, I will be sharing with you a bit about what we do in the company, about how we use Internet of Things and cloud computing solutions to make benefits for our clients and for humans and person in the center of all of it, right? So I will begin in just a second. Right. So technology in Industry 4.0 has been created for the benefit of humans, right? I mean, we engineers and the people who create technology, we tend to share and to talk a lot about the details of our technology, you know, the hard stuff, the hard numbers, and I would like to talk to you today about how we in Verse Technology create and develop all of these solutions, thinking about how humans will benefit from it, right? How our clients are in the center of it. But our clients are not numbers, are not machines. Our clients are people, right? So the concept of the solutions that we do are based on how can we solve problems for human. If we manage to improve the environment, if we manage to improve production time, if we manage to improve the decision making, all of it will be in benefit of the people, right? So a bit about myself. I am the CEO of Verse Technology. I'm an electronic engineer, and I have a few extra studies, right? And I have worked as manager in different companies. So many of it has helped Verse Technology to be able to create solutions, thinking about what problems people have, and besides that, it is not only me, right? There is a whole team behind what we do, and that is what makes what we do possible, right? So this is what we are, right? I mean, we are engineers, we are developers, we are creators, we are designers, we are people, right? So what we want is more humans to be free, to be creative. So we don't want to encourage humans to do machine tasks, right? We want humans to do the most creative tasks. So our technology, as I said before, is based on solving operative problems using digitalization of data, right? From the physical world. So we work with hardware from the physical world when we acquire data. Then we transmit that data and we take it to the cloud. Once we have the information there, we have intelligence, we have analysis, and we have a way to show and to help the decision makers to make better decisions or to give recommendations, right? So a lot of these solutions have high impact on cost control, human resources, and of course an impact on the environment, right? So what we have done is we are very flexible, and we have been thinking in how we can solve problems by being flexible ourselves on the solution, because we know that the world of industry and the operative world has many challenges, and those are the requirements to work, right? So we need to adapt and to be able to standardize their data and to be able to send it or to put it, in this case, in the cloud by the mean that it's more optimal, right? If it is a wireless or depending on the type of communication that works better. So we work a lot onto that, on selecting what will be the best way for the type of industry or the conditions in the operations floor, because we know the conditions are determined by the product that manufacturers, or by the product that you know, that it's being done by the clients, and we have to be able to give them validated data, you know, data that you can trust, in order to build recommendations, in order to build business intelligence, in order to build that visibility that will help decision makers and many users along the organization, right? So that's one of the things that today is a barrier. It's a barrier to make these solutions massive, right? And we have managed to be able to use the flexibility in a good way, in order to add to the democratization of data, right? In order to have the most that is available to build the intelligence we need to do the marvels that we know are possible, right? So we have different type of solutions that can improve in different industries, right? For example, in agro, right? And I have today a good example about working with Grupo Bimbo. I can say today that the manufacturing industry has taken big steps ahead of many other industries. That doesn't mean it doesn't apply for everybody. It actually applies for everybody, and every industry can get benefits out of it. So in the case I got right now is we have managed to help or to collaborate with Grupo Bimbo in order to help them save 30% on the consumption of natural resources, right? I mean, they have huge goals, very aggressive to reduce their carbon footprint. So we are part of that commitment and that goal. We have helped on maintenance and using vibration analysis and integrating to maintenance planning software, in order to give recommendations. And I guess we have gone to a return on investment of 10x by now. We have been also collaborating on identifying micro stops in the production lines, which is a next level on what it's the usual, and we have managed to help to increase efficiency by 7%, right? The expectations were 1% in 4 years, and they managed to get 7% in 1 year. Of course, the efforts of the client and their commitment on getting this to the point where it gives these benefits, it's a big value added, right? Because otherwise things don't happen, right? So we have another example of a case. This is the implementation of water management solution, and we have managed to reduce the consumption of electricity by 30% during the extraction of water, right? From a well, and we have helped in the sectorization and improving the water management, right? We have also helped them to manage to get the people to have like more water, right? From not needing to add more wells or more infrastructure, but only by having more visibility, improving processes, having recommendations on how to manage it better, right? So our commitment and what we can help to our clients, it's in the technical order, we can give intelligence for failure identification. We can generate alerts on unusual behaviors. One of the main things, as I said before, is of course to generate a database that is trustable and that it's valuable, on where you can build on top of it and be able to go ahead without having to worry about trusting your data, right? On other side, our time for implementation is it's very short compared with many other technologies that are around or have been around for long, and we have had, we have been around 10 years working with this type of solutions that I working on the cloud, and also working with hardware on the floor, on the operating floor, and that gives us a lot of advantage, because we have learned a lot and we have made a lot of improvements on the side of technology, but we have also made a lot of improvements on our communication with the clients and how we can help somehow. If you can call it a consultant side, where we can help even to plan, right? Because we have learned a lot. Of course, it has been pitfalls along the way on the different applications, but by now we are in a position in which we can not only provide with a technical solution, but we can also help a lot on what not to do and having considerations on things that are important to do. And one of them is the center of why I'm talking about today, which is the people, right? The humans, which are in the center of the result of the solution, but are also part of the implementation, right? So that is must to be considered, right? And that's why I am also taking a lot of emphasis on talking about today. This is an example of the partners and customers we have. We have fewer, of course, but this is an example in how we can see that manufacturing and on the other side, maybe water management are a bit ahead on taking the technology to implement solutions. Some of them are more advanced than others, of course. And that or these slides as a summary of what I wanted to share today with you, a part of the success cases and example of return of investment. But I also want to tell you that we want to help people that need to take decisions every day. They don't have the information, so they don't have the tools to make those decisions in the most efficient way, or in this information, and that human resource can be much better used on doing practical tasks or generating actions, right? And doing much more than only collect data and has post-mortem information, right? So that's in the center of the solutions that we develop. And the use of technology is or will no longer be an option. For Industry 4.0, this is today something that it's a need, and in the next few years, the ones that are not taking advantage of it will be left behind. So it's very important to understand it and to understand how you can use it to improve the quality of your human resources, the quality of the operations, and of course the financial impact that comes with it. Right? So that's everything I wanted to share with you today. I mean, I could spend hours talking about this, but this is the time we have for today. And you can see in the screen my contact information. So I open to communicate with you anytime. So feel free to write me, and I will be happy to talk.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Today we have a small review about this trend, what is happening in smart cities. And I am here with Talia Perez, that is one of our tech analysts here in our institute. So welcome, Talia.
Hi. Well, today I would like to talk about smart cities, and I have some companies that are already working on it in an alliances with another companies of technology and their respective governments. First, Net City in Shenzhen, China. This project is promoted by Tencent, one of the biggest companies in China, and I have a video where they explain how they are implementing this project in Shenzhen.
Okay, let's check the video.
Yes.
Built in the Guangdong province in a city called Shenzhen, China, a new district called the Net City, a 2 million square meter master plan city along the Danshuan port near the Bao'an district. Equivalent to the size of Monaco, this city within a city is set to occupy reclaimed land of the Pearl River estuary. The Net City is an urbanization project by Tencent, the face behind instant messaging app WeChat and QQ. With 86,000 employees as of 2020, Tencent partners with an architectural firm called NBBJ to create an urban city where Tencent employees could work, live, and play. This next level project will be completed in 3 phases over the next 7 years. The concept of Net City is to build an interconnected, human-focused ecosystem where people can dream, gather, and connect as a community. There will be monuments, parks, shops, schools, and entertainment facilities throughout the campus to create a happy place to live, work, and play. The Net City is a next-generation innovation that could change cities of the future forever. According to Jonathan Ward, a design partner at NBBJ, sustainability is the primary driver of the design. The Net City will feature a residential neighborhood with amenities. It is also a city that calls for simplistic, efficient zoning to facilitate the flow of people and the less use of automobiles. Even Western countries like the United States and Europe are creating car-free zones to reduce today's gruesome traffic. This fascinating city aims to create the betterment of the environment by minimalizing the use of cars as much as possible. By prioritizing cyclists, pedestrians, and transit passengers, you will see more sidewalks and bike lanes from the Net City. What is the goal in all of this? Well, it's to participate in a greener and safer environment and eliminating unnecessary traffic, just the society we need for our future. With project buildings and nature-filled spaces, this grand urban city is designed for humans more than traffic. Tencent employees are given public transit networks, integrated subways, buses, and ferries to transport to their respective buildings. After all, planning a city with few cars provides flexibility for creating solutions to keep an organic and human-focused society. During their free time, employees can venture to the parks and reconnect with nature. With the Tencent building plan being 30 stories high, this ultimate skyscraper is going to have glass-covered rooftops, high-quality solar panels, and a genius system to capture and reuse water. This next-level futuristic community even has environmental sensors to track environmental performances and predict projections if there were to have a possible rise in the sea level. By planting mangrove trees along the shores as a natural flood defense, a foolproof community emerges for the impending environment dangers of our future. With green spaces, wetlands, and recreational park, Tencent employees will thrive in a workplace balancing between work and fun, a vital hub for Shenzhen, China. What are the results? Well, employees emerge with fresh mindsets, motivations to work, and develop creative perspectives, transforming companies for future generation. This master plan city is not the only sprawling campus in China. I introduce to you Huawei, one of the largest telecommunication manufacturers in the world. They've opened one of their newest facilities in April of 2019. The Oxhorn Research and Development Campus by Huawei is an innovative art of transformation and culture. With a gorgeous European-themed society, the Oxhorn Research and Development Campus created 12 separate towns to sightsee. You can find the replica facades from Paris, the Liberty Bridge in Budapest, and other amazing landmarks from Europe in Huawei's community. Do you think all workplaces are plain and boring? Well, not in China. With
Super. Okay, let's continue.
Goals more my attention about this video was that Tencent and Huawei are implemented as a smart city for their employees, and Tencent having 86,000 employees, and they are creating a city only for them. It will be to increase productivity in their company, and it's also helping the rest of the community that are not working for them, because all those nets or all those infrastructures and new tendencies and technologies that they are going to develop during the project, because we can see that they are going to open the project till 2027.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a really big project. I mean,
Yeah. Actually, it's super complex as well, because it's
Yeah.
a matter to put a lot of technologies there. But let's talk a little bit about how is our point of view related with these technologies, because many people they just they see just one technologies, like the I don't know, the buildings with new technologies. But what else? What else in a smart city?
Well, in a smart city, like the video was explaining, they are going to reduce mobility in automobiles. People will start using bicycles, electric bicycles, or autonomous cars, or drones. Even we can see these new projects about flying cars that are going to reduce traffic, and we can also see all these new sustainable energy technologies, such as solar panels, aeros. Well, they're all new energy sustainables nowadays, but the one that cares the most in this project is solar panels, and they're
Yeah.
going to implement it in many houses. These smart houses are going to have this new energy, and that way, well, we can see China is so big with so many people living in it, so they're going to help a lot in that case.
Yeah, and actually as well, how the related with cybersecurity, how the cameras record everything,
The big
So
data.
yeah,
So
the big
so many data.
data,
Yeah.
etc. And I was thinking some possibilities, because right now many government they can measure everything, and as well try to understand with data what is happening. I don't know, delinquents in one neighborhood, what, right? So how can I solve this with artificial intelligence? How can I improve the people lives in that neighborhood, because actually this is a matter of economic issues, because if you have a safe neighborhood, the price of this neighborhood increase in several months. So there is a lot of application in using these technologies. But let's continue with another cases.
Yes, another case is Sonda, a city in South Korea. I have a video here of
Okay.
a drone side view of how, I mean, the city already exists, but it's only 60% made. Well, let's
Okay.
see the video so you can see how amazing it looks, because it looks amazing.
Okay. Great. So they have the goals as well in order to reach a right development, right?
Yes, as they were talking about, the city wants to eliminate all kind of mobility with automobiles. They only want to leave the motorcycles or the bicycles, electric motorcycles and electric bicycles, so they can reduce contamination, pollution. Sorry, they want to reduce pollution, and also, well, Sonda is known for having a lot of technology as artificial intelligence, and they want to increase all the use of these technologies to all the people that are going to live there. I mean, there's still a lot of people who needs to live there but doesn't live there because the project hasn't finished yet, but they want to finish it for 2025, maybe 2026.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Well, we have another 2 projects, and I have a video of Toyota's Woven City. It's a smart city they want to implement in Japan. It hasn't, I mean, they haven't finished the city yet. They are merely in their phase 1, but it's amazing what they bring. It's amazing what they're trying to implement inside this city. I'm going to play the video so you can see.
Let's do it. Okay. Where is this place?
It's
in Japan.
Yes, Woven City, Japan.
Okay, that's great. Okay,
it's a project that starts with Toyota, and they allied with the Japanese government so they can implement all of these new technologies. And like the video we saw, this is the future Toyota C, and they actually have been sending some webinars where they talk of how robots are going to take over the city so they can help people living there to any needs, and they also implementing all types of also sustainable energy and automotive autonomous cars and everything. And it's really incredible their concept of future because like they say in a video, they want to make people living with all these technologies like it is normal, like it's something that you use every day and it's normal to use it, right?
Yeah. And something that is pretty remarkable is that Toyota is try to push and leading this project, right? Because Toyota is an automotive company, and actually it's super interesting that several big technological companies or big industry companies like Toyota or Tesla, they are pushing these new ways to build the smart cities of the future. I mean, Tesla, they have the several applications, small houses that you can unbox, there are beautiful houses. So as well, Samsung, and you say, okay, Samsung they are developing, yes, and actually they are creating a whole new wave of technologies in order to offer better services for the people.
Yes, completely. They want to make people's lives better.
Yeah, okay, let's continue.
Well, we have these two projects, long-term projects for smart cities in Tequila, Jalisco, and in Cancun. Unfortunately, they haven't started with the projects yet. They're only a proposal, but they're trying to. There are many companies that are trying to make alliance with their respective governments, so they can start with the project as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Also, we have Querétaro Smart City that they want to call IQ Smart City, and they want to also implement all of these electronic devices as autonomous cars and sustainable energy. And it is a project that it hasn't started yet. They are looking for the permission of the government, but they're working on it. And I have a video of Telosa City. It's a project proposed as clusters, business clusters in the United States. And I have this video right here.
Telos means the highest purpose. It was a term coined by Aristotle. It's about individuals in society coming together to reach their fullest potential. The cities that have been built to date from scratch are more like real estate projects. They don't start with people at the center, because if you started with people at the center, you immediately would think, okay, what's the mission and what are the values? The mission of Telosa is to create a more equitable and sustainable future. That's our North Star, and that'll never change. What we're trying to do is combine sort of the best of different cities in the world and bring it together. So if you think about Telosa being as vibrant and diverse as a New York City, combined with efficiency, safety, and cleanliness of a city like Tokyo, combined with the social services, the sustainability, and the governance model of a city like Stockholm, we are going to be the most open, the most fair, and the most inclusive city in the world. If you really want to go after a moonshot, which I would consider the city to be, you have to start with a big, bold vision. You need to raise the required capital. You need to surround yourself with the very best people in the world. And if you get those three things right, you can achieve incredible, magical things. BRK, who's the founder of BIG, expressed an incredible passion for this project.
Telosa, in my mind, sort of embodies the kind of social and environmental care of a kind of Scandinavian culture and the kind of freedom and opportunity of a more American culture.
You get a great firm with someone who basically is super passionate and wants to see this project come to fruition as much as we do. We're taking a stab at what we call equitism here. What if you can pay the same taxes that you pay today, but get the best social services of any country in the world? That's equitism. Testing this new model for society, and at the same time, you're also testing building a city from a clean slate. What do you do? How do you infuse technology in it? How do you build it more sustainable? How do you build a public transportation system that's more efficient? How do you build underground movement of waste and goods to keep the city more clean, more walkable? How do you test autonomous vehicles to keep it safer? If I can imagine the ideal state 30 years from now, I would want people to have a sense of pride in the city, because the city lives by a set of values that resonate with them. That the city's the most open, the most fair, the most inclusive city in the world, and that's what people feel when they're in the city.
Okay, so super interesting this case.
Yes, they like they were talking, they want to implement a smart city that looks for equality, right? Where people can pay taxes, but with very good social benefits.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, there are a lot of solutions. So let me share with the audience some of our speakers in this Global Digital Week, Talia. So we have a complete day full of experts in this matter. So as you said, there are several solutions related with mobility, related as well. For example, first of all, we have David Ruiz, that is the head in America Latina of artificial intelligence in Google. So we need a lot of cloud services in order to process this amount of information. Thinking the challenge of these cities that they can put these cameras and record everything. So we need to manage. We need to learn how to manage this new future. So there is another expert, that is Michael Mazur. I don't know if you heard about this solution that is related with that you call to 911 and you can use your smartphone, okay? And if there is an emergency and you need a paramedic, you can in 5 seconds, you can get it. So imagine, this is something amazing, don't you think so?
Yes, definitely, it's amazing because you can save many lives. How many people have died because they call to 911 and they don't get on time? I mean, it's really sad. And if technologies can reduce the risk of that, it's gonna be impressive.
Yeah, and as well, he shares things related with security in their homes, violence with women, etc. So they can improve the quality of life. And as well, we have Madi Bina, and Madi Bina is one of the leaders of Samsung, that they create this hold the plans in order to create these smart cities. And I don't know what you think, Talia, but it's not just a matter to create the smart cities, just the biggest one, right? Maybe we can adopt in the local governments some best practices in order to improve the people's lives. But it's not just like the big cities. I think that is a great opportunity. Any size of the city, they can start to advance in this way.
Yes, decentralization is the best, and smart cities look for decentralization. They want a smart city at the top of the country, at the south, at the east, at the west, and they want to implement as many cities as possible as smart cities in only one country. And that will help also to economy, that will help to improve people's life, and that will help to reduce the consume of energy, and it will bring all kind of benefits to all kind of sectors.
Yeah. And actually, it's really, really interesting that these big companies like Honeywell as well, they are developing the new way to how to clean the water, how to build the new electric engines. And yes, there are a lot of experts. Another expert that is really, really interesting is Inigo. Inigo is the managing director of Otovo. And right now we are in the transition of the new energies and clean energies. And the business model that in this case Otovo has is amazing, because it's a kind of leasing. You can pay, hold the system in order that you have in your own house, these new energies with panels and everything, batteries, and you can pay a small amount for 5 or 10 years. It is amazing, don't you think so?
Yes, definitely, it's amazing to reduce the cost.
Yeah, and as well, there is one model that they are using, it's a kind of like a crowdsourcing, that you can resell these services in any place. So it's a great example how we can create new value and use technology in order to improve the people's lives. So this is in general, Talia, some of the speakers. But I think that there are several technologies that cross right now, because it's not just the artificial intelligence. There are a lot of technologies that they are creating value. I don't know, what do you think about some cases in order to doing this in the smart cities?
Autonomous cars. For
Yeah.
example, we have cars that can drive for themselves. We have electric bicycles or motorcycle bicycles, or even what I mentioned earlier, there are Chinese companies working on flying cars so they can reduce the traffic. So all of these technologies can be used inside the smart cities, and they are going to help mobility quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So there are a lot of super interesting cases. So we share these top global speakers. And thank you for being here, Talia, and enjoying the day.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
1,